Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Douglas Conservation Commission meeting of April 1st, 2024. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast by local access programming with remote participation available as provided on our agenda. Is there anyone here recording tonight's meeting? None being said. I hereby call the meeting to order at 7 o'clock. Members in attendance are
Jim Foran.
Mike Rocco.
Josiah Birch.
Joe Fitzpatrick. Absent members are Katie Dully, and Mark Mungin's going to be late. Did Katie call in? Be unexcused, and
So that's two.
first agenda of tonight, we're going to take some stuff out of order so we don't keep you guys here listening to the administrative end of this. So I'm going to like to hear an order, a motion to take the mail, the minutes, and the stormwater bylaw and move it to the end of the meeting.
I'll second that.
Oh, you need to make a
Oh,
motion.
I'll make a motion, sorry.
Second.
To move them.
Oh, you made
to
it,
the
Mark.
end.
Second.
Second. We have a motion and seconded to move the mail, the minutes, and the stormwater bylaw to the end. Vote, please.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Aye. Josiah Birch.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. So first thing on the agenda is the request for certification for James Silva, 38 Hemlock Street, map 287, lot 4. And that's going to be number 4. Want to come up?
Would you like me to go right here?
Yep, that's good.
So this deals with our order conditions that were granted back in August of 2005. So they've expired. We came before the commission in September 22, got order conditions, but we were unaware that we had to do a certificate of compliance to close the old one. So that's been recorded, it's still out there, so that's why I'm here tonight, is to do that. But, I mean, no work was ever done, actually, no work has been done on the lot up to date. So we just figured it expired, we were unaware that we had to do this. So I completed the form, and that's why I'm here tonight.
And he says it is still investigating why the train went through that signal today.
I didn't get.
What's that?
Somebody on Zoom that
wasn't muting themselves.
Okay.
It sounds like they were listening to the news.
Brendan, you got anything?
Right, so actually, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I went to the site today. I can confirm that no work was done, basically.
So what's the recommendation for me? Invalid order.
Okay, so an invalid order of conditions.
Okay, is there anything, anybody from the audience have anything? Is there anyone on Zoom? Okay. So this is a request certification compliance, because this,
Yep.
Right, so Sam, tell us.
So it'll just be an invalid order of conditions because no work was done. It's still a certificate of compliance, but that's just invalid order of
so
conditions.
we're going to take a vote.
Yep.
You get a motion for,
Yeah, I'll make a motion for the request of certificate of compliance for DEP 143-689 for 38 Hemlock Street, map 287, lot 4,
which is for invalid
for invalid
order conditions.
order of conditions.
Get a second?
Second.
We have a motion and seconded. All in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. You're all set?
Yeah, I did have one question on the 2022 order conditions. There's some specific conditions about putting a base a driveway with base coat before the well could be dug. And I was just wondering, what is the process of trying to change that?
So, I can answer this.
So you want to make a change to the approved site plan from 2022?
Right, the specific, we potentially are going to sell the lot, and that's been an issue with the potential buyer.
Right, okay, so what you have to do is you have to get the site plan, probably go back to the engineer and show the change and make the change on the plan and present the change plan, starting with me.
Okay,
And I will then bring it to the chair, and then we're going to decide if the changes are significant enough to have to bring it to the full board. Yeah.
okay, I mean, that was like specifically put in by the commission, so I don't know if it changes anything on the plan.
Well, forgive me, because I wasn't around in
I know
2022.
that was the-
So tell me how this sausage got made?
As part of the order of conditions, one of the specific conditions that were added at the end was the driveway base coat must be installed first prior to construction of the house, septic, and well.
Okay, so then you just do it.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes an issue with someone putting in a driveway and then getting, the cost of doing a driveway before the well. Because we sort of got, part of the agreement, we're going to let them drill a well, but they don't want to put a driveway in. Is there any way, is that something?
Well, it sounds like if it was put in as a condition, that sounds like a very specific condition that the commission put in for a reason. I don't know what it was, because I wasn't here, but it
Okay.
kind of sounds like a specific, so if you want to change it, I'd say you'd have to come back to the commission.
With an engineer?
Well, that doesn't sound like that's something that needs an engineer to change the plan. That's just an order of operations issue. Am I right?
Correct.
So
So do I go to the office and?
I think that's something you have to come to this forum for, but not tonight.
Yep, no, I understand that, and I know you get a full
Yeah,
agenda.
you can get on like the next agenda, the agenda after that, to, have the plan and explain it and
Okay.
and see what the commission says.
Okay, I just didn't know
Yeah,
if something had to be filed. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much, I appreciate the time.
Okay, next is the donation of land accepted per Mass General Law 40, Section 8C, map 135, lot 12, known as Parcel A, and definitive subdivision plan recorded with Registry of Deeds, Plan Book 966 as Plan 43. And that's going to be number 5.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
It's Matthew Benoit, Director of Community Development for the town of Douglas. This is a transfer of land as part of a subdivision approval. They needed to transfer this parcel to open space prior to being able to start work on the subdivision. And Brandon's pulled up the map there. This is a parcel of land that would have to go to the Conservation Commission for conservation restriction and protected in perpetuity for only any passive recreational use moving forward.
know if you can sign it.
So, the process is that this must be signed by both the Conservation Commission and the Board of Selectmen prior to it being recorded at the registry.
Who got a certificate?
Okay, thank you. Got anything, Brennan?
Number 4 here, customers.
It's preserving a piece of property.
Yep.
Yeah.
Board, anything from the
Your
board?
call.
This is previous business.
Any questions from the board on this?
Number 4.
Any questions on this one?
Does this plan show the parcel?
Right here.
I don't think so, but it's up on the screen.
Parcels of them.
That's what's highlighted is the parcel,
That's
is the
right.
complete development or the parcel that's
There's
being?
no development, it's just a parcel to be put into conservation restriction and preserved.
All right, it is a fraction of the large development, which is in the northwestern corner there that is carved out. But they have to transfer this land before they can start work on that.
Who would retain ownership of the parcel? Understanding the restriction, but who would be the owner?
The Conservation Commission,
So Town of Douglas.
yes.
Thank you.
So is it on these plans where that land is, that where?
I don't know.
It's not on the draft deed, but it is in the subdivision plans that are recorded at the registry, and that is cited in the deed.
It's shown on the page.
So,
All right, as it's been recorded, so the lines have been drawn by the assessor's map and shown on our GIS.
Yeah.
You got this one?
as I say, yeah,
There's a piece here.
what sheet number is that? C110?
Yeah, C-110 shows it.
Because I can also see it on C101, which is page 2 of 11. You can also determine where it is. You can see the double line outlining Lot 21, how it's got like a double line on it, because Lot 22 is completely and makes a horseshoe around Lot 21. And then
Right.
outside of that is this parcel we're talking about, going up to the back of this house that has what looks like a right-of-way between those two. Oh, that's not shown on that map. Between these two houses off Duval, and then, of course, the wetland next to the Mumford going to the back of the Lamothi property, and then this kind of edge here, and then the other piece alongside the Mumford that looks like it has a drive in between Prentice and the Evening Sign Realty. So then, my question, I guess to both Matt and the rest of the board, if this is conservation land, does this have sufficient access to be potentially enjoyed as such?
It looks like you got two ways coming off a public way on it.
In fact, I think there's 3.
Yeah, I see
Yes.
3.
So there's one
Up
off
there.
Mumford Street, one off Duval, but there's no, so one of the things that we discussed as part of master plan, and we've discussed in the past in this meeting, is when you start to actually want to allow the town to utilize its conservation land for recreational purposes, is that you would need some parking. So it looks like you have 3 right-of-way accesses, which is sufficient, right? A person can walk through those right-of-ways, that's fine. But are these streets wide enough to park on the street? And if not, would there be room to create a pullover? I mean, I can't imagine you're gonna have like a dozen people parked at these, but maybe 2 would be good.
Right. And it looks like there's only 20-foot wide
Yeah, all
easements on all of them, and, no, they don't widen out at the road at all. But they also, it doesn't look like that this developer owned the land.
Correct, it doesn't look like you can do much at this point because those aren't part of the development.
Correct.
If you got an access, so I'm only keying on it because it looks funny, where Lot 22 goes around Lot 21, which I assume is a weird frontage situation that somebody could explain to us later unless somebody already knows. You could potentially create an access that way and allow parking in one of these cul-de-sacs.
I think the developer determines that as they file NOIs for future lots, they may adjust lot lines moving forward.
Okay.
This is the piece that was approved on the definitive plan that's ready for transfer.
So one of the access points is actually in the town of Sutton. Is that getting transferred as
Yes,
conservation land? Is that
Yes.
transferred to Sutton or to Douglas?
it does.
That was a little wider, you'd be all set, but it's only going to get one car up or down it.
I don't think there's anything we can do but accept it, right?
Yeah.
Or not accept it, as is.
Correct. I think this is an important resource for us to protect under conservation perpetuity. There are some existing hiking trails in that area, and I believe that Ms. Foley from Conservation Drive kind of really wanted to push for this to get done, because I think there is an access point off Conservation Drive.
Okay.
Yes, and it wasn't done the last time, so
Correct. And this is to right or wrong from the original approval from Evingside Realty, where this land was supposed to be transferred and it never did. So this developer, in good faith, is offering this large parcel to us as part of the concession for their approval.
Does it right the wrong, because isn't it smaller than the original promised parcel?
yeah.
Right, it is small.
So I would have the record show that it does not right the wrong, but it does provide a parcel.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else from anybody on the board? Brennan? Anybody from the audience? Is anybody on Zoom?
Yes,
Could you
it's
please?
Susan Foley,
Okay.
Conservation Drive. Let me just get my video on. Okay, I presume you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so Matt is correct. Well, it's righting a wrong. It's not what's the original intention of Conservation Drive development, and I abut that access point on Conservation Drive. It is a 20-foot right-of-way, and I just want to make one comment. I mean, we're glad this is finally happening. Unfortunately, it's at the cost of hearing construction of approximately 30 homes behind my lot when we originally bought our home, based on the fact that we were told this was all conservation. That's water under the bridge. I just want, so my comment is in the approved definitive subdivision plan, one of the conditions was that this parcel A had to be registered by March 31st of this year with the Registry of Deeds. And maybe that's not insignificant to you, but I don't know why we have deadlines if we're not enforcing them and there are no consequences. And you don't have to reply now, but I wanted to make that comment in this public forum.
I can reply, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it is.
So I think the deadlines were a little off because it said they submit this by December and then have it transferred by March. I think we thought this needed to go to town meeting at first. So this was waiting for town meeting until we got a determination from town council to say that this is the forum that it comes to conservation. So I think that was a little delay on our end.
Through the chair, thank you, Matt. Susan Foley again, Conservation Drive. And how do we make sure this actually happens? In the simplest questions.
Once it's, through the chair, once this is executed by the Conservation Commission, it'll go on to the select board's next agenda for their signatures. And then this will be returned to the applicant for their signature and they will record the document.
Through the chair, thank you, Matt. Susan Foley, Conservation Drive.
Okay. Entertain a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the donation of land per MGL 40, Section 8C, Map 135, Lot 12, known as Parcel A, on the definitive subdivision plans recorded with the Registry of Deeds, Plan Book 966 is Plan 43.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and second. A vote, please.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Thorne, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye. I'm going to abstain, as this is new business.
Okay.
So,
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. Thank you. Let's go to... Okay, we're going to go to Orange Street complaints. It's, number 6.
Mr. Chairman, there's a complaint from Kristen Inman of 19 Orange Street. Reads that Orange Street is a scenic road. Construction-related trucks disrupted the stone wall in the street on our side of the street, which protects wetlands. They also left piles of dirt on the street, stone wall, and our property that may consist of protected wetlands. No permit was placed for this. And I will bring it up on the screen. So this right here, that's 19 Orange Street, but right across the street is the entrance to the Betancourt property, and there are wetlands on either side of the street in this area, and there's a wetland right in here, which is also, in my opinion, a vernal pool. So this is what the entrance to the logging operation on the Betancourt property looked like. Right here, there's wetlands on, so now I'm looking south, there's wetlands right here. There's a wetland right in here. And this was the logging road that went into the interior of the Betancourt property. And now let me switch over to what it looks like now. Here we go. And that's what that entrance looks like now. So they widened it, put it in a construction entrance, moved stones to either side, and none of this was authorized, and it's within feet of a wetland and potential vernal pool. This is eventually going to be proposed to be one of the entrances to a pretty large subdivision that the name is, I'm trying to remember the name of his company, but it's what I call the Betancourt property. But the interior, the commission has just approved some NOIs along Southeast Main Street, and we had two RDAs on Orange Street, which had just been rescinded as part of the subdivision. So this right here is going to be the interior of what we call the Form C subdivision that is going to eventually be before everyone. But the problem is that he did these alterations without any prior approval. So the question is, does the commission feel compelled to issue a cease and desist, enforcement order? What's your pleasure?
Well, I think you should have they widen it out. There should be a cease and desist until they correct it. Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just wanted to add that the planning board voted on, at their last meeting on March 27th, to recommend an enforcement order be issued by the Conservation Commission upon hearing the complaints from the inmates.
Okay.
Thank you.
No,
And then the question is whether or not you want to issue fines with it.
I think we should. I think we should issue fines.
May I speak on this? This is Tom Schutz from Goddard Consulting.
I'd like to speak.
Yeah, hold on. The board's going to discuss it, and then I open it up to the floor, and then I'll open up to Zoom. Just give us a...
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
As a tree clearing operation, do they have any dispensation or any
So there was...
allowances?
There was an approved forest cutting plan that expired in 27 or 2018, and this was all done very recently.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Then I would agree that a cease and desist is definitely in order and fines are in order.
Anything else? Katie?
I would agree with the fines, and we need to issue them until we receive a plan, right? We would need a plan for an expanded roadway if that's their intent.
Anybody else got anything? Okay, I'll open it to the floor.
Can I speak?
Sure. You just identify yourself and...
Chris Betancourt.
Yep.
I did hire a tree clearing company for Lot 10 and 11. I will say this, that this was not an intentional act authorized by me. I got a call from the guys saying that it was slippery, it was dangerous. They asked if they could put some gravel down. This is what I came back to. Now, That driveway has been there, I bought the property in 2021. That driveway's been there since they were logging 25 years ago. There was gravel in the middle going all the way up. I realize that I'm responsible for what anybody does on my property, and I'm willing to do whatever it is that you want me to do, and I'll do it immediately. I was just surprised to see it, and I didn't know what to say at that point. I mean, the gravel, it's not like they dug out a road, and this was for the future. This was for a tree operation that was performed in the winter, and there was ice on that hill. And that's what it was. And as far as the Inman's stating that we were backfilling on their property, we went over this again and again and again. We met on site. The plow guy plowed down the hill and across the street. We went back after the snow melted. It was determined that there were no stones that were misplaced. We raked it out, removed the leaves, and I sent videos to, actually, I believe you received one and Matt received one, showing what we found. And I asked if there were anything further that they wanted me to do. I was there, I had a guy with me, and, you know, if we need to go back, we can go back. So that proved not to be anything more than a snowplow. Going down the street, we noticed that in 5 or 6 other locations that people were doing the same thing. They were pushing the snow across the street from their driveway. And that's really all I have to say in my defense. So if we need to put it back to this right here, I'll hire a landscape contractor or whatever we have to do and plant grass or whatever you want me to plant. I'll start it tomorrow. I was told to abstain from doing anything, and I have. And that's it. So this has no bearing on the future and what it might be. The only thing that we did do is we had it approved as Lot 12, and we removed it as Lot 12, planning that this could be an access to a future development in the interior. Right beyond that hill is 275 acres, and we've left a right-of-way in between what we have Lot 1 and 2 over on Southeast Main Street, which hopefully, if we can get everything approved, will connect someday. And it will also go down to Perry Street. So we're already working with the planning board on, we've submitted plans to do repairs to, extensive repairs to Perry Street, starting with Perry Street Hill. And all we need is approvals. And once we have the approvals, we're giving up Lot 16, a portion of Lot 16 on Perry Street for infiltration basins. And as it stands right now, the water comes down the hill and washes out all of the gravel into the wetlands. And it's been doing that for I don't know how many years. But you can walk out there without sinking. So we're going to try to rectify that and anything else that is an issue. So what I really want to say is that that was not an intentional act, and it's not something that's going to provide me any benefit for the future. My interpretation from the men in the field is that it was dangerous, and they were loading logs, and if something slips, somebody could get squished between a machine and a truck. So I did agree that they could put gravel down without thinking that it was going to be anything more than helping everybody stay safe, and that's it. I'll be happy to remove it. I'll be happy to put down loam and plant grass or a maple tree or whatever it is that you'd like to see over there, and I'll do it immediately.
Well, the issue is an impacted wetlands area, so that's the issue, and there was no notice filed or anything for what you wanted to do, so I don't even know how close you are to the wetlands in that area.
It's within 150 feet, no more than 50 feet.
So that's pretty close.
So we filed paperwork to install 2 driveways on lot 10, lot 11, and this would have been lot 12. Our intentions are to follow the approved drawings, which includes a stormwater management plan on each of the lots, and to install gravel and other miscellaneous acts to stop any runoff from the project while they're under construction. And then to pave and to put in the drainage systems that go along the side of the driveway and picks up the impervious surfaces, the roofs, the gutters, everything. So it's designed for, I believe, a 100-year storm. So we're within the guidelines of providing that type of system on the 2 driveways that we're about to cut in on Orange Street. We've waited for the approval to do so, and I received the approval the other day. So we are submitting an order of conditions, and Brandon, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Dupree Engineering issued and Goddard Consulting issued they rescinded the RDAs because DEP wanted something more detailed. So that was rescinded. It was supposed to be submitted today, and they rescinded it at 3 o'clock because there was some verbiage that came back from DEP. So we're going to submit that whenever that's ready, in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and go down the road of whatever DEP wants, whatever Conservation Commission wants. So it isn't me trying to jump the gun. It isn't me trying to get away with something. Like I said, I received the call. They asked me to put gravel down. I ordered a load, and they spread it out with their skidder, which is a tree
Right.
with a blade on it. So
Powered machinery.
what's that?
It's powered, sorry,
Yeah.
through the chair, it's powered machinery, which is also a violation.
A powered machinery is a violation?
Yep, you're within the 100-foot buffer and you don't have an open order of conditions.
Okay. Well, I asked permission and filed whatever I needed to. I didn't think that there was an issue with removing logs down the same road that they had been removed for 25 years. The only thing I thought was wrong was when it was brought to my attention that you can't put gravel down because, of the wetlands. So if there's something more than that, then I'm not aware.
So through the chair, I have 3 questions. So my understanding is you're logging, you went through conservation to get the logging approved for the 277 acres, including...
We're not logging back there.
I'm sorry.
We have an approved lot on lot 10 and lot 11. So we cut those trees and they loaded their trucks at that location.
So this is lot 12, you're approved for lot 10 and 11?
Yeah.
So then you're not approved to do activity on lot 12?
Correction.
It's
So the lot-
jurisdictional.
Yeah, lots 10 and 11 have been created through A&R process,
Right.
but they have not been approved through conservation. They did clearing, so they're going to be after the fact NOIs. 10 and 11 are also on Orange Street, right next to this one.
Okay.
And they're also within jurisdictional area?
Also, because there's a wetland right across the street. So the driveway entrance, probably like the first 50 to 60 feet of the driveway entrance is going to be jurisdictional. In this picture on March 11th, you can see that's Matt Benoit there. We met Mr. Betancourt and his consultant from Dupree to talk about the issues and said you need to file for lots 10 and 11. And also, we're going to have to discuss this driveway entrance at a Concom meeting. That's where we are now. They filed RDAs for lot 10 and 11 per our recommendation, but then DEP came back and they made a comment and they said, well, this is part of the subdivision of more than 5 lots. Stormwater is a very important part of this, and we would rather see a notice of intent for these lots. So so they rescinded the RDAs to take it off our plate tonight, I suppose, and and they're going to be refiling NOIs for lots 10 and 11, which is exactly what the commission wants, right? I think the outstanding issue here is lot 12. It's not so much the use of the path, right, as in the state it was when it was approved through the forest cutting plan. It's this additional work that was just done to widen it. They moved the stones, they moved the boulders to either side, they cleared out some vegetation and put in the construction entrance with the gravel. So that's all currently unauthorized and not part of the original forest cutting plan. And that's what is really the issue, the main issue for the board tonight. And what is your pleasure for compelling compliance?
Just for my clarification, so tonight we're not going to worry about lots 10 and 11,
Correct.
but we will get NOIs for them?
Yes, we will. That was the whole point, is they needed to file, so they are complying with that request.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just lot 12 and this issue right here before you.
only this issue, we're not, okay.
Yeah.
Does lot 12 need an NOI eventually, though?
Lot 12, as I've seen the initial conceptual plan, is going to be one of the entrance roads to the larger New Sherburne Farms. Thanks for having the shirt so I remember the name. Sherburne Farms subdivision.
So, yes.
Well,
A road entrance would require an NOI.
it would, but are you anywhere near ready to
No.
submit that NOI? So.
We're not.
Okay,
So I think that they either file an NOI for just this opening as it is.
Well, describe how close, because Dupree is in the process of drawing all of that up. It's in the works. It's not like it's next year. It's probably 30 to 60 days. There'll be something submitted.
Okay. So how long does the commission want to wait 30 to 60 days, leaving it as it is to get a notice of intent? Or do you want them to put it back like it was before in the meantime? That's totally your call.
There's one other thing, is that I asked that we could put in fire roads. And we've had a couple of fires along Perry Street. I don't know if it was an act of God or somebody threw a cigarette out the window. But God forbid a lightning strike caused the forest to start on fire. It's 275 acres without an access. And the discussion that we had was to put in some temporary access where the logging roads went over rivers and they used logs as their bridge. I think that's typical. And
What we call that corduroy.
corduroy, okay.
Yeah.
So they use corduroy to go over these wetland areas to gain access, and they drag everything out through lot 12, which is not lot 12 anymore, but this area here. All like veins, they all come to this area if you look at the overhead. So I just thought it would be natural to use the same road for the same thing again, that has been used that way for 25 years or more, and the gravel was to keep the guy safe, and that's it. It has no bearing on the creation of a road. It would all have to be ripped out if that ever got approved to be a road. You'd have to take 2 feet out or more and bring in processed gravel, drainage systems, and everything else, which would all be approved drawings, and that's it. So there's no benefit to me to have that gravel in that place right now.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
So that's, I mean, that's it. So we're hoping to have the fire road temporary.
Let's not muddy this up.
Yeah, but we're talking just the entrance right now, not the
Yeah,
fire
we're
road.
just
So
talking about
we just want to
this
get on.
issue.
Okay.
We got a long
That's
night.
it.
We have a long night.
Okay.
So if you're all set, I'll see if anybody else has anything, or is there something else you want
So-
to add to it, Chris?
No,
Even if it's before us in 60 days or 30 days, as he said, it's still going to be months and months before there's any work to be done in this area.
Correct.
So I feel it needs to be repaired, and it needs to be, stabilized before that, before anything else happens here.
So you're saying you want it this close to that as it was before?
I think the wetlands need to be protected, and any disturbance that's gotten closer to the wetlands than what was in this picture needs to be restored.
So that you want, your order is restoration.
Right.
I'm guessing to bring it as close back to this as it used to be.
Correct.
So that, an enforcement order can be written up just like that.
Okay.
It's pretty simple.
Okay, so there's plenty of room on site. We can break any gravel out, or do we need permission to do that? or-
Well, you're going to have to create a plan as to what you're going to
Okay.
do.
All right.
All right, I'm guessing you don't need a notice of intent for this. It's just something, come up with a restoration plan, present it, and then execute it.
So there was existing gravel in the middle going all the way up to the top of the road. I can compact that so that it's more stable and take out anything wider than, I don't know, what is that, 15 feet? Anything
Well,
wider?
you need to create a plan as to what you're going to do, show it to us, and then we approve of that plan, or say, no, that's not what we would like you to do.
Okay.
So we'd like you to have an engineer create a plan or drawing showing the work that you're going to do to restore the area.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And by the next meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll have the full enforcement order ready for ratification. at that
It's April 28th,
April 22nd.
April 22nd, you'll be done by then?
Sure.
Yes. Well, I think we're going to hold off on the ratification because I really need to read it to the wording to them. So that can be done and ready for ratification for next meeting.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, my recommendation is to have your engineer work on that, and, or Tom, either or,
Okay.
and have something to me before the next meeting for discussion, and we'll move along.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
And should we discuss fines?
We
yeah.
haven't got the rest of the, anybody else has questions, or anybody on the, does anybody else on the floor have questions on
You
this?
had a question.
None being said, anybody on Zoom? Is anybody on Zoom? I guess I left.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you just identify yourself, please?
Yes, this is Kevin Demers from Dupree Engineering, located in Uxbridge, Mass. I just wanted to reiterate that we can produce that plan showing the restoration of that area of the driveway for in advance of next hearing for review by Brandon.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on that?
No, I don't think you do. This is just an order to get it done. I'll have a full enforcement order ready for ratification for the next meeting, and you can discuss fines now if you want, later if you want. That's totally up to you.
I think we should enforce fines, so I think we should have that discussion now and agree on what the amount should be.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it's only one amount, right?
There's only one.
Oh, one amount? Okay.
Yeah, the question is how long is the time period of the fines? That's really it.
Typically until the restoration is completed and approved, isn't it?
We can do it until we get the plan, or you can do it until the plan is implemented.
We're talking about that.
I would want the plan, I would want it to be implemented. You know, the plan is just one thing. I would want it to be implemented.
Make a motion.
I move that we enforce fines to the, for this project, and those fines be in effect until the work is implemented.
In the amount of?
Your fines are $200 a day.
That's what I was looking for in the motion, sorry.
Yep.
Seconded.
Vote?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Porin, aye.
KT Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, I'm going to abstain because this is older business.
Okay.
And I'll just say that for right now.
Yep. Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. Okay, next is an open session for topics not reasonably anticipated 48 hours in advance of the meeting. And
Okay.
you want to take this, Brendan?
Yeah, let me bring it up on the map here. Okay, so everybody familiar with Riddle Brook on Rydell Street, near the transfer station?
Yeah.
Is that it, Sam? Right?
Yep.
Yes.
Is it Rydell or Rydell?
Rydell.
Rydell, that's how I pronounce it, yeah, but the brook is called Riddle Brook.
Okay.
It's okay.
I'm guessing there's probably a relationship at one time, but who knows? Right here. During the big rainstorms we've had, the water has backed up at the road and flowed in this direction. Can you see the pointer?
Yeah.
Flowing into here, across this driveway, and flooding out this business right here, underwater. And the highway department wants to make some improvements to the crossing, and I need to now get out of here. Let me see here. Get out of that one. Get into, where is it? I've got to get into it. Before I get some pictures that you're going to want to see. Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's some of the flooding that has occurred. Okay, and get out of that one. 4-1, here's some pictures that I took just on today. This is the culvert. So one of the things they want to do is they want to put a wing wall in, like as in a concrete wing wall, kind of like, and I don't know if exactly right where these sandbags are, but in this general area, to prevent water from flooding down along that side of the street and heading towards that business and that driveway. And then what they want to do is they want to put in 2 new, I think 12-inch pipes on the north side of the culvert, like brand new culverts, not like a repair of the existing culvert, but 2 brand-new culverts to add extra capacity in case you get a very large flow. So the reason why it's on tonight as unexpected business is because I've signed emergency certifications, which I have the right to do, for like, simple stuff, and it's basically like just an in-kind culvert repair. We're just digging up the road and putting a new functional culvert in the same spot it was before. But Highway Department's looking for an emergency certification on this, and I was a little hesitant. I said, listen, this isn't really just a in-kind repair replacement job. You're adding 2 new pipes and a wing wall, and this is a perennial stream. So I think I need to talk. And Matt Benoit said, get it on as unexpected business and bring this before the commission to get the temperature on, what the temperature is on the room is for that. And let me see if I have, where is it? Do I have the, I had a sketch of what he wanted to do, but that's basically it. 2 new, brand-new culverts on the north side of the road to handle high flows, and a wing wall to try and prevent any flooding going down towards that driveway and that business.
Do we know where the floodplain line is in that area? And does this work impact floodplain?
Good question. I haven't even made it to that yet, so I would have to look that up. And FEMA map service, so this is,
So this is a tributary to Centerville, which in turn flows into the Mumford and in turn into the Blackstone.
Yep.
yeah, that's another concern of mine, is that if it's flood zone and you're putting in a wing wall, and then you're now changing the flood zone, that could be a major issue, which is why, one other reason why I wanted to come before the commission and not just through me.
Right, it's not just, to me, it's not just the wing wall, it's
Right.
increasing the capacity of the water that can flow through there. Therefore, you're not backing it up and you're eliminating flood. You're just moving the issue down the road.
Yeah, and there's a water body upstream. I'm just looking on Google Maps. There's a water body upstream. And so, knowing that we have stream continuity issues in this town, I would love to see this turn into an open bottom box. I don't like that there's a culvert there at all. And I think this culvert should become a square with an open bottom to maintain stream continuity.
Then we do a notice.
Notice of intent? Okay. So the question is to what extent do the stream, the Massachusetts stream crossing standards come into play here for perennial streams? And that's something that I think, the quick decision here tonight, I think, is a notice of intent is required, and it's not an emergency cert.
That's what I...
And then we'll take the rest as it comes, because we have a busy night.
I would like that, yes.
Okay, so I'll let Adam for now. No, that's the decision of the commission. Okay. And there is floodplain here.
There it is.
There is, right here. Yeah, it's a little narrow, but it's there.
Can we make comment out here?
Someone wants to comment.
Question, yeah.
So just...
You have to state your name and...
Yeah, Keith Blonias, Martin Road. Just as a point, as a member of the Board of Water Sewer Commission, that stream does eventually flow through the primary well field in town.
Yeah, I do water testing where that comes through the primary well field and it goes underneath the West Street. Is that
West Street.
West Street? So that's an area where we do water testing as well. And it's an open box there. It should be an open box on Rydell as well.
Okay.
Moving on.
Okay. We're on to new business. Public meeting, request for determination, 31 North Street, replace recycled asphalt with stone. Tina Marcanio.
Hi, my name is Tanya Marcano, 31 North Street. And basically I put in the RDA and I plan to put the stone on. I don't know if there's like a time limit or period or, I don't know how it works, but.
Okay, so, through the chair, this is kind of an old matter, so is last...
Point of order. Sorry, just need a motion to open a public hearing. Sorry.
We get a motion to open the public hearing on this?
Thank you.
I move we open the public hearing for 31 North Street, Tanya Marcano.
Second.
Vote.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Bourne, aye.
Katie Dudley, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Thank you.
Okay, so bring this up.
I remember this issue. We specifically asked that the asphalt be removed and the stones be put in place.
Right,
And then we asked her to file.
So it goes back even further than that. There was the stones went in, and then the commission required an application, and an RDA was issued. An RDA was applied for, and the commission actually issued a positive determination requiring a notice of intent.
Correct, because it was going to be non-permeable surface area very close to the Mumford River. So then,
Right. And in the meantime, an enforcement order was issued, which compelled Ms. Marcano to come back, and she filed a new RDA to keep the stone,
Yes,
the same stone.
the same zone.
Yeah. So let me bring it up again.
but that's not what this says. It says to remove the asphalt and replace with stone. It says
Right,
that.
replace it with the screen stone.
Right.
Yeah, so the material it should be different.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take all the stone and asphalt that's here now and take it out and put stone back,
It
correct?
actually already came out with the rain. It never got finished. There was only a thin layer, so it's dirt right now.
I remember this conversation where she said that when they had put
I
it
even
down,
did a
it
video. I
it
did a
washed
video to
out.
show that it's just dirt.
that whoever put down the recycled asphalt never compacted it, and it was just loose recycled asphalt.
Yes, it's very loose. You can just literally go like that and it just moves.
So that was, I recall that discussion.
So I got a picture documentary up top.
So that I just put on top of the grass. Like I did the, there's like a black thing that goes on top of the grass. I forget what it's called.
Is it landscaping fabric?
Yes, that's what's under there.
So we
You've got your... Brandon, you need to mute your Zoom self.
How do I do that? Okay. So back to sharing. There we go. I guess the only one issue is we still have recycled asphalt at one spot. Right?
And it's loose. All the rain we've had is, I can literally take a rake and just, it's very loose. I did a video showing how loose it is.
Yeah. So that's what's in the plan. I think that if we follow the plan, that you would be removing the asphalt from that space.
Yeah, that's what I put on the paper.
Okay.
To be replaced with stone.
With stone, yeah.
So
You're saying you're leaving the asphalt now because it's loose.
No, I'm gonna, because it became an issue. It is very loose. It's like dirt
Yeah.
right now.
Right, but you're going to remove that and you can put in stone instead.
Yes.
Okay, so if she does that, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend a -2 determination because the work is going to be within a resource area, which is the riverfront area. But if it's stone and not recycled asphalt, which in my opinion, even though it's loose, eventually over time it compacts on its own and becomes down near impervious, then this is probably acceptable.
I agree that the recycled asphalt has to be removed because it's going to wash out into the Mumford specifically. It's right there. So, but I think that that's what's in the plan. So I'm okay with the plan as long as that's what happens.
Right.
Yes.
Mark, anything? Jim? Mike? Anything? Okay. Anybody from the floor have anything? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. You want to vote on this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the negative RDA with the condition.
Close the public hearing first.
Ah, dang it.
Motion to close the public hearing?
I move we close the public hearing.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Now entertain the motion, Mark?
I move that we approve the negative RDA with the condition that the recycled asphalt that's still there should be removed and replaced by stone.
Seconded.
Vote. We have a motion and seconded. We have a vote.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Joe
Josiah
Fitzpatrick,
Birch, aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
Yep. Okay, the next one, Mark, you want to take this one? Because I can't sit in on this one. All right, next up on the agenda.
Number 8, is there something I need to read?
I was going to say, do we need to open a public hearing?
You do.
Every time? Every time?
Do you have the notice that I need to read by chance?
Yeah, it should be right there and probably in Joe's packet somewhere.
I think it's in the front.
Joe, where's the? He's outside. He's outside, sorry. He's already gone.
Is it in the blue folder?
Is it in the folder number? Should be number 8.
Is it in the blue folder?
Mark.
Is it in the blue folder there?
That's his signatures.
Oh, dang it, sorry. I was hopeful. He used to give it to me in a separate.
You know what you can do is make a motion, ask me to make a
have number
motion
8.
to waive the reading.
I don't see it here.
Then I recommend just have somebody make a motion to waive the reading and just move forward.
Would someone be willing to make a motion to waive the reading?
I make a motion that we waive the reading and open the public hearing for, I need to at least know what it is. For the RDA for 36 Davis Street, adding a lean-to off existing garage, James Fitzpatrick.
I'll second that.
The motion has been made and seconded to open the public hearing without reading. Take the vote.
Jim Farr, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mangum, aye. All right. Thank you very much. Someone here to represent?
Jim Fitzpatrick, 36 Davis Street.
All right. What do you have, Jim?
Put a lean-to roof off the side of my garage.
Do you have plans to show us, or
Yeah,
something to?
I can put them up on the screen. Okay, so. The screen. Yeah, I do. I do, so I'm just gonna bring them up. These things take time. Here we go. And I can do this, share the screen, right here. Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, there's an existing garage here, and he wants to put a lean-to up on the north side of the garage and pre-existing disturbed areas. That's the general outline right here. So it's just going to lean up against the garage on gravel, and I have pictures that can also be shared. Here we go. Here's the tour. So here's the existing garage, which you got to order conditions for this recently. Yeah.
I remember this, yeah.
Okay. And this is the area where the lean-to is to be. So it's already on top of existing gravel, existing lawn. This is also next to a perennial stream, so if you approve it, then it would be, as a negative determination, it would be a -2 determination. That's where the lean-to would be right there.
Mr. Fitzpatrick, can you explain how it will be constructed, how it will be?
Yeah, it's going to be constructed out of wood, and there's going to be a ledger board set on the side of the wall of the garage.
How will,
It's going to have a slope, I think the slope is like 12 feet out from the garage.
okay, so how,
6x6 timbers.
how will the posts be installed into the ground?
There's helicoils already in the ground right there. There's 5 of them in the footprint of where I was going to put the,
Right there.
yeah, we had a timber line there for a guardrail, just to stop in case the trailer decided to go too close to the edge when we were moving it out. I didn't want it to go down the bank and through the fence. So we put those helicoils in, and we put timbers across to make our own little guardrail respondent in the event that the trailer got out of hand.
So the only work is posts?
Correct,
and
yeah,
they're-
the only work is going to be attaching to the garage.
Yep.
And attaching the 6x6s to the current helicoil that's already in the ground. There's going to be no digging.
No dig. All right. And the gutter I see, is there a gutter on the garage?
Yeah.
And does that have to be moved or relocated, or
No,
it stays right there?
It's going to stay right there. Yeah.
Will the lean-to have any guttering on
I'm
it?
putting something there to shed it over to the stones, just so the water doesn't land on the grass, putting holes in the grass.
Any other questions from the board? Or comments?
So I'm seeing in the picture, is that the helicoils right there that I can see on the edge of the
Yeah,
crushed
the
stone?
green.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's the first one, and then there's 5 of them.
So those are the posts that would support the lean-to, and then the lean-to would probably just be a tidbit
Yeah.
further than that.
Correct. Just trying to shed get the weather off the trailers.
Yeah, no, and then
That's what I'm trying to do.
the gutter would prevent it from just falling into, because you've got grass there.
Right.
You,
I just didn't want the water to come down and then start putting holes in the.
right, so that's the question is, so you wouldn't be doing any digging, so you wouldn't be removing any grass to put
No.
more crushed stone in?
No, 0. You can see that's where it's stopping.
Okay,
So it's not going any further into the lawn. I'm saying with the roof coming down with the water, I didn't want the water to shut off and then put holes in the grass.
yeah,
So I was just gonna try to capture that and then put it down slow, just so it drains off into the stones.
yep. No further comment?
Jim, any? Nothing? Joe, any
No,
comments?
it looks good.
Okay. Any comments from the audience? Anyone on Zoom have any comments on this? Someone want to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to close the public hearing. Have a vote?
Jim Farr, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Thank you. And anyone want to vote? Or make a motion to vote?
Chairman, if you would issue a negative, it would be a -2 determination because the work would be in a resource area or front area.
Anyone want to make a motion? You working on it?
Make a motion to issue a -2 determination of applicability for this site.
Motion is made to issue a -2 determination of applicability for,
36 David Street?
yep, 36 Davis Street, James Fitzpatrick.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and seconded. Can I have a vote?
Jim Farr, aye.
KG Dudley, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Mark Mungem, aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. can go get Keith's.
He's right here.
He's already coming in.
I was gonna say, Joe's coming back. I have to leave. I have to put my toddler to bed.
Thanks for coming in, Katie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Katie.
Night.
Okay, how's that?
So,
I'd like a motion to open a public hearing. Notice of intent for John Mashunigan. And I probably messed that up pretty good. 45 Martin Street, Lot 1, single-family home, map 169, Lot 23.
so moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second, open the public hearing. Vote.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. Who do we have representing?
It should be 9, but
I've got it.
I mean, I'll bring it up on screen.
Do you have a DEP number for this project yet?
Yeah, for both lots.
What's the DEP number for this lot?
Okay, lot, can I tell you lot 2 first, or want I go back?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so lot 2 DEP number is 1431097. And then for lot 1 is 1431096.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Nicole Hayes. I'm a professional wetland scientist with Goddard Consulting, here before you with 2 notice of intents. Let me just show you the parcel area. So it's a large site. It's about a 20-acre site. And the area to be built is this little square here. The entire 20 acres is this big yellow site. So on lot 1, we have a riverfront area, which is delineated right in through here. We have bordering vegetated wetlands near the river, and then we also have another part of bordering vegetated wetlands on this side of the parcel. No work is to be done within the 25-foot no-touch. There will be no building in the 50-foot no-build. There will be an erosion control line set up between the 25-foot and the 50-foot buffer zone. There will be no work done in the first 100 feet of the riverfront area. And then within the 100 to 200-foot riverfront area is where most of the work will occur, which includes a portion of a 4-bedroom house with proposed deck, a portion of a asphalt driveway, and septic system. And that's outlined here for you. So with the riverfront area, the law allows you to impact 10% of the total riverfront area on the site. The total riverfront area, remember, it's for this whole entire yellow site, is 224,443 square feet. 10% of that, which is allowed to be impacted, therefore, is 24,444 square feet. And we are proposing only 13,691 square feet. So within the allowable 10% of the lot, of the entire riverfront area of the lots. So that's house lot 1. And we can take questions, and I know the engineer is here as well to ask if you have any engineering or stormwater questions.
Is that calculation, the 13,000 square feet, is that just for Lot 1, or is that for Lot 1 and 2?
That is just for Lot 1. Lot 2 proposes the impact of 1,493 square feet. So for both lots, it's a total of 15,185 square feet, which is still way below the 10%, which is 24,444 square feet. So combined, they're both below the threshold. And I'll go over the second lot
Yeah.
one at a time, yes.
Right. Yeah.
Have you looked at the site, Brandon?
Yes, we have. I'm waiting for the chair to recognize me.
Here, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say that I agree with all the wetland delineation out in the site, so that's not an issue. And I think that the alternatives analysis was very thorough. There's a very nice table going through all of the individual parts of the riverfront area alternatives analysis. I agree with it, that there are no substantially economic alternatives here. Is it economically equivalent, substantial alternatives, the way they call it in the regulations? And she is correct that the total disturbance for both lots stays under the 10%. There's no work within 100 feet, although it goes right up to the 100-foot mark. And I'm going to have a comment about that in a second. So it does get, so for new construction, you cannot build within 100 feet of a perennial stream or river. All right, so they meet that standard, and the rest of it between 100 and 200 feet cannot exceed more than 10% of the total square footage of the riverfront area on site. They have done that, and by quite a bit. My only critique is that they have the limit of work right up to the 100-foot mark with grading right up to it. And when you have silt fence or hay bales, erosion controls right at the bottom of a newly graded slope, they're highly likely to fail if there's an event where you have erosion. And I always recommend that you keep the erosion controls at least a minimum 5 feet off the bottom of the slope to allow for any sediment that runs down the hill to settle out before it hits the erosion controls. Otherwise, it's very likely to topple. So that would be my only critique, and I would ask if you can try to tighten up that slope just a little bit. Other than that, I don't have any comments. I do have a question about what you're proposing for stormwater infiltration for both the driveway and the roof runoff.
There was no stormwater, I guess there is. There are.
You state your name
nope.
and...
Karen Keegan, Allen Engineering. Sorry. There was no stormwater for the roof runoff because the town does not require it up until this meeting. So there was no stormwater to be put for the roof runoff or the driveway.
I'll pose that question to the vice chair. What has been the commission's past practice with new construction with houses and driveways with stormwater?
Well, we've asked that
Single-family
it be
houses.
shown, any roof drains, we've asked that they be shown as to where they're emptying and how they're being handled. So it's pretty.
With a preference that they be infiltrated?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Was it in your bylaw?
Is it in the bylaw?
Yeah. I'm not sure.
I don't remember seeing it. I haven't really had the issue come up yet in my short time here, so I'll have to review that, but I can review that between now and hopefully the next meeting, where I hopefully continue at least this one to try and tighten up the LOD.
Is there any?
If I could through the chair, this is Mark Allen, Allen Engineering Associates. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great, yeah, so this project is a single-family residential house. And the following obviously is the same. The Mass stormwater standards apply to any 81P lots or subdivisions of 5 lots or more. So as far as the Massachusetts stormwater standards are concerned, we do not meet that threshold, which is why we have not provided any stormwater management for less than 5 lots being created. So I know that the town is entertaining changes to that bylaw, but this was filed prior to that, and that's the reason why this project falls under the threshold of the current town standards and state standards.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any tree removal required for this project? I don't see clearing limits or anything.
I believe there will be.
I believe so too, and the limit of disturbance is the silt fence that's going around there, the house.
So it's all wooded and it's within that area?
I mean, there's some open areas as well. It's not dense woods, but it is wooded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Matthew Knight, Director of Community Development. I'm just checking to see if there's been a work program submitted by our conservation agent for the review of this project, and if that work program has been paid by the applicant.
There has not. I need to provide that.
This limit of disturbance, it's actually to the top of the print, there where your little wing wall comes out. Can that be shortened up? Is there a reason why you left that so far away from the banking, right there?
Right here?
No, that whole side there. See how, you got quite a bit here on the top. Is there a reason why? Because you got your last grading of 488, and then your silt fence is right there where your pen was.
It's right around here?
Right around in this little...
No.
This one?
No, the whole top.
The whole top.
This one.
Yeah.
Right in here?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you can't bring that limit?
To give them some sort of a backyard, to at least give them a backyard.
Okay,
A
so
little
you're going to
bit
be
of-
grading it, the backyard, you're going to grade it?
Yeah.
Lois?
Yeah,
Okay.
these are proposed grades on here.
Okay, I was just curious why, because there's no grading marks on it. I see the 488, and it's quite a ways back, and I'm saying, okay, what was the reason for that? But
But
Yes,
that
sir.
would be the end of the grade.
the 488,
Yep, then it's flat beyond that, because you got the 486 up here.
so I was just wondering why you limited disturbance went as far back as it did. That's what my question was.
Just so that they could have some sort of a backyard, because other than that, they wouldn't have any backyard. They wouldn't be able to take any, the trees would be up against their house.
Okay, so, all
So
right.
it gives them just a little bit of a backyard. It's not very much. I mean, if you were to look at it, it's probably about 50 feet, maybe a little bit more.
Right.
It's not a lot.
No, but it does, you don't depict any trees or anything on here, so it's kind of hard to figure out what it was. That's why I just asked
Oh,
what it
okay.
was, okay? So you get trees in there you're going to take down, you're going to do a little grading, so forth. Now I understand.
Yes.
But to look at just what you gave us, it's kind of hard. I don't know what's there,
Okay.
so. Anything else?
No, I would say that I would request that we condition it that they, or ask them to add a split rail fence or whatever along that 100-foot buffer line, or not, yeah, the 100-foot riverfront area line, to kind of denote that as a, not to extend work beyond that point.
Yeah.
Okay. Jim?
You mean the 100-foot riverfront line?
Yes, the
Yeah.
100-foot riverfront line.
Mike, you got anything?
If you wanted to show that on the plan for the next iteration, that would be good.
Okay.
Anything?
So they're just putting hay bales there, and that's, that'll be good enough?
But on that there, no, there's
I want to say that this is silt fence.
Silt fencing.
Wattles.
water in it.
We generally don't do hay bales anymore because the chance of having invasive seeds in there
So,
is usually high.
yeah, so use what Mark was saying, some sort of fencing?
Yeah, it's a silt fence. Are you familiar with those?
No.
Yeah, you will be soon.
No, what Mark was saying was a split rail fence for afterwards, denoting where the
yeah.
100-foot mark is.
Yeah, permanent marker.
So that, yeah, so they know in the future,
It's
when
right on
someone
the-
buys the house, there's a fence there, they kind of know that they're not to extend their
Oh,
pond beyond that point. And
Because it's right, yeah, it's right on the line. That's a good idea.
Is there anything from the floor? Yes.
So a couple of questions.
Name, please?
Keith Wanya, 70 Martin Road. So just first question would just be original plans for this site that, as a member of the Board of Water and Sewer Commission, I was able to review, showed a cul-de-sac with 3 duplexes. So it's only at the notice of this intent that we found out that it was 2 single-family homes. So unable to review the plans because those weren't submitted to Water and Sewer at this point. So concerns about where because it's 45 Martin Road, which is strictly down more towards the pond. So coming up more towards 70, is this a common driveway or are there 2 driveways for these lots? And then where do you anticipate the driveways being? So I know with this picture currently that's on the screen, that's all water and wet right there behind that fire hydrant.
So the proposed driveway, I'm upside down.
No, so this is the common driveway that's
Okay.
coming off of Martin,
Okay. At what point on Martin is the common driveway coming on?
right next to the gas line.
Right next to the gas line?
Yes, well, near the gas line, not right next to it, but near the
Okay.
gas line.
So
Not that end
so
of-
essentially across the street from 70 Martin Road?
Possibly, I don't know the number across the street.
Okay,
That's where the driveway for the 2 houses is coming in.
okay,
And then the first house will split off here, and then the second house splits off here. So that there's that common driveway goes up, and then the 2 driveways would split off of that. So this is the water line. The water line will go up up the driveway and split off between the 2 houses.
And then just secondary question again, because I didn't get to look at those plans. So is this a common septic system as was designed with the other plan?
No, 2 septic systems, 2 different lots.
2 septic systems, okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
Hi, my name is Sandy Bradley. I live on Depot Street. I'm looking at the plans here, and it's showing the proposed driveway will be sitting over the top of the Standard Oil pipeline easement.
Just the far end of it, where the turnaround is, at the far end, right there.
It has approvability granted through the...
Not the gas easement, no. But they are allowed to pass over it. They're not allowed to build on it, like as in a house or shed or anything like that, but they can pass over it.
They can put a roadway over
Yes.
asphalt.
Yep, driveway.
Is there anyone else? Anybody on Zoom? Okay. You want to vote on them one at a time?
we have to, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we continue the,
Wait a minute, do we have to close this meeting for this and then open it back up?
no, we don't close it.
I didn't hear that.
We close it because we're going to vote on the first one.
We're not going to vote. I thought we were going to continue.
Continue it?
Yeah, with the applicant's permission.
Okay. Want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we continue the public hearing for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, lot number 1.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Do we have the applicant's permission to continue?
Yes, we'll tighten up that limit of work line. We'll put in a split rail fence. I think those are the only things that you mentioned so far.
With that, and I gotta put it in a work order for it. And also, I'm reading through the bylaw, and in section 4, talks about how, you know, in a public meeting, if the Conservation Commission determines that the area which is subject to the application is significant to the interests of the bylaw, you have to issue either an approval or denial within 21 days. And then it reads, if it issues a permit after making such determination, the Conservation Commission shall impose such conditions as it determines are necessary or desirable for the protection of those interests, and work shall be done in accordance with those conditions. So if you read that, it sounds like you have a lot of sway as to require conditions, including, in my opinion, infiltration of stormwater. However, then you go to section 5, and it reads, the Conservation Commission shall not impose additional or more stringent conditions pursuant to Chapter 131, Section 40 of the general laws, which is the Wetlands Protection Act. Then it imposes pursuant to this bylaw, now shall it require a notice of intention pursuant to Section 40 to provide materials or data in addition to those required pursuant to this bylaw. Tell me if I'm wrong, but they sound like they're kind of opposing, those two statements oppose each other. So I didn't write this. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, so this is continued.
No, we still have to vote on it.
Yeah, vote.
I moved that we continue it. Someone has to second.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and seconded to continue it. Vote,
Mark
please.
Mungem, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, we'll move on to the second lot, Lot 2.
Okay, so again, my name is Nicole Hayes, professional.
Need a motion of public hearing first.
Yeah.
A motion to open the public hearing for Lot 2.
And motion to waive the reading.
What's that?
Motion to waive the reading, because it's a brand new hearing.
I move that we open the public hearing for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, Lot 2, map 169, Lot 23, and we waive the reading of the public hearing notice.
I'll second that.
Vote, please.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Greco, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
All right. My name is Nicole Hayes, professional wetland scientist with Goddard Consulting. This is Lot 2, which is just adjacent to Lot 1. As we talked about before, it's going to be a shared driveway. On this lot, there's no work within the no disturb zone. There's no building within the 50-foot no building zone. Work within the 100 to 200-foot riverfront area is just this little triangle right here. And that will be vegetation removal. There's no grading proposed. I don't see any grading, but it will be for the creation of a backyard area. That amount of work is the 1,494 square feet. We went over that already. I can again if you'd like me to. But in the end, both of these lots are way under the 10% allowable riverfront area impact. Also, the work that's within the 50 to 100-foot buffer zone area, which is this area right here, is the proposed house, the deck, with some grading, a little portion of the driveway there and here, and the septic. I'll take any questions or concerns that you have.
Through the chair.
Yes.
My comments on this are similar to the last one. This one has even less riverfront area proposed to be disturbed. Again, I agree with Ms. Hayes' assessment that they're well under 10% of the total riverfront area. I read the alternatives analysis. I agree with it. It was well put together. On this one, yeah, the building's further than 50 feet away. The total disturbance is more than 25 feet away. So, so tacking on to the comments from the last meeting, perhaps a split rail fence or other permanent demarcator of the limit of work might be appropriate for this in jurisdictional areas.
Okay, thank you. Anything from the board?
I have a question, Brent, or can you confirm this, the total area of this parcel is much bigger, I don't know, it's like 20-something
Yeah, it's
acres?
20 acres. So if you look up here, and that's the 20-acre site, just hold big, and the hatched area is where the 2 proposed houses are gonna go.
So if additional development is proposed within this site, after these 2 lots are developed, does the area of riverfront that's been utilized for this lots come off of what's available for the next lots that are,
Yes, it
or
does.
whatever development
And
is
that's a
done?
good point. We do, and I'm going to tell you something that's done often for riverfront area and also when you're filling in BVW, when there's a subdivision of land. You write it right into the order of conditions. You can even require a deed restriction stating that there's been so much of the riverfront area utilized, they only have so much left to be used in perpetuity, right? So it puts the future owner, not just in an order of conditions, but on a deed and a deed restriction, like as in the deed itself, not just the order of conditions book and page, but the deed book and page, that they only have so much room left to utilize on that lot because of the riverfront area.
So how would you do that again?
Through a deed restriction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I can repeat all that.
No, I didn't want him to repeat the whole thing.
Right, then that goes in the book and page number associated with the deed, not, it would be a condition in the order of conditions, which is going to get its own book and page number, but you do the deed restriction, it goes directly with the deed, so when the property is transferred, it's more likely to be seen and enforced. Because order of conditions have a history of being forgotten.
Exactly. Yeah, and once you have a certificate of compliance, it's kind of gone.
Right.
Anything else from the board? Any other questions? Anybody from the floor?
So, and again, I apologize for not having the opportunity to review that. So for these 2 lots, who retains ownership of the remainder of the property that runs down to the pond that's also part of this property?
I know we will be coming before you again at a later date for 2 more houses up in this section of the site, which doesn't have riverfront area associated with it. It's near the pond. I don't know the answer to that question.
And the question was again?
So just in the future, again, because I didn't see the lot lines for these 2 lots. So the original plan that I looked at showed the ownership of those lots running further down, what I would consider northerly towards the pond. So this seems like it's much...
So you have these 2 lots here.
So with these 2...
You can forget that other plan. It
Right, no, I
doesn't exist
understand,
any
it's just,
further.
it's burned in here, so. So you've got these 2 lots, so then you continue northerly down Martin Road, so that piece of property that runs through to the pond.
Right. So there are 2 more lots.
There's 2 more lots.
2 more lots with single-family houses.
Which would be coming in off of Martin Road.
Yes.
In the future.
Yes.
So is there only 2 more lots available, or is there just 2 more that you see now and then we're going to add?
There's 2 more available. The amount of resources on the site, doing
there's a considerable amount of swampland there and water, so.
Okay. Anybody else on the floor? That being said, anybody on Zoom? Okay.
Can we make that, the only thing I heard for this lot was the split rail fence. We can make that a condition, and also the deed restriction. We can make a condition.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to have the deed restriction enforced.
Yeah, I think that's, if you're comfortable with that, it's like, you know, unless you want to see the fence on the plan, you could make it a condition.
Make it a condition.
You could always make it a condition. You could always say, you know, if you're comfortable enough, because it's a pretty simple amendment. Instead, just submit a new plan within the 21-day period showing the fence, and that's the plan we'll reference if you think that it can get done.
Want to continue this, or?
No, I think we can.
I think you're closing it tonight, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Yeah. With the two special conditions, specifically split rail fence along the limit of disturbance, with a new plan showing the fence to be submitted within, let's say, 14 days, right?
Okay, no problem.
And a deed restriction explaining that the total amount of riverfront area on site is what was it, how many square feet?
The total is 224,443.
And you've used up, between the two lots?
Around 15,185.
Right.
We have up to 24,444.
Right. So that will get documented in the deed restrictions, so future owners and the Conservation Commission will know what is left. Because that's something that often gets forgotten over time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? That's it? Okay, get a motion to close the public hearing?
One last thing. That the deed, I recommend that the deed restriction be presented to the Conservation Commission before the occupancy permit is issued. And that way, it keeps people on a timeline. And I'm sure that I can work things out with the building commissioner to ensure that happens.
Is there anything else? One last time.
That's it.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Got a motion and seconded to close the public hearing? Vote, please.
Mark Mungem, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just want to say before you take a vote, you just need a work program from Brandon on this one.
We can do that, but I think that this was kind of a double header.
Okay.
So I think the work program can get incorporated. This is lot one, right?
This is lot
Two.
This is lot two. I think the work program for both can get kind of rolled into lot two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, vote. Motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the notice of intent for John Mashushian, 45 Martin Road, lot number 2, map 169, lot 23, with the following conditions: that within the next 14 days that they prepare a plan showing split rail fence along the limited disturbance line within 50 feet of the wetland edge, that they file a deed restriction that shows that 15,185 square feet of riverfront have been utilized in the development of these parcels, and that the deed restriction be put in place prior to occupancy permit being granted.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Vote, please. We have a motion seconded.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Rick Rocco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
And when is the next hearing?
April 22nd.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, next, open a public hearing for a notice of intent, Edward O'Leary, 140 Davis Street, for a 7,825 square foot metal building, map 192, lot 1. That's number 11.
I move we open the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Vote.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Rick Rocco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
Good evening, Karen Keegan, Allen Engineering. This is a parcel on Davis Street. This is 140 Davis Street. This is what the actual parcel looks like. The treat area. It is an 11.3 acre parcel. It has a gas easement that runs through it. It is a wooded lot. He proposes to construct a metal building, parking, grading, septic system, on-site drainage system. And as you can see, this is the area that he wants to build in. He doesn't want to touch any of this, he just wants to build in this area. There's an area of wetlands on the site. The area starts on the this corner of the lot, and it's a small area here, but it gets much bigger as it gets along to the other side of the lot here. Again, we're only building in this area here. Okay, as you can see, this is where he's putting his building. 8 feet off the street. It is 16 and a half feet off of this sideline. It is, I believe, 396 feet off the back of the lot. A portion of the 100-foot wetland buffer runs within the building. A portion of the 50-foot buffer runs through the drainage area. There is no work inside the 20-foot no disturb area. This will be all paved. The traffic is to come in through this area here. It goes around the building in this area. It also goes through his lot. He owns 124. It's a welding business next door. The trucks are to enter this area, and they're to go through the back here, and they go through the building where he unloads the trucks, and they exit the building and exit the parcel themselves. So basically, this building he's unloading the materials for his welding business. So he needs to go through the building, unload them, and then they leave the area itself. Again, we've got an area of drainage here. We have catch basin in the back, double catch basin here, which will catch all the water that's coming off of the building in this area. We do have on-site Cultex chamber system for the roof drains themselves, so he'll have his roof will be draining into the Cultex system here because it is a large area. But the parking lot itself will be draining into the catch basin here, into the catch basin in this direction, and into here. Now, he does have...
So does all the drainage come to the front?
Excuse me?
So does all the drainage come to the front?
Yeah, so this the lot, I'll show you that next page.
Okay, sorry.
So the grading on one, there starts, there's a hill up here, and it grades straight down to the street area there where it pulls into this wetland area and brings off in that direction. In the back area here, they propose a geotech reinforced stone slope to be designed by others. It is a one-to-one stone slope. At the bottom of the slope, he has two drop inlets, one here and one there, that go into this drain manhole and that drain manhole. Catch basin is here again, and again, it is going to catch the water that's coming off of this part of the pavement, that part of the pavement, and this part. The second one is in the corner over here. And again, this water is to flow in this direction and into that catch basin, which will go into another drain manhole here, into an oil and grit separator, one here, and an oil and grit separator, one on the other side, with a catch basin on that's going to catch the water that's coming down this driveway. That water will be caught in this catch basin here. And again, go into the grit and oil separator and into the detention pond. Now, let me explain the detention pond. This is a gabion basket detention pond. So this detention pond is made out of gabion baskets, which are large stones in wire baskets. They are 2 by 2 by 4 feet long. They are stacked on top of each other. And it's about 10 foot wide at the end. We have a couple of sanitary forebays in here, one at the other end. The drainage from the roof from these Caltech systems is going to run into this drainage basin here, right there, and then it's going to leave in this proposed outlet structure to a rock and grassed area, and it'll just gently flow into the wetland area after it's been treated. I believe on page C7, kind of shows you a detail of what this gabion basin looks like. Again, they're stacked on top of each other, so there'll be 3 at the bottom. The next row will have 2. The top row will have 1. On the end of the basin where it is closest to the wetlands, there is going to be a 4 foot 40 mil poly barrier, just in case, water gets through. We don't want it to break out. Does anybody have any questions? Again, no work within the 25. We are working up to the grading, but there is no work within the 25.
How thick is the poly barrier?
A 40 mil poly barrier. Thickness.
How much is that in English?
It's a good thickness.
Good thickness. See what
On these doors, the overhead doors going in, do you have gas oil separators for the doors? Going into
Yes,
the door?
they're right here.
Will-
Yes, they're 2 floor drains, one at each end of this building, with a tight tank to be designed by the plumber
Yeah,
for the
I see
building.
it. Okay, I see it now.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I see you've done testing for stormwater.
Yes.
Soil testing, right?
Yeah.
I was looking at this hill, and it's a fairly, mildly steep hill. Here I am at the top looking down the wetland here, right? And just give you a little cross-sectional idea of what it looks like. So, it goes uphill with the wetlands at the bottom. So if the site isn't closely watched during construction, this could end up being bad. And the wetland is holding water. And Samantha and I observed at least 5 vernal pool species egg masses in there. So it's not certified, but I think there's enough credible evidence that we can call at least a portion of that wetland a vernal pool. So I just want to point that out. So, I have a lot of concern about it in erosion control. As far as that hill's concerned, I'm a little concerned, like, has anybody done ledge testing to assure that you start, because there's a lot of grading to flatten it out. Are you sure you're not going to hit ledge in there?
I don't think we've hit ledge.
Yeah, if I can, through the chair, Mark Allen with Allen Engineering again. The test pits that we have done did not encounter any ledge. We do know that there is a cut to the rear of the building outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. The biggest cut on site is out by where Mr. O'Leary's present building is at 124 Davis Street. And should any ledge get encountered, we will be consulting with a geotechnical engineer for that one-to-one slope to the rear of the building. Yeah, if you kind of pull up, I think it's C6. Yes, back in that area there. That grading will need to be coordinated with the Tennessee Gas Company. Any excavation within 150 feet of the gas easement needs to be coordinated with them. So if and when encountered, there are mitigating measures that we need to take care of, not only with the gas company, but with the geotechnical engineer to make sure that those slopes remain stable. But again, if you can kind of pan out a hair, it's probably 200 feet from the wetland area and back beyond Mr. O'Leary's current facility. So the area within the jurisdiction, which has the majority of fill, will be, I think, less likely to encounter any ledge during construction.
I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman. Just that the whole site drains down to the wetlands, so even these areas that are outside of jurisdiction have the potential to flow down into it at a high degree, and we have a 26.5-foot cut happening up here. So, I just thought that I would bring that up, because I've seen hills like this that go up steep and they really make me wonder, like, well, what's the potential for hidden ledge? And I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I always recommend that the long-term operation and maintenance plan become a condition in the order of conditions, which is here in the stormwater checklist. I have noticed in the past that Gabions, they're in a wire mesh. And if they're like the zinc oxide, wire mesh, they tend to corrode over time, and they tend to fall apart. So I want to point that out. Maybe that could be added as one of the parts of the operation and maintenance plan, that the Gabions themselves are inspected and replaced as necessary over time, so that the integrity of the Gabions stay in place. Because I've never seen this kind of stormwater detention system before. Have you?
Creative.
It is creative.
Yeah. I've seen Gabions used for many things, but not usually stormwater. But you can use them.
So if I could, and I'm sure Randy can attest to this, we have not yet received a DEP file number yet. We have not received any comments as far as the stormwater goes from the state. We did contract with the town's peer review agent, Graves Engineering, and we have not yet heard or seen any peer review comments from them as well. So I think they'll be doing a more comprehensive stormwater review, of which we will reply in writing and in plan form once we get that report.
So the only other thing is I guess kind of a procedural issue. The bylaw regulations state no structure, no disturbance within 25 feet, which they are adhering to here, and no building within 50 feet. And we went through this exercise before, the table and the regulation. What is a building? What is the definition of building? And there's been some disagreement over what a building is. And in Table 1 of the bylaw regulations, there can be no, let me go through as it is applicable. Utilities, limit of disturbance, 10 feet except for permitted crossings. roads or multiple concurrent driveways, 25 feet except for permitted crossings, and 30 feet for building. Commercial, industrial, parking lot, or other non-residential activity not included above. The limit of work or disturbance is 50 feet. So, make that correction. The limit of building is 75 feet in table 1.
Okay,
So how are we doing on that?
we're definitely under the 75, that's the 100 foot. Okay, and the driveway is here.
And according to the regulations, building means anything requiring a building permit or other structure including but not limited to retention or detention ponds, culverts, or wing walls. And then you go to table 1 and it reads that the limit of work or disturbance is 50 feet and the limit of building is 75 feet. So that's...
So the building meets that, the driveway is 65 feet.
Right, but the definition of building is that including but not limited to retention or detention ponds. So what do you call this, called the Gabion?
It's a detention pond.
Right, so according to table 1, the limit of building is 75 feet according to that.
For a detention pond?
Yeah, so again, building means anything requiring a building permit or other structure including but not limited to retention or detention ponds, culverts, or wing walls. And then table 1, for commercial, industrial, parking lot, or other non-residential activity not included above, excluding municipal activities, limit of work or disturbance, like as in the no-touch zone, 50 feet, and the limit of building, which according to that definition here that I just read includes retention or detention ponds, is 75 feet. So what do we got on the...
Yeah, we can definitely revisit that for sure.
Okay.
That contradicts the Mass stormwater standards, but we'll revisit that on the next round after we hear from Graves Engineering and the state DEP.
It may, but this is under the local bylaw.
Correct, understood.
Yeah.
Anything from the board?
I have 2 questions. One is, I forgot my first question. Oh, no, the grading. I mean, the general elevation of the property, like through the middle it says 490, and the proposed grade is 483, and we know all the back of the site is being cut. So what is to be done with all the soil that comes from this property?
Probably just moved around, taken off site, but he's not doing it, he's not selling it or anything like that. Just taking it off site because he doesn't use it on this particular site.
Have you done a takeoff as to what the cut and fill is and how much is needs to be removed?
Yeah, I think we were in the ballpark of about 18,000 yards.
Needs to be removed.
Yes.
All right, thank you. It's a lot of material.
Yes.
That's a lot of...
That's a lot of trucks.
A lot of trips.
A lot of truck trips.
Yes.
Okay. And is there a construction sequence plan?
There is not at this moment.
We can add that for sure on the next iteration.
Okay. I would like to see that the detention basin be the first thing developed and built so that it controls the runoff from the site, or if not the actual detention basin, that a detention area to control runoff coming off that back slope be contained fully.
Completely understood. This does fall under the regulations of the NIPD's permit, so anything over an acre is going to require a NIPD's permit. This definitely does trigger that, and we will be filing all of the necessary federal permits for those items as well. And we can CC the commission on all those documents if that's something you want to put in the order conditions.
Yeah, I would recommend that. That would be stormwater standard. I want to say 8.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I heard that there was to be over 13,000 cubic yards of material that were removed from the site. That would trigger a special permit from the planning board for earth removal. So that is a filing that we would anticipate as well.
What's the threshold, Matt?
300?
Taking 18,000? Yeah. Might be a little bit over. Okay, anything, you guys all set? Anything from the floor? Is there anything else from Zoom? Okay. See a motion to continue this?
Sure, I'll make a motion, we continue the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Have a motion and second to continue the public hearing on 140 Davis Street. Yeah, 140 Davis Street. Vote, please.
Next meeting?
Next,
April 22nd.
you be ready by the 22nd?
Yep,
Okay, April 22nd.
as long as we hear back from Graves. We still haven't heard
I
back.
still gonna,
And you need a DP number too,
yeah,
right?
DEP. Is that gonna give you enough time to get those?
I would, if I could, through the chair, just recommend that we stay on that pace for the 22nd. If for some reason Graves doesn't get us the information in time, we can request a continuance.
Okay. In the meantime, you're gonna file for the permit through planning board, correct?
I don't think he heard you.
In the meantime, you're gonna file through the planning board for the permit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion, and seconded. Vote, please, to continue the meeting.
Mark Mongemi?
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
And that's continued to the 22nd. Okay, thank you. Close this, right? Okay.
The Orange Street lots, Mr. Chairman, lots 10 and lot 11, the applications have been rescinded, so they're not even up for discussion.
Okay. We're into old business.
Numbers 12 and 13, those applications have been rescinded.
Point of order, just a question for Mr. Fan, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Do these need to be considered withdrawal without prejudice and voted on by the commission?
You know what, that's a good idea. I agree, Matt. Go for it.
Okay, we need a motion to,
Accept withdrawal
Do we need
without
to-
prejudice.
Do we need to open it first before we withdraw it, or
No.
no?
can we combine them? See how it's the same applicant?
I would do that.
Okay, so we're going to entertain a motion for the first one, for Lot 10, to withdraw it.
I make a motion that the public meeting for Orange Street Lot 10 be withdrawn without prejudice.
I'll second that.
That's at the request of the applicant.
Yes, you're gonna file NOIs. Made it easy for you.
We have a motion and second.
Mark Mongemi?
Jim Farr and I.
Greco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. All right.
And I make a motion that a public meeting for Orange Street Lot 11 be withdrawn without prejudice.
Second.
We have a motion and seconded for Lot 11 to be withdrawn.
Mark Mongemi?
Jim Farr and I.
Greco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. We're into old business. We have a continued public hearing, notice of intent, Paul Mishada, 175 Farm Road, map 237, lot 25.
evening, Dr. Mattel from Mega Engineering, and I have Bob Mattel from Martin or quick refreshment. That was approved before by the Commission a few years ago. I mean, 20 years ago, that size building, exactly. The location of the well was about 10 feet away from the wetland. However, we came to the previous commission with requested to do something similar but smaller house, and you were open for that. So we came also before this commission, after the new commission came in, we showed the difference between what we were proposing and what was approved before. That was the old house, everything was here 20, that was a new house location, old septic and new septic. So much smaller size house, much smaller septic. However, we requested to have the house to be 47 feet away from the wetland. I think we got an okay on that, but during the approval for the previous meeting, the commission said we don't want to see anything in the buffer zone. We have 50-foot buffer. So that was submitted last night. The house will be 47.5 feet from the wetland, and the well was about 20 feet away from the wet buffer zone. And then the commission said they want to have everything outside the 50-foot. And they asked us to go back to the Board of Health system and the variance, and also if we can go to zoning board of appeals to get closer to the wetland. I did contact the Board of Health, I talked with Brandon on the email. He said they don't allow any variances for this project. It's a new construction, there is no variance. It's closer to the, between the well and the septic or the house or any variance, not allowed. And also to avoid going to zoning board of appeals to get closer to the street, we did cut the house back, we made the house smaller so we can stay outside the 50-foot buffer. And also right now the septic is exactly 20 feet away from the house. The house is 50 feet away from the above wetland buffer. And also we were able to move the well closer to the septic, and we are now 28 feet away from the so we're outside the 25 feet. So I would believe that what we have right now is meet all the requirements, and there's always any questions.
The Board of Health told you couldn't move the well any closer?
We cannot get any variances because for the new construction, because we can shift everything on the project. And Brandon was talking to me.
Brandon?
Yeah, I've seen that email, Mr. Chairman. This is not an actual permit. It's a written opinion in an email that 100 feet is as close as you can go. That's what's the name. Donatelli is the one who wrote that. So they do have the house at least 50 feet away, like exactly 50 feet away on that corner. It's right here.
Right, so when you start digging, you're into the...
The main building is outside.
Right, so the building goes right up to the edge of the 50. The disturbance within 25 feet is associated with the well, and we had this argument the last meeting they were in over what is the definition of a building, because according to Table 1 of the bylaw regulations, residential activity, including residential lots and multifamily residential development, the limit of disturbance is 25 feet, the limit of building is 50 feet. But then we also have a line item for utilities. The limit of work or disturbance is 10 feet, and the limit of building is 15 feet. So the question is, what is the building and what does the proposed well, what definition does that fall under? Otherwise, the building's at least 50 feet away, and with the exception of the well, the disturbance is at least 25 feet away. There was a request to make the house at least 50 feet away, and other disturbance at least 25 feet away. Mr. Macarius has made some attempts. The question is does he meet the requirements under the bylaw and bylaw regulations? So that's, I think, the big sticking point right now is the fact we've got a building right up against the 50-foot mark, and we have a well, including the sump pit, about 28 feet away on the well and a little bit closer on the sump pit. And what are your thoughts on that? And I'll let it go. I'll hand it back to you.
Well, you're saying it's 28, but I'm reading the plan I have in front of me. It says 25 to the center of the well to the wetlands.
The reason.
And if you swing that radius around, does that become closer?
This should be the 3/12/24 revised plan, bottom right.
Yeah.
No, my plan says 3.5.
Yep.
Do you have a big plan?
Yeah, see, this is definitely a different plan.
Why does the grading extend all the way from the house to the well?
Well, just we're creating more flat area for the side yard for the house, so it's outside of the.
And I'm concerned about if this is approved, how the well truck's going to get in, because well trucks need a flat surface to back up, and they do have stabilizers. But when they're backing up to the spot, they need a level area. I've run into this problem before where I find out that they're doing grading that was never on the proposed plan, just so the truck could get in. So I want to make sure that we're addressing that now as well.
I mean, the nice area of the house right here, you can see between 500 meters and 600. This is the flat area for the access.
Yeah, it's a 25.
And so the proposed grading area is 50 feet.
Yeah, that's fine. We prove that all the time. I don't like all this slope.
Okay, so that all said,
yes,
at the last hearing, a number of abutters spoke regarding poor well yields.
Okay, can I address that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I told you I would check on the well, how that works out. The conservation doesn't have any jurisdiction on the well itself. That is a DEP and a Board of Health issue. I checked that out. As I told you, I would check it out. So as far as the yields on the wells, we don't have jurisdiction on that. The way I'm interpreting it.
We did get both the for the abutting properties.
All right.
There is nothing done recently, last one was like 2007. There is no fracking for any wells, no permits were pulled for these houses after 2007.
Okay.
And the other.
My comment, Mr. Chairman, was going to be that we have two public interests under the Wetlands Protection Act and the bylaw regarding protection of groundwater supply and public and private drinking, private and public water supply.
Okay.
So the question to the commission is, in my opinion, does the work proposed, do you believe that it will impact the wetland resource areas here, which is BVW, to the point where it will negatively impact or adversely impact the protection of groundwater supply or private or public water supply? It's not so much, I'm gonna build a new well, and therefore there's going to be, as one gentleman said last time, there's going to be one more straw, right, sucking up water that's going to affect all the other wells. I think this is what you're referring to, Mr.
Right.
Chairman. You can't look at it in that way. You have to look at it in the context of the wetland impact, and will the work in the buffer zone here in turn negatively impact the BVW's, the bordering vegetated wetlands, ability to provide for groundwater supply and public or private water supply. So will this work? Because wetlands are the places where rainwater then turns into groundwater, and those are the places where the deep groundwater is replenished, is in wetlands. That's where most of that happens, okay? So will the work in the buffer zone impact the wetlands' ability to resupply the groundwater and therefore public water supply or private water supply? That's the context of what you have to think about. Not I'm going to put in another well and it's going to be another straw.
1 minute, we'll get to the floor, let the board discuss.
Is there any clearing required for construction of this lot?
Yes, it's slightly wooded, and the name of the work is erosion control itself, and we're also sending the roof runoff for fiber.
Can you show the proposed clearing on the plan?
Sure, yeah, it's basically the erosion control and roof work is the proposed.
So you're removing all the trees along Old Farm Road to establish the lot?
Yes, it's very lightly line trees, it's just mostly like large boulders everywhere in the area. Looks like they were spelled before.
Do you have any pictures of this site?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me ring them up. So, Northwest Main Street,
So there's no large trees, it's all
a lot of this site has fill material that I believe was just leftover material from the construction of the road. And I was right, it's mostly small trees and saplings in here that are probably within the last 30 years, I'd say. Yeah, that was a sample of water sample. Here I am down by the wetlands on the left-hand side, and then it goes up pretty quickly into the upland area. Now, this is generally what it looks like. Flag 7, looking north. There's a little brook that forms in the middle of the wetland here. And this is the culvert in the general area of where the well's going to be. And here's a look at the lot from the road. So the house would be down in this area right here. There's a little mound right here. So my opinion is that when they were building the place in the road, you know, this might have been a staging area. It could have been a place where they just threw the junk material they weren't using.
Okay.
So my concern would be some of the grading that extends all the way out to the well. It would seem to me like some of that grading could get turned and come back towards the road and have some less disturbance of the 50-foot buffer zone. And then the slope, I'd be concerned about the slope that's between 50 and 25 feet. And, you know, it's the limit of work and the erosion control is right on the toe of that slope. So I'd be concerned about that, just like on the last hearing that we had, and making sure that the silt fence is at least 5 feet away from the slope, where the slope ends. And I'd like to see some tree planting back in along the road. If it's all going to be removed along the road, I'd like to see some tree planting within the buffer zone.
Jim? Mike? Bernie, you got anything else?
No, I gave you the context by which I think you need to be thinking about it.
Quick thing, just the grading actually down here between 25 and 50, it's like 35, it's like 4 or 5 1. But we can put it back.
Yes, you want to come up and give us your name?
Me, yes. Rebecca Kloss. I live next door to the site at 81 Old Farm Road. And I discussed most of this at the last meeting as well. And I don't agree with your comment at all. This commission cannot approve things that don't comply with Title V regulations. Title V is a state regulation, and for you to throw it back and say the Board of Health, that's absolutely wrong. It's in, and we discussed this at the last meeting. I cited 310 CMR 10.03, paragraph 3, that says that the Conservation Committee is responsible for reviewing plans for compliance with Title V in Massachusetts and the local bylaws. Whichever is most stringent applies. That's up to you to determine which one is more stringent. In some cases, our bylaw might be more stringent than Title V. But these plans don't comply with Title V, and they also don't comply with our wetland bylaws anyway. These shouldn't have even been brought to a meeting tonight because these plans don't show the neighboring leach fields, septic systems, and wells. Scott's septic system, leach field, is right near this proposed well. You can't build a well close to the septic system. It will be contaminated very quickly.
Excuse me, how far is his septic system from the well?
How am I supposed to know? Am I a surveyor to go out there? His
that's what you're saying.
his septic system is almost on the property line, and the well that they're proposing is right outside the wetlands. So you're going to have a situation where you have a leach field here, some wetlands in between it, and then someone's well.
That's what I'm
Does that sound like environmentally responsible to have a leach field?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is how far?
It's his responsibility to have on the plans all of the septic systems within 200 feet, which he does not. It shouldn't have even come to this meeting without that being shown on the 1 to 20 plans. That's what it says in Douglas bylaws. So number one, the plans don't show everything that they're supposed to show. These are federally classified wetlands to say, you know, oh, some guy when he was building them, this lot's been for sale for 20 years. Yeah, they probably threw a bunch of debris in there. That doesn't mean that what's underneath it isn't wet. This land has been for sale literally for 25 years. It's not buildable, which is why no one's bought it in 25 years. The proposed well is less than 25 feet from the wetlands. 25 feet is the minimum setback required by Title V. And Title V is a state regulation, and it's not something that Douglas can overlook or not consider. And the proposed well is also, yeah, it's too close to the Shays. I believe it's probably about 50 or 60 feet from his septic system. He might be able to tell you that. They don't even show that whole side of the lot line on the 1 to 20 plan. You can't even see it. They've cut off the frontage of the lot. That's not even a complete plan bit. That's the wrong scale. That's not a 1 to 20 plan. The little blow up on the side is, in any case. And then my well and septic aren't really shown on the plan either. I'm not even sure where my septic is, so for him to say that he knows it's more than 200 feet from this site is not true, because I'm not even sure where it is.
Okay, so which is fine, and I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
But if you don't know where your septic is, right? So if your septic's here to your property line, how many feet is that? That's what I'm asking you.
That would be up to you to research. That's your job as the commission. I mean, he's proposing to build something.
No, I
He's
know,
the
but I
one.
was asking
He's the
you.
one.
I was asking you.
I'm not trying to build anything. He is. So he's the one who's supposed to come to the commission with the appropriate plans, and I don't believe this is. And it is this commission's purview to review these plans for Title V compliance. You cannot throw it back and say, oh, we're gonna leave it up to the Board of Health to approve this well. And this has been going on the whole neighborhood. None of this stuff has been in compliance with Title V even, and they haven't been notifying neighbors, and they haven't been showing neighbors wells and septics on the plans. It's been going on boom, 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 right down the whole street.
Mr. Chairman, might give some context to this. In regards to the Title V review, there is that section 10.03, but the Conservation Commission's jurisdiction ends in a septic system's context of impact to wetlands, right? I'd like you to tell the Board of Health that the Conservation Commission now is approving designs for septic systems, right? So the standards are, under the Wetlands Protection Act, are that septic systems can be no closer than 50 feet to a BVW for new construction, right? In regards to the wells and the well placement, you know, the Conservation Commission has to have an idea of how close the well and the septic system can be, because then that gives you an idea of how things are going to be configured. And if another well on another property is missed or forgotten about, and suddenly you find out after the fact that there's a well within 100 feet of the leach field, then this whole approval was done, you know, kind of fraudulently, right? So that's definitely a legitimate concern, but it's not the commission's job to show where all the wells are. That's the applicant. So if you're not comfortable, you can have the applicant do that exercise, right? But right now, we show one well and one leach field. The leach field has to be 100 feet away from the well. They've done that. If there are other wells in the area that you don't know about, we don't know about it, right? So the worst case scenario is you find out that there's a well that was in 100 feet of the leach field. You can revoke the order because it was issued fraudulently, right?
So let me ask the applicant, when you did leach fields, I know you have to know where the wells are in that area. Okay? When you did the well, how close is that well to any leach field?
It's far, more than 100 feet away from the leach field based on the survey, based on the record on the Board of Health. And I think we talked about that.
No, we didn't talk about that.
No, we talked, I mean, she brought this issue before in the last meeting, and I also stated again, we did the survey, we did locate any wells, and all septics was 100 feet of the well, our wells were 100 feet of our septics. And whatever on the plan is correct, and we have a statement on the plan that says all wells was 100 feet of our septics are showing, or septics was 100 feet of our proposed wells are showing. And this was reviewed by the Board of Health, approved by the Board of Health, and this plan stands. And if there's any issues, they can bring it up to the Board of Health if they think there is something closer than.
I don't think he's understanding that it's not only the proposed leach field that he's proposing, it's the existing leach field of a neighbor.
We know that.
I definitely think it's less than 100 feet.
There's no standard in the Wetlands Protection Act or the bylaw that says that leach fields have to be a certain distance away from each other. It's only wells to leach field and leach fields to wetlands.
Right, but it seems to me that having a leach field, a wetland, and a well is not a great setup. You have nothing, you have water in between a septic system and the well. It's common sense.
This plan is not according to Title V.
I don't believe that it's 100 feet from it because he hasn't shown it on the plan. It's his due diligence to show everything that's within 200 feet, but he hasn't done that, and yet we're still sitting here discussing it, which it shouldn't be happening.
So Under the bylaw, the commission has pretty much carte blanche. There's this table, right? It says that, certain structures and disturbances have to be a certain feet away. But if you look in the preamble to that section, the commission has the ability, on a case-by-case basis, to require separation of up to 100 feet. So, the complete breadth of your jurisdiction. And I can tell you that the distance to the well and the leach field and the leach field to the wetland meet the state standards. I think that for the most part it meets the bylaw standards. So I think really the only sticking point here is your definition of what the well is. Is it a utility or is it a building? And how comfortable the commission is with the overall disturbance around the BVW. And potential impact on well yield. And I should phrase it, it's the wetland's ability to provide for the public interest of groundwater supply and public and private water supply. That's the context I would look at it. And you don't have to be held to the distances that are in that table. You can go greater if you want. But again, this is a multi-member board, majority rules, and whatever you decide you're comfortable with is what majority will decide.
Yes.
Jonathan Dagnall, 64 Woodland Road. I'm 2 houses away. I was at the last meeting, and I'm not here to gaslight. I'm here as a resident. Personally, I don't care whose department it is. I don't care whose job it is. All I care about is my water, my household, and all of the people around me that share the same concerns. Now, my side of the street on Woodland Road and a lot of the homes on the opposite side, not all, but a lot, have walkout basements. We're all on a hill. Septic system takes up the whole front yard. And the way everything is designed and the way the wetlands are laid out, well goes, can't live there because you can't replace the well. So unless we're going to stop flying well trucks into people's backyards, what are we going to do? And most of us have wetlands on our property, or abutting our property, or in the neighbor's property, all of which impacts our ability to deal with that well. Now, I've only lived here 2 years. I've already had a problem. All of my neighbors have chronic problems. So this is a situation now where a lot of us don't have the ability to do anything to the well to fix the well if this problem gets worse. And I can't help but agree with your statement because you brought it up the last time. These wetlands are what's feeding our wells. So, where are we? Whether it's conservation or the Board of Health, I don't care. I don't care whose problem it is because I don't want it to be my problem. And right now, we have a problem in the development that we know about. So how do we fix that? How do we address that? That's my concern. Because if it gets worse, what are we supposed to do? They're not going to bring water in 5 miles from the intersection of 16 and 96. It's all friggin' ledge. You're not going to pick the road up 12 feet to run a water main, and who's going to pay for it? Most of the people that are on Woodland Road have only been there less than 8 years. So most of us have brand new houses that we're now going to be in jeopardy of not being able to live in because we don't have water. My understanding, the water ends at the intersection where 16 bangs a right, heads out towards Indian Ranch. Well, if that's the case, what are we going to do? Can't even plant a tree in this development.
Well, the question I got is that, and again, the comment I made earlier, was the well yields, is we have no jurisdiction on whether it's 1 gallon or 3 gallons, whatever, that's something else. But if you had wells out in the area, what were the yields when those wells were put in? Were they to standard, were they not? I don't know. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, there are houses being built already in Woodland right around the corner, and any house, before you build a house, you have to get a well permit first, you have to drill the well.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, but that's not where I'm going with this. So the people in Woodland, you guys had a problem up there. What is the average yield that those pumps, that your wells are producing? 3 gallons a minute?
I can't tell you that.
5 gallons a minute?
I can't tell you that because the well company refused to give me my gallon per minute because they were in a fight with Barlow. I can tell you that the house directly next to me has cisterns.
If you go down,
I can tell you that the two houses.
Cut you off. You go down to the Board of Health, that's on the record, okay? What that well yield is. It doesn't matter who the guy is that drilled whatever. Board of Health has a record of that, just like your system. They're not that old of a system. I know the area very well, okay? And my question is, what is the yield? Is there a problem up there with water, period? Or what's going on? And I don't know how you get it through with the low yield out of your wells. How they even get it approved and built there. That's what you're telling me.
Well, I can tell you from my experience going through the process of getting this house, there's a lot of inconsistencies. My house failed twice, but suddenly 4:30 the night before it closed, under threat of a lawsuit, the house got a CO at almost 5 o'clock from a Board of Health agent who was working from home because it was COVID. Probably the same reason why I'm finding out now, 2 years later, that almost every house in the development has radon. And after we specifically requested, does this house have radon? And they all said no. I'm now going to be footing the bill for $5,000 in radon remediation on a brand new house. There's a lot of things that went on in this development under the last developer and builders that were in there that were less than par, to say the least. But now here we are dealing with it.
Mr. Chairman, I did contact the Board of Health asking them if there's any issues or any complaints or anyone filed any permit for fracking the wells or the new wells, and the answer was not. Everything here we have is from 2005, 2007, and nothing new.
That's absolutely not
No
true.
one submitted, this is from the Board of Health.
Absolutely not true.
You want to submit that as an exhibit?
Absolutely.
Does that show the well yields?
Does it show the well yields? Does it?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Chairman, it's not so much the well itself, like you said, the well testing and approval process is separate. The question is whether or not the work proposed will adversely impact the wetlands' ability to provide for the public interests. Those two that I've been telling you about probably being the most prescient here. And regarding the bylaw and the bylaw regulations, it reads here that the commission shall presume that work in the category shown in Table 1 within the tabulated distances from a wetland resource area will result in alteration of the resource area and will require that the applicant maintain a strip of continuous undisturbed vegetative cover within the 100-foot buffer zone unless the applicant can demonstrate to the commission, this is the important part, unless the applicant can demonstrate to the commission that the area or part of it may be disturbed without harm to the values protected by the town bylaw. So I guess that the question really gets turned back to the applicant, Raouf here. By doing this work, let's presume that the work may adversely impact the wetlands' ability to provide the groundwater supply and private and public water supply. How will the work not impact it?
And everything we have here, the house itself, wherever goes in the ground, goes in the, goes in the house, it goes infiltrated in the ground. And whatever we take from the well, we can send it in the septic system again. So everything will be infiltrated in the ground. The driveway will be sent, the runoff from the driveway will be sent in the well. So actually we are increasing, not decreasing. So we infiltrate everything back in the ground. So we're not reducing the amount of rain or the water that goes in the side.
So your answer, Raouf, is that you're saying that you're infiltrating everything back into the ground, no water will be lost, and all this water, I presume, is going towards the wetland? So that's your story, and you're sticking to it? Yes. Okay. I was just being facetious. I'm not being serious.
This part of the 5 acres, so it's a small house, 3-bedroom house.
It's tough being the last lot in the subdivision to be developed, because you got to think about cumulative impact to the wetlands as well.
It's not the last lot. You're trying to build, you're trying to extend the street, and they're trying to build behind it, too.
So the next meeting, 250-6.
I stand corrected, there's more houses to be built.
There's 20 houses.
It's all one water source.
Cumulative
Besides
impact
that, this-
is
the
part
whole
of
neighborhood.
is part of the whole
The last house that went
rubric
in-
there as well.
There were 3 different well repairs, 3 different properties, all had the well repair man
Mike.
come.
If you were done without the variance of the town.
Besides that, like, on the other side of the lot too, so on his side, you have a leach field, wetlands, and then a well, and then on my side, you have the same thing. They're proposing to build a leach field, then there's wetlands, and then there's my well. This site, the buildable part of this site, is a tiny little 50-foot island with water all around it. And it's wet all the time. And it's got big rocks and trees. It's a hole. Like, that's what we're talking about building on. It's a hole. It's like 50 feet of land between the road, and the road's up here. This house is gonna be in a hole next to the road. That's what we're talking about. And when you say, talking about trees getting replanted, you're looking at a leach field, a well, a driveway, and a house. Do you think that there's gonna be any trees on any of that? There's not gonna be any trees there anymore. There will be none. I don't think you have a clear understanding when you look at civil plans, what you're looking at. And you need to educate yourself, because if you're looking at a leach field, there is not going to be trees planted on it.
Ma'am, that's enough.
Okay.
Is there anybody else?
He's focused on like tree planting, and it's like, there's no
Yes,
land
I
there.
suggested that we have them plant trees as a condition of the plan.
There's no
of
land
approval.
area to put the trees on.
Oh, I see an area. You must not be able to read the plan, ma'am.
Hold on. Yes.
Good evening. Scott Shea, 71 Old Farm Road, the other side of this property, which will be the top. I spoke last time at length. And Mr. Mudge, I know you weren't here, so I'll go through kind of the cliff notes with leaving out my straw analogy. As I understand, you guys can't really control, as Mr., I'm sorry, sir, I know it's Brandon, I don't know your last name, but as you made the comment.
Don't call me late for dinner.
Copy that. Brandon, would you mind pulling up the GIS of my property? I spoke out of, I misspoke at the last meeting, and I just wanted to.
Sure. What's the address?
71 Old Farm Road.
Okay.
So you bought this property?
I do. If you don't mind turning on the wetlands layer, sir, I'd appreciate it.
Is that wetlands?
It should pop up in green. Oh.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Give it a minute.
Yep. If you want to Z in a little bit, you might actually be able to see my well. It's right close to that tree line in the, it's kind of the north
There's
side.
more layers, there's a stream too.
Yeah.
Turn on all of them.
The point I wanted to make is, Brandon, you mentioned at the beginning of this hearing that the wetlands is what refills the wells, the standing water, the standing
It's what
groundwater.
refills the groundwater, which would then support public and private water supply, is how I'm going to phrase it.
Okay. I want to say with the amount of wetlands that you can see on my property right there, again, I misspoke last time. I didn't realize you had my property highlighted, which we do here today. There is a ton of wetlands on my property. My well ran dry 6 times in 2019. I had to have water delivered to my well. I think I said last time that there was, I had to buy water bottles to make infant formula from the grocery store, or, gallons of water, because I couldn't trust the fact that I would run out of water. Excuse me, that I would have water, and I ran out 6 times. Laundry, I think I talked about the silver lining. I think I got a chuckle out of you saying my mother-in-law had to do all my laundry. It's great, it came back folded. But really a terrible situation that we were in that year. And then I had to get it zone fracked. That well was originally supposed to cost me $6,000 to drill. I'm into it for $28,000. If we stick on that map, the one to, I guess my right, well, left on the street, north going up the street right there, 69 on the same side as me, that one's zone fracked. I'm zone fracked. The one across the street, which is the guy who owns the gas station, yeah, Ray used to build that house, he's zone fracked. The next one down is the Hadleys. He was here last meeting. He's zone fracked. The next one down is the Patels on the corner. They have 3 wells. The one across the street is Miss Kloss. She alluded to last time of a $3,000 well repair that she had to pay. Right at the intersection is the Dagnalls. John just spoke about his issue with his well being in his backyard, and he's run out. To his right, as shown on this map, is the Dustins. He runs out all the time. He was here at the last meeting. If you go up Woodland a little bit, there's a common driveway that splits into 2 lots. The one on the right is 49. That gentleman came in via Zoom last meeting and spoke. He said that he has run out. If you go down Woodland towards the cul-de-sac to the downside of John Dagnall, there's a new house that's not shown yet. They have 1,000 gallons of water storage in their basement. The situation gets from bad to worse as we come down Old Farm Road in Woodland. Now, I understand that you guys can't control the yield. That's not within your purview, as you mentioned, but what you can control is what construction will negatively impact the private and public water. Drilling a well will definitely impact that. As on proof, their wetlands are all over my property, and I don't have enough water, or I didn't have enough water to sustain a 4-bedroom house. So I believe that drilling a well will affect the wetlands even more. And by the way, 28 feet is what you guys are up to determine later after we're done speaking, whether it's a utility or a structure. But within 28 feet, it's going to drain the wetlands even more. If I drain it enough, and I'm not hosting high school, college fundraiser car washes in my driveway like at the fire station. I don't have sprinklers watering my lawn. I don't have a garden. Like, I'm not using water erroneously or irresponsibly. And all of that wetlands did not sustain refilling my well. And I know when I built, 69 also ran out dry as well. 28 feet. Oh. Pulling my well is 680 feet. I know we went over the depths last time. Pulling 600 plus feet of earth out of the ground will move beyond 28 feet. You guys just have a hay bale on, a hay waddle on there. That's not stopping it. That's not stopping 600 feet of 6-inch earth coming out of a hole or a little pit that you guys dig. That's not going to stop it. It will encroach into the wetlands. How are you guys going to get a truck in there? Has anyone thought about that? Like, I know you guys talked about it a little bit at the beginning, but now let's talk about well maintenance. Once they find out that they have to zone frack after they regular frack, again, and this is nothing against them wanting to build. I bought this property. I could see that there were a ton of undeveloped lots, expecting that lots were going to be developed. I expected to get a neighbor. I didn't expect that I would run out of water and possibly lose my entire investment and the safety of my family. So when they have to do maintenance on that, Brandon, you showed the picture of the culvert where the well is. How are you getting a truck down there? You're not. You mentioned outriggers that will stabilize the truck. You're not going to get a truck down the hill. I don't know if any of you guys have been down there and seen it, but John mentioned radon. That's part of the $28,000 that are into my well. Again, unexpected, brand new house, new community. The only reason I found out about it is because I saw when Ray's house went up for sale, I was flicking through the pictures on Zillow and saw a kit in his basement and texted the owner at the time and said, what is that? He says, oh, it's radon, so I tested mine. I know radon is kind of controversial. There are limits that can and can't be, some towns enforce and some do not. It sounds like Douglas does not.
Well, there's only 2 communities in Massachusetts that has radon, so it's not all over the whole state.
Douglas is definitely one of those 2 then, because I have it.
Worcester County and Essex County, other 2.
Sutton has it.
I have it.
You're part of,
Testing of
is
it,
that part of Worcester County?
Oh, Worcester County, I thought you said Worcester, I'm sorry.
I did towns?
Yeah.
Counties.
Counties.
Okay. I don't, okay, sure, I have it. Kind of lost my train of thought there.
Radon.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's almost 10 o'clock and we got a ways to go. I would recommend that we limit it to any new information that we haven't already heard.
I'd love to respect you guys' time. Also, this is my opportunity, and I would ask you to respect mine, to speak for my family and my concerns here. So I have 2 more things. You talked about when doing construction would negatively impact the well. When the Dustins' house was drilled in, I brought this up at the last meeting, the Dustins is the one to the right of Dagnalds at the intersection at Woodland. When they punched their house in 2019, that's when my well ran dry 6 times. So I don't know what type of fracking they did, if they did a regular frack at that time or a zone frack at that time, but that negatively impacted my house, $8,000 bill. And lastly, the Board of Health stuff that they brought in is absolutely erroneous. I've been in personally and spoke to the Board of Health standing on the other side of the desk with plexiglass right there, and have received phone calls from them in regards to this property being cut in. So that's completely erroneous. I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think that this data that was brought in really has anything to do with the decision-making process. You have to think about the impact to the buffer zone, what impacts that would then have in turn to the BBW, which is providing for groundwater supply and private and public water supply.
Okay. Just let them finish and then...
Yeah, I'll end on that. That when they punched in another house, my water got screwed
So
up.
here's what we're going to do. I'd like to schedule a site walk on this. I want to see it.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Second that.
So, see if we can't, I don't know when the schedule's free for you guys to do a site walk up there, but I want to see the lot myself. There's so much going on here.
You can do it individually, or you can set up a public meeting.
Let me just correct you on that. In the bylaws, you have to have 2 members to do a site walk. So you have to have 2 members. You can't do it individual. According to the bylaws, where I read it.
Okay. So if you're 2 people, though, that's still not a quorum, so you don't have to schedule if you're just going to do 2 people at a time.
Okay.
All right. If you do 3 people, then you have to schedule, you have to post that at least 48 hours at a time. All right, and that should be, should probably come up, if you're going to have more than 2 members, you should probably, my recommendation is you all agree on a date to do it now. If not, 2 members can go at any time.
All right, so you guys want to do it individual by the next meeting? Do a site visit between now and the 27th?
But you just said it had to be 2.
Well, I'm saying you're supposed to have 2, but...
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. We'll be more than happy to meet any of the members of the business.
Do you have any staked out, anything staked out or anything? Do you have any staked out?
Do you have the well
stuff?
staked
Well,
or the septics? Can you?
1 minute.
The well and the septic or just the
Well in the septic.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
At the last meeting, Scott mentioned that a new house, Rebecca Kloss, 81 Old Farm. At the last meeting, Scott mentioned that a new house that was built on Woodland across from me, that they didn't get the capacity that they needed from the well, and then they put in a 1,000-gallon tight tank. Well, this completely horrifies me. If we have an existing neighborhood with property struggling with water supply, what right does a new house have to be built? And then without any consensus from any of the neighbors, they get approval to then have a well that has the higher capacity than what any of the existing neighbors who've been there for 20, 25, 30 years, now a new house gets to put in a 1,000-gallon tight tank so that they have the capacity that they need for a house. That doesn't seem right to me, because then what you're doing is you're going to force the whole street to get them.
Okay, we haven't made a determination how it's going to go yet. We're going to do a site visit, and let us make that determination, okay?
What are you going to look for during your site visit?
We're going to go out and take a look at it, okay?
Can I ask just a quick question?
Yeah.
Jonathan Dagnall, 64 Woodland Road. I just have a quick question, just that could avoid all of this. Is there a water source other than that intersection to bring water into this development? Like, are we completely SOL if these wells have a hiccup? Or is there another option for us to get water? And is that a condition that future builders would have to entertain to bring water into the development to
This
supply?
would certainly be something that would be taken up with the planning board, where you want to extend that road out. I think they would be looking at this. But I want to be able to go out there and take a look at this lot and see what you got and go from there. All I've seen is a print and pictures. I want to see it for myself.
No, I understand. I'm just asking, is there another option for water for us?
That option, we'd have to look at it. And that would be through other agencies, not just a conservation, okay? So that would be something that would go through the planning board, basically, if they're going to extend this road out and add houses to it. All right? Is there anybody on Zoom with anything? Okay, so...
Just a quick thing, this didn't require conservation approval. This would be just by right will and...
I understand that, okay? But it does require our approval, so we're going to go out and take a look at it, okay?
Just my answer regarding the well.
Okay. So before the next meeting, we need 2 members. Okay? So...
My schedule's pretty wide open.
Just get numbers of them before we leave here so we can make it happen, all right? Like a motion to extend this?
When are you going to have the state stuff?
We'll try tomorrow if we can. Our schedule is busy and we know it's 3 days after this winter time. Yeah. So we'll either tomorrow or the end of the week or the early next week. We'll do our best.
Can you just let Brandon know when you have it staked, please?
Yeah, then I'll let you all know.
Okay, that works.
All right? Get a motion?
I move that we continue the public hearing for Paul Macaria, 75 Old Farm Road, map 237, lot 225, till April 22nd.
Yep.
I'll second.
Got a motion and seconded. We have a vote.
Mark Mongeum, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, next we have a continued public hearing, notice of intent for Kim and Beth Lonigan's 278 Northwest Main Street, single-family home, map 159, lot 8.
That's number 15, right?
That is number 16.
Oh, sorry.
15 has been
Oh, yeah, sorry.
15 has been continued. 16, you got...
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, I think we
Yeah,
still
we
need to
have
vote to accept the continuance.
We do.
for
Oh,
item 15
sorry about that.
For the ANRAD.
Can we get a motion to continue the notice of, notice of resource delineation for Artwood Investment Group, LLC, 3338 Caswell Court?
So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Mark Mongeum, aye.
Jim Foran, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. entertain a motion to open a public hearing. Notice of intent, Tim and Beth Lonigan, 278 Northwest Main Street, single-family home, map 159, lot 8.
I move we open the public hearing for Tim and Beth Lonigan, 278 Northwest Main.
Second that.
We have a motion second. Vote, please.
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Parn, aye.
Mike Greco, aye. Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay. You're up.
Good evening, Karen Keegan, Ellen Engineering. I have revised the plan that you saw at your last meeting, I want to say, 14th? Not too sure. Where did you get that?
There was a new plan that was submitted just today,
Yes.
with today's date on it.
Yep.
Yeah. I sent that to Jen Kuchar, and whether or not it got into your packets, I don't know.
This one says March 14th.
Not the other.
That would be, yeah. Not the most recent. It's tough when they get submitted the day of. Yeah.
The longest meeting we've been to.
I get a feeling we're not going to do it again.
Hey, good evening. I know this has been in front of you before, but I'll go over it very quickly. The Lonigans would like to propose to construct a single-family house at 278 Northwest Main Street with a septic system, a well. There's already an existing drive area that drives out to the back and around to the Wittens Reservoir area. There's an existing shed on the property. We have proposed a drainage area, and I know that the grading is tough, but it is we revised it to a 3-to-1 grade down the hill. The roof is run off into 2 dry wells, which then run off into a sediment area to catch it before it goes into the basin area. I have made a few changes to the plan. I have tightened up the erosion control to run along that existing part or driveway, gravel driveway. Before it was running right up the sideline of the property. There will be no trees cut in that area. So from the driveway over in the area from right about where it says it gives you the lot description of 241 feet. It's just about there to the front of the lot. There'll be no trees cut in that area. I've added the tree line to the plan. It is in the yellow. That is the actual tree line that is out there. So the trees that will be coming down will be trees in the area where the house is, septic area, the basin area. And again, most of this work is done outside of the 100-foot buffer. There is the well, which is outside of the 25-foot buffer with a well sump area next to it. I have tightened up the erosion controls. They were 9-inch straw wattles. I've made them 12-inch mulch wattles. Stakes. And I've also added the sequence of construction. The sequence of construction is going to start with the install of the perimeter of the erosion controls. Then they're going to cut the trees, stump, and take them off site. Then they're going to substrip and stack the topsoil and unsuitable soil outside of the 100-foot buffer. They're going to subgrade the site. Then they're going to construct the proposed house. Then they're going to install the underground utilities. Construct the proposed drainage system. Inlets. Then they're going to do the septic system. And then remove the erosion control once it's all stabilized and have approval from the conservation review. I also want to add that the construction of this house is going to be done by Claro Construction. They're a construction company out of Milford. I've actually worked with Dave Claro on a really tough site in Milford. I'm telling you, he built a house on a postage stamp lot that you would have never thought he would have built on, and he did an absolute beautiful job with it. absolutely beautiful job. They have no yard, but it's an absolutely beautiful job. Does the commission have any questions?
Brenna?
Again, Mr. Chairman, there's only a very small part of this entire project that's within jurisdiction, in the lower part, but given all of the grading and the exposed slopes, I have concerns about construction sequencing, how much of this is going to get opened at any one given time. You know, the requirement to have oversight on this one by a competent contractor, very important. You know, I'm still pleased that they moved the swale from the northern property line where all the trees were to where it is now. You know, there's really nothing, I think, stopping the project from happening except that the potential for what I call a blowout and erosion and sedimentation of the pond has the potential to be high here. It's just, you know, do you think that they have enough controls in place between construction sequencing and erosion and sediment controls and oversight to assure you, to give you a level of confidence that they can build this without having impact to the resource areas? I think there's been a lot of good improvements. You know, there will be quite a bit of forest that's going to be taken down here. However, the cutting of the trees per se is not really your purview because it's more than 100 feet away. What's really your purview is the impact that's directly in the resource area, and the buffer zone to the resource area, and the potential for erosion and sedimentation into the buffer zone and the resource area. So how comfortable are you with this design regarding erosion and sediment control, sequencing, et cetera, et cetera?
I'm not comfortable in a couple areas. The first area is the erosion control along the former driveway, where it's running perpendicular to the slope or parallel with the slope. So it's really acting as a conduit for the water to run against and just run down.
Is that along the southern property boundary there?
It's at the top of the page.
Oh, the top of the
You know, it's at the bottom end of the page too, where it's running with the slope.
Yeah, I think that's
completely with the slope.
Is that more to protect the neighbor?
It's more to protect the neighbors, yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So I would think that we would prefer to have it set up at cross slope and catch it at periods as it's coming down, as opposed to just having it run with the slope.
I would still, through the chair, I would still have it like that, but then have additional perpendicular erosion sediment controls within that limit of disturbance. Because I think it's still important to be able to protect the neighbors, right? That's almost, when you think about it practically, that's almost as bad as it going into the lake. Just imagine a blowout going on the neighbor's land, you're going to hear it even faster than if it goes into the lake, right? But then within that area of disturbance, you have perpendicular controls, you know.
I agree 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not sufficient to have the water running, you know, 150 feet all the way across this whole property before it gets to the bottom of the property. So,
Brendan, what would you suggest?
What would I suggest? You have some check dams in here, right? Yeah, you got stone check dams. Maybe in between those stone check dams, at least temporarily, you put in straw bales, mulch berms,
grindings.
Yeah, not so much chippings, but some grindings. I like that a lot for putting on slopes. And you got to have a contractor who's doing regular oversight.
So he is going to be doing oversight. He's a really good contractor. where would you want them along here? Now, remember, this is a gravel driveway, so it's already a gravel driveway, so where would you want these?
Not so much the driveway, but in the area where the all slopes.
Right here, this square?
Anywhere that you have black solid lines, that's not where the house is.
Okay.
Those are areas of concern, because you're going to be doing grading, and it's going to be completely exposed soil.
And so you want like the tree shavings or
The root tailings.
the root tailings?
I like those.
And how do you want that put on here?
That or erosion control blanket. It's not like you have to do either or. I mean, I'd be willing to defer to the contractor. Erosion control blankets, at least on that, was that a 2-to-1 slope there between 3-to-1? Maybe on the 3-to-1 slopes, as soon as those slopes are finished grading, you immediately put in erosion control blankets. I would feel a lot better about it if it did
So
that.
that's the second part of what I was going to say, is the sequence of construction is not specific enough in how it deals with stabilizing the site, getting, what area is going to be finished and stabilized, in my opinion. It really doesn't say that. And I feel like, again, the low part of the site should be built and stabilized very early in the procedure, so that it's acting and working as a way to control water.
Well, through the chair, I'd ask Karen, do you think that this job could be done in phases? And if so, what would they be?
First phase, I would definitely, besides putting the erosion controls down and cutting the trees.
Right.
I would definitely build that wall in the back. I'd be building the basin so that whatever water comes down at any time is going to go into that basin.
So there's 2 phases.
And then, once that is done, I would be digging and putting in the foundation.
There's phase 3.
Yep. From there, I would be building the house, putting the driveway in for the house, and then I would be doing the septic system last.
I see 5 phases here.
And I like that. That's exactly what I was thinking and what I'd like to see as a sequence.
And the important part is how much of the land, you're going to be clearing the trees, but then you're going to be stumping and putting down, I'm guessing, new soil, or you're going to be regrading the soil.
Regrading.
So how much of this gets regraded at any one given time? So it has to be, phase 1, you're cutting down the trees, right? That's pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
Phase 2, from what point, maybe you color code or circle, somehow the areas of the phases. This section gets opened up in phase 2. This section gets opened up in phase 3, 4, and 5. And that way, by the time you get to phase 3, phase 2 is stabilized.
But when we cut down the trees first, you have to cut them down first.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's fine,
Clear this entire lot.
right, but as long as you still have the roots in the ground, I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
Right, it's once the roots come out of the ground and you have bare soil, that's when things start to go sideways, right? So that's phase 1, that's fine, but then phase 2 is like from the edge of the foundation down.
Yep.
Okay, that gets built. You put up that wall, the basin, you do that slope, and you put the erosion, the control blanket on that slope. Once that's done, maybe there's an inspection by me to give it the blessing, then you go on to the foundation and the building of the house, maybe that area on the south side of the house, right? Put the erosion control blanket there. Once that's stabilized, then we move on to the next section, there's blessings at home.
As I did. I could do that. Can this be, do you want this on the plan? Do you want this
Yes.
paper form?
On the plan.
On the plan. Do you
Because
wanna put it on your
contractors
orders?
read plans.
Okay, it says they do.
Yes, they do. They don't read orders of conditions.
Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I can put that sequencing on along with this sequence, which is pretty much the same thing. You want to keep that, you want to take that off?
So there is a sequence of construction.
Yes.
Install perimeter erosion controls. Cut trees and remove from site. Stump site and dispose of stumps. Strip and stack topsoil and unstable and unsuitables. Subgrade site with on-site and imported fill. Install and test proposed well. What I see here though is like the whole site being done as one.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Whereas we have to compartmentalize.
That's fine, I'll compartmentalize it, I'll change that and compartmentalize. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, in the different compartments.
Yep.
Give it compartments.
Then last was the basin and the sizing of that and how you determined how big and is it acting as an infiltration? It looks like it's above grade. Is it above grade?
No. No, it is not above grade. And the basin is just to hold the water that's coming down that area. It's not to hold the whole site, it's just to hold what's coming down in that graded area, what's coming off the roof. What doesn't go into the ground for those dry wells will come into that basin.
Right.
But we're hoping those dry wells will work as they're supposed to work.
There's about 28 feet of slope coming down into that basin, so it's a lot of slope.
And don't forget, this is going to be grassed, which is going to slow
Yeah,
this down.
I'm only thinking about construction. That's what I'm thinking about, is that construction.
But if they're going to have mat on it, we're going to put an erosion mat on that.
Mat helps to keep the soil in place.
Yes,
That's what we're really concerned with.
yes. No, I agree with you. But once this is done and it's stabilized with grass, that basin should be doing what it's supposed to be doing. The basin's not there for the construction purpose, it's there for the after construction purpose.
Gonna get sediment in it, it's gonna lose some depth.
Yeah, there's almost certainly going to be sediment that runs into it. This is a common problem, so some kind of I put a note in there somewhere that the basin will get scarified down so that we have maximum filtration as designed.
No, sir?
Yep.
No, you all set? Jim? Mike? You good? Is there anything from the floor? Pardon? No?
Kurt Johnson, 422 North.
Come up to the table here, so.
Kurt Johnson, 422 Northwest Main Street. I've lived in town my whole life. I live on the lake. I know the people, the property, I know it. I've seen houses being built on that lake in spots that you wouldn't even, I'm surprised some houses are even being built there. And size-wise, never mind. I mean, they go from a camp to a three-decker that's, you know, to the sky. And it seems like these poor people have family property. Beth lived in town, wants to move back to town, and it seems like you guys just bringing them through the ringer and making them do every single, I mean, I understand you have to do your due diligence and you gotta do what you gotta do, but the houses next to them, I mean, like I say, they're monstrous. And I very much I don't see any of those having these, you know, tanks and all this other stuff. And I mean, they're talking about the runoff from the ground and everything else. I mean, I feel like I say, I've seen a lot of houses being built. I know there's 3 of them right now being built. One just finished. I'm very surprised it was built as big as it was and where it was with the septic and everything else, supposedly. And I just feel bad for these people. I mean, they're friends, let's say town people, and it just seems like, here it's just a giant circle. And then earlier you're talking about another piece on Martin Road where they can build pretty much right up to a river, and then potentially build 2 more houses right up to a river and ponds and everything else. And I feel bad for them, and I'm here to support them, and I think that, you know, it'd only benefit the lake, and
That's all I have to say. I'm just, like I say, here to support them, and I think that I've seen a lot of houses, and it seems like a lot of the houses that have been built, well, and it just seems like I don't think they've probably gone through as much as what these poor people have to go through right now. And I just say, here to support them, and I think that we should give them the opportunity to do what they want to do. And obviously, they've been doing their homework, and this lady's doing a wonderful job, and I think, it just seems like just a giant circle. It just seems, they're not going to build the house and then not finish it, or landscape it and everything else and do it, make it look nice.
Yeah, I mean, the board's here just to try to make sure that we don't have an issue when they're halfway through building this thing and then they get bigger problems because the stuff's running down the hill. We're trying to put protection in there to control it so that they're not going to have a problem. They stop building this, it's a nice, clean flow, and they're done and over with. Okay, that's the only thing we're trying to protect them. We're not trying to stop them from building anything they want to build.
I just see, I'm here to support them, and that's all. I think that, it seems like they get a runaround, and I feel bad. That's all I got to say.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the floor?
Brian Devlin, 29 Laurel Glades. I'm a proprietor of the Whiten Watershed District. Just here to support the Lonigans. I know the last meeting I watched, there was reference made to the Oak Street project. With this project going on, I don't think it's anywhere near the scale.
No, we want to keep it specific.
I know there's obviously issues going on around town, but I think this is a smaller scale project, and I'm just here to support them, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Anybody from Zoom? Okay. Any motion to continue it until we get the stuff on the
If I could speak.
Yes.
I would make these changes to the plan, like the changes that you want. Have them before your next meeting, okay? But I'd really like, to close the public hearing and have an order of conditions and have those plans done before the next meeting. If we could.
What's your level of comfort?
I'd like to see the plans done before I give you an order.
I promise you, it'll be done.
I'm sure. But 1 minute.
My name is Tim Lonigan. My wife and I own that property. I live at 44 Highland Street, Milford now. Trying to move into Douglas. Great spot. My concern about the lot that we keep doing is this is going to be our third time here in front of the board, and we've been through different boards, and it's just kind of a long process. We have made the swales, the runoff swales, as directed last time, and now I'm hearing like, oh, you got to change it. It's like, can we just, if that's what you're telling us to do, we want to do it right, but we don't want to keep coming back and have to change it again and again and again after the last time we were told to do it what we have now. So I'm concerned about that, because every time you say that, it's writing another big check every time. This is, a huge investment so far that we've put into this property with nothing to show for it. I understand the concerns of what's going on in the town. I fully support that. I do not want to do anything to harm the lake at all. The point is to live on the lake, not damage it. So I'd like to make sure that whatever we do, Karen, I know she has a plan now. They've come up with what I think is, you're talking about 1,400 gallons with two 700-gallon tanks, plus a 22 by 5 by 3 foot deep retaining pond. I think it's like almost 4,000 gallons of capacity. That seems like an awful lot of water to hold back. I think they've done everything, we've planned for everything we could possibly do at this point. So I'd ask that we maybe we'll move on and leave it to Karen at that point.
I mean, you're asking me just to add a sequence of a sequence of construction on this plan. You're not asking me to do anything else but that. It's a change in this note. I promise you. I will have it for you.
Just a quick note.
Yep.
In the past, I watch all these meetings. The board in the previous years has done this. They've ordered the order conditions with a revised plan at the next meeting. So you could support that.
them and for you. And as long as it's what you want.
I can make anything happen, but it's not up to me, it's up to you. How comfortable are you?
I'm okay with that for just that one little change on it. It's not like you're asking to add anything else. So that's just fine. Because I'm sure it'll only take her, what, not that long to, yeah, so.
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion. Mike, you got anything?
I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Mr. Benoit, is just, you got anything, Matt?
No, that's all. Just going to say procedurally close the public hearing first prior to rendering a decision, that's all.
Make a motion, we close the public hearing for, oh, do we have a number?
We do.
DP number? Okay, sorry.
It's number 143-1095.
For DP number 143-1095, Tim and Beth Lonergan, 278 Northwest Main Street, map 159, lot 8.
Second that. We got a motion and second. Vote.
Mark Mangumai.
Jim Foran, aye.
Josiah Birch, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay, want to vote on this?
Sure.
Point of order. This is old business, and unfortunately, Mr. Birch cannot vote on this one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all right, you still have a quorum.
Make a motion that we approve the notice of intent for Tim and Beth Lonergan, 278 Northwest Main Street, map 159, lot 8, with the condition that a new construction sequence plan be prepared and added to the plan prior to our next meeting. And that construction sequence plan be...
What's that, Matt?
I just want to say plus standard conditions.
Plus standard conditions.
Plus standard conditions.
Motion, get a second?
Second.
You have a motion second. Vote, please.
Mark Mangumai.
Oh, Jim Foran, aye, sorry. It's getting late.
Oh, you just forgot.
I know.
Mike Greco, aye. Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Barry
For your time.
You're welcome.
Oh, yeah. How fun is this?
More old.
Yeah, now we're at the enforcement orders.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just,
Yeah. In fact, you can stick around if you want and get an idea of what's going on, or you can go home and go to bed.
but you know what?
Yeah.
I'm in for the whole.
All right? In for a dime, in for a dollar.
Let's see what you got.
Chalk it off.
Yeah, you were right. It's gonna be.
We're going to be here tonight.
Okay, moving right along, we're going to get into the updates for CIG 105, 123 Gilboa Street.
Nothing good happens after midnight, so I will leave it.
Yeah, Mark Wise.
Hello. Thank you.
The mother said.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, Todd Morey from Beals Associates. I don't,
You want me to put anything up on the board?
no, actually, I'm just looking to see if Mitch is up there. He is not. All right, well, I'm going solo.
Yeah, I don't see him.
All right.
Went to bed.
He's 0 for 2 tonight, and I will remind him of that.
some of the updates about what's going on the site. I know several of you have been out there, walked the site with, Mitch was here last week for a few days. They have started to remove some of the sediment that's on the pavement surfaces. They were just about ready to hydroseed. We've asked them to not hydroseed just yet. We'd rather have them put some loam down, especially over the areas that have eroded. I think the words we used were, if you do that, you're basically going to hydroseed a gravel road at this point. So it'd be a waste of their time. And I think we'd be continuing on the path that we were currently on. So I don't want to, I want them to get the loam down first before they put the seed down. And then after that, it needs to have the erosion control blankets and mulch put over the top of it so that doesn't just wash off those slopes when we get the next rain event, which sounds like Wednesday.
Wednesday? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Saying 4 days.
Is it rain or snow? Are you going to get rain or snow here?
A little mix of both.
A little bit of both.
Make it interesting.
Yep, that's what we're in.
Terrific. The other thing they've been doing is trying to pump that pond down. The efforts that they've made have been somewhat successful in that it kept the elevations down enough during the last large storm event. I'm going to ask them to switch the discharge from the east tank. So right now, a lot of it's going into the tank on the east side of the building. I want them to go over to the west tank. And the reason I want that to happen is that east tank has had water in it consistently for probably a month and a half plus now. I want to avoid any long-term problems with groundwater mounting. So I'd like them to switch it over to the west tank. My associate Devin, who was here at the last meeting with me, he was actually on site this evening taking measurements in all the various systems out there. The west tank, I'm very, very happy to report, is bone dry right now, which brings us a bit of a sense of relief, because if you've spent any time on that site, you know that southwest corner has been really washing off into the parking and loading area. We've been very, very concerned about sediment transport. There have not been any silt sacks in any of those catch basins. It's another thing that we've asked them again to install. But our concern was that the sediment was going through the underground drainage system. There are some inland water quality units in there, but we wanted to make sure that nothing was getting into those tanks. Because they are dry right now, we believe that they haven't received the type of damage that the infiltration basin has received. It's still not going to relieve them from having to jet the pipes and then televise the pipes, and then more importantly, televise those underground systems as well. We're not going to back off on that. So that's something that still has to be done. But like I said, we were relieved to find out those tanks are dry. The other issue that's come to light in the last, I believe, week and a half, I think we noticed it a week ago Saturday, is that at the McIntyre property, there's a lot of runoff coming from them, very sediment laden. Like I said, we noticed it a week ago Saturday during that storm event, and it's been ongoing. I was in Uxbridge earlier this evening with the Conservation Commission on this same overall matter. We spoke about that briefly. I explained to them that it's not our property, it's McIntyre's property. They encouraged me to speak to him and, try to get him to stop it, and if necessary, throw out the threat of an enforcement order. So we were told to use those two words. We will use those two words on behalf of the Uxbridge Conservation Commission.
I know, Mr. Chair, I spoke to John Palmer from McIntyre Loan today about this issue, and he told me that he would take care of it, whatever that means. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay. It's on a lot of people's radars right now, so I do want to assure the commission of that. It's not just me that's seen it. Brandon's seen it as well. Uxbridge has seen it. So you've seen it? Okay. Then the only other thing I want to touch on real quickly tonight is if you are going on site, there are some orange cones in and around the filtration tanks. Please just honor those cones. Please try not to drive in and around those areas. I was there last Saturday evening during the rainstorm. I was checking on the tanks because the temperatures were getting down. The operators of the tanks were concerned about a skim layer of ice. I noticed that.
in there, so I was looking at the tanks. I came around the corner of the tank, and it was dark. It was probably, I don't know, 7:30, 8 o'clock. And somebody in a pickup truck came down through the barricades pretty quickly. Startled me, I'll be honest with you. I probably should have had some blaze orange on. I didn't, but I thought I was the only one.
Yeah, I go there early in the morning.
I think it was a Gold Ford Super Duty, so I don't know if anybody drives that, but if you do, just please try to honor it.
The question I got for you is the area that washed out. It looks like you got bleeding at the bottom of that slope. Where is that coming from?
I believe that's coming, so you know around the catch basin where it's starting to open up again? I believe it's coming from water in that catch basin, okay? Because as I think you know now, that catch basin is connected to the basin. So there's a lot of water that sits in the pipes that lead out of that and in the structure. Those structures aren't watertight because they were just kind of thrown back in there with the embankment in a temporary basis. I think that's where that's coming from.
Because you get a good rainstorm and it's coming out of there pretty good.
Yep. Yep. So when that pond comes up, those catch basins, the water elevation in those catch basins is pretty much equal with the elevation in that pond. And as that comes up, that's bleeding out. And I believe that's where that's coming from.
You got a plan to correct that, or?
When the embankment has to get completely rebuilt, and when that does, the structures go back in, watertight structures again, and that's the solution there.
Now, it's possible breaking that pipe like the first time.
I would say there's a good chance that that pipe probably all needs to be replaced, but as they take that area apart, like, if you recall, when we first talked about it, we're basically going to have them go from about 100 feet either side of where that low point is. So there'll be about a 200-foot section of road that we want them to be looking at. With the last round of peer review comments, we did include the need to do not only material gradation testing, but also compaction testing. So anything that's even slightly suspicious needs to come out and be completely rebuilt. I'm pretty sure you were there when the whole thing was washed out.
Oh, yeah.
So you could see there was, the pipes were broken out, and the push at that point was to get that material packed back in there, protect what was remaining of utilities, to prevent any further damage to those. And then when the whole thing gets rebuilt, it'll be rebuilt back to spec.
Okay, I know you had submitted some prints of repairs after it washed out. Have those been implemented? It didn't look it to me from what I see.
No, none of that's been implemented yet.
Okay, so when is that going to get done? Is that when you do the final year, or
so
abandon that? Or?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that's still all this is being peer reviewed by Haley Ward.
Okay.
And in regards to the area where the water came over the road, Mr. Maury submitted a plan for a overflow kind of bypass.
If it exceeds the 100-year storm, if it exceeds the design levels, it would flow down into there, and then.
But can you explain what your current design is now? Instead of having it go over the road, what's the plan?
Yeah. So I just want to be really clear about one thing. The design was never to have it go over the road. Okay. So when we design these infiltration basins, we design them to contain up to and including the 100-year storm. And if you go by Mass DEP stormwater regulations, they require what's called TP40 precipitation, which I think the 100-year is right around 6.5 inches. We used what's commonly referred to as the Cornell method, Cornell study, which is just a touch over 8 inches for a 100-year storm for here at Douglas. I believe the next round of regulations that come out of the state may push everybody up to NOAA 14 plus.
Yes.
Which will increase, I think that'll increase it up to around 9 inches for a 100-year storm in this area. But we designed it to the 8-inch, just over 8-inch threshold. And what we look at is, depending on what type of basin it is, really dictates what those outflow structures are. So for just a complete straight infiltration basin, what we normally do, if it's not completely surrounded by roads, is we'll figure the water level in that basin, and then we'll set our emergency spillway right at that water elevation, the 100-year elevation. so that it's not designed to trigger unless you get over the 8 inches. What we did with this one, because it does have pavement on all sides, is we added a foot of freeboard, and then we set the elevation, set the overflow there. Instead of having a traditional, what you would think of as an emergency spillway that has the little notch in it, the riprap, and it comes over, what we did is we designed the low spot of the road to fix that, to service that. Again, that's a foot higher than what we had designed for the 100-year storm elevation. So it was never intended to go over the road. We've had a lot of comments and a lot of feedback. We have one more peer review comment to resolve that just came in the other day. I've got most of that written. But generally what that says is that if you look at how an emergency spillway is designed, it's usually set above your highest flow that you expect to leave that basin. Usually what they are, there's anywhere from 10 to 15 feet wide, and the berms, the DEP mandates these berms to be 15 feet, and they have to have some kind of a gravel surface. So you can drive, say, a pickup truck or a small excavator or something along the tops of these stormwater basin berms to do maintenance on them. We don't have a 15-foot wide gravel drive. We have a 30-foot wide paved road serving as the access strip on our berm. And instead of having the 15-foot wide or so riprap channel that brings it over, we have about a 70-foot wide paved weir. And that's how that functions. And if you look at the details that were in the first peer review response that we sent back in, I think it was February, there's a detail on that curb how that's supposed to be set to form the actual weir. So I want everybody to be clear, the intent was never to have water flowing over that road. Because it did, and because all of this did happen, I think we all agree now on the cause of it as far as the excess sedimentation. But to ensure that the fix to the bottom of this basin is going to work, that's why we have those infiltration tests that we want to do. We want to verify, again, the design of what we had originally. We're very comfortable with it pre-construction. We had so many test pits and soil explorations around that gravel pit. They were very, very, very consistent. The material gradation was coming out very consistent all the way across. It's just a consistent material all the way down through there. Now we have we have 4 examples of infiltration that are all acting very differently. We have the west side tank, which I just noted was dry. We have the east side tank, which it's draining, but it's had a lot of water in it, and we do have some concern about groundwater mounding in that area. We have the infiltration basin, which, as you know, has failed. And then there's also a small infiltration system up under that parking lot, kind of on the north side, that we have a very low catch basin outlet to it. So if that had been experiencing any problems, we would have seen water coming out of that. We have seen no water coming out of that. In fact, during that Saturday rainstorm, I stopped and took a look down in there, and there was probably about 3.5 to 4 feet below the grade where the water was sitting. So we don't have any issues with that. So,
and you have one more down by Gilboa Street.
That's right. We have the one down by just before the bridge. So as you go down the hill just before the bridge, you have that one. And we've seen no discharge on that. So it looks like the outlet pipe of that one has stayed dry throughout all of this.
So may I, through the chair?
Yes.
So this whole 70-foot paved weir issue is a big stick. First of all, I think that the reason why the infiltration basin is not working as designed is because of all the slopes on this site that were loomed, not stabilized before the winter like they were supposed to be, by the contractor. That material entered the stormwater system, which then entered the infiltration system. That fine material went to the bottom of the basin, and it created, for lack of better terms, a clay liner, impervious or near impervious liner, which is where all these problems stem from. And I'm hoping that once this basin gets scarified and mucked out and brought back per the restoration plan, that it will once again operate as designed. But then there's still the issue of the overflow, because the water's going over the top twice. It's washed out the slope on the other side. It's washed out the road up on top. The road is currently slumping again. And Haley Ward has had an opportunity to look at this with a letter, the latest response to the response is Cindy on Three's Company would say, right? And I just want to read you some of the excerpts from comment number 8 from Haley Ward, the most recent comment. Haley Ward comment, Massachusetts stormwater standards state that infiltration basins must include an overflow outlet in addition to an overflow spillway. Haley Ward agrees that the installation of the additional overflow outlet structure, Haley Ward agrees with the installation of the additional overflow outlet structure, which you have in a design. Okay. However, we still do not recommend using the roadway as an overflow spillway. The engineer should provide stormwater calculations of all new structures to show how the system will perform in conjunction with the infiltration basin. In addition, the calculations should show that the discharge velocities do not create excessive erosive forces that adversely affect the downstream areas, do not cause transfer of sediment. Amendments to the order of conditions may be necessary. Amended plans and calculations must be submitted to the Douglas Conservation Commission and Planning Board to determine if amendments to the Planning Board decision and Conservation Commission order of conditions are required. So they're highly recommending that they do not use the roadway as an overflow spillway, and they, so in addition to this overflow outlet structure, they're saying there should still be an overflow spillway, which, now, this is how I see it in my head. That section of road is actually a box culvert with stone in the box culvert where an overflow would then go down towards that ILSF. I'm not a designer, but this is how I have it in my head, as opposed to water coming up to an outlet, going through under the road through a pipe and then down through that stone on the other side. I think Haley Wood's saying that's not enough.
I'm not quite sure I follow you, but I think I do understand Haley Ward's comment. And what our response is intending to do is to kind of, in a little bit more detail than I described tonight, walk them through that design and how that functions. And the part of the comment that made me realize that I'm not sure they quite understand how that functions is when they ask for calculations on the velocities, the discharge velocities and things like that.
You'll work that out.
Yeah. Because the answer is the discharge velocities are 0. Unless you say, well, we're going to exceed the 100-year storm, but then the question would be, how far do you want to exceed it? The calculation package that we're putting together not only contemplates the design infiltration rate, but then we cut it in half, and I think we cut it in half again, and take a look at what happens under those various circumstances. So as after the repairs are made, when you look at long-term, if sediment starts to build up in there again and it's not maintained quickly enough, where do those water levels start to sit and what kind of discharges are we looking at that point? And I think that's something that needs to be, looked at and addressed. So.
That's the big ticket item. Just I don't want to use the word as strong as disgust, but I'm just about the lack of response to any of the commissions or the town of Douglas's or anybody else's requests to stabilize the site over the wintertime, which was a very mild winter in my opinion. It wasn't a difficult winter to do the work. Completely ignored. We have all these problems. The chair asked me to draft the second enforcement order, which I did. The first enforcement order is still open, and most of the conditions in the first enforcement order are the same as what you'd have in the second enforcement order. So I don't, in the first enforcement order, you required a restoration plan, and there were fines between the time you had your meeting and the restoration plan was submitted to the Conservation Commission. That was 7 days, right? So at $200 a day, that was $1,400 in fines. But yet, over the winter time, really nothing happened with the restoration at all, right? So, I think that's a good topic of discussion. I came up with a punch list for Todd regarding what I'm calling the order of conditions reset. Are you making any progress with that? Because there's quite a bit.
I am, yeah. You should see some of those items later this week. There are a lot of items in there that I do not have. I will tell you that.
This is all part of the overall problem. And again, I wasn't around when this permit was put together and the order of conditions was issued. There's a lot of conditions in there with requirements to submit and provide the Conservation Commission with certain documents, which I don't have. I haven't seen them in the file. I wonder if they were ever received to begin with. But this is going on too long, and I think that we need to follow this as strictly as possible, the order of conditions, right? So, Todd, if you're working on it,
yeah,
that's great.
and if I may, I mean, even something as simple as a pre-construction conference. I don't know if one was held. I was not at one. I don't recall one being held. So it's even simple things like that. So, I've tried to be as much of an open book as I can in getting you that. So I'm trying to compile those things.
You've been good to work with, Todd.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's others that have not, that have, helped cause a lot of these problems. In the meantime, on Thursday, started on Wednesday of this past week, we had a in-house meeting with the owners of CRG, with the department heads. And I think it was a productive meeting. They were very cooperative. They made comments saying that they would, help support us as much as possible. That CRG and Clayco, which is the contractor, they're the same company, just two different divisions. And they're often at loggerheads with each other. CRG actually voiced their support of the Conservation Commission's efforts to enforce against them, believe it or not, because of Clayco's actions or inactions. The words "stop work order" were mentioned as that's what you have to do, that's what you have to do, but what other form of enforcement or punitive actions you think are necessary to help bring them to the table, go for it, because it gives CRG more leverage over Clayco when the town actually does that. Okay, so that was the first time I've ever heard that in my career. But I thought that was it was very good to hear. And then on Thursday morning, I met on site with Mitch Roush, who is the site contractor for Clayco. I walked around the site for an hour and a half, pretty much doing a tour of the site, having him give me a tour of the site to the best of his ability, and trying to come with understandings with each other, get up to speed, and understand each other. We did to a certain degree, but something that bugged me, one of his comments was that he said that his attitude going into this in December was that we were in the winter and the weather isn't cooperating. It's not the best time of the year, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is pretty close to what he said. It's not the best time, and what he would rather do is take a tongue lashing from the different town boards over the winter time, and then just wait until the springtime and do the fixes once the right way, instead of having to do this work over the winter time, where he might have to do it over and over again and never get it done right. So that's the attitude that I got on site on Thursday. I'm not saying it wasn't a completely negative walk. There was a lot of positive parts about it, but if you want an explanation as to why there's been no response over the winter time, and why things got as bad as they did, that's your explanation from me, okay? And the fruits of that labor were that they made things here, you know, the infiltration basin overflowed a second time, I think even worse than the first time, into the wetlands below, and they pulled the town of Uxbridge into this. So now the town of Uxbridge, which has the right to go uphill with their jurisdiction, has issued an enforcement order requiring CRG to submit a notice of intent for the work in Douglas. So basically, Uxbridge is now taking jurisdiction over land in the town of Douglas, which this Conservation Commission has already issued an order of conditions for, already issued an enforcement order, already has received a restoration plan, has already gone through 2 rounds of comments on the restoration plan, and we're here today. And now I'm in the unfortunate position of having to thread the needle with the town of Uxbridge Conservation Commission to see if their order of conditions is going to be similar to Douglas's order of conditions, and if they have anything different, how is that going to interfere with what we're doing here in Douglas? How are you going to have 2 sets of order of conditions that tell an applicant to do different things? I don't even know how I'm going to deal with that. So those are the fruits of his labor or inaction over the winter time.
And again, this is nothing that the town has done, this is something that the applicant decided he was gonna do.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm sitting back and I'm looking at this thing, and it's been since January anyways, okay? We've been asking for, put something on the blankets, put blankets on it, either seed it, do something. It's still not done today. So I have no idea how to get through these guys.
Yeah, and that's what I care about right now, is stabilizing the site. I mean, it's now April 1st, we're getting into a good seeding period where we're going to get germination and growth, and it needs to be done. We need to do it. Stop talking about it, it just needs to get done. Take that to Clayco, they have to get it done.
Oh.
They've been in this room, they've heard it, they've been on Zoom, they've heard it.
Okay.
Well, he's not, he didn't even show up.
Well, I understand that, he's not here this evening. I couldn't agree with you more. I've had many conversations with Brandon about this, and with respect to the chair, it's actually from well before January. So, you've seen reports that have come in from Art Allen, from SWCA, and
I would say at this point here, I mean, my recommendation is that we impose a fine until we get this thing stabilized, because we've been nice about it, we asked them about it, they don't want to do it.
I think that you've all been patient to a fault.
Thought we were finding them.
No, they stopped after they get the plan.
Right, so the order at the time was to issue $200 day fine until the restoration plan was received, and Mr. Maury he got it in 7 days. So then it ended. You know, and then you would think that, you know, the restoration plan would start to get implemented, but then it did not. So maybe they need a little bit more incentive.
So that would be my recommendation.
And it may be,
I thought we were still finding them. I'm
no.
horrified to hear that we're not.
if I may, and just, I think you're aware of this, but I just want to add the one additional wrinkle, that the enforcement order that came out of Uxbridge required stop work, complete stop work, don't do anything. And then, yeah, so I went to not this evening, but the last meeting with them, asked them to open it back up, anything that related to stabilization, so they can do that. But the repair of the roadway and things like that, that's a subject of notice of intent, but the stabilization needs...
The stabilization I've been asking for.
Could be done.
Mark's been asking for it, everybody's been asking for it, and it's fell on deaf ears.
I can give you an email from May of last year that mentions it, so.
Yeah. So we're making progress, Todd, with the restoration plan and the review, and you're going back and forth, and you're going to come up with something, something in plan form.
Yep. I am. This last round of comments, like I said, I've got it pretty much mostly addressed. I just want to finish that off. That should be coming back to the town either tomorrow or Wednesday. And then with that, I'll send the drawing in as well.
Okay.
It's basically 2 sheets. It's one that shows only the new work of the restoration plan. So everything else is grayed out as though it were existing. And then there's a detail sheet that shows the various, I think if you recall the first round of responses, we had a series of 8.5 by 11 detail sketches in there. So
Yeah.
the second sheet incorporates all that.
I recommend keeping this whole issue under the enforcement order. One of the comments that Haley Ward made is that, you know, they're making some significant changes, right? So maybe an amended order is necessary. The con of an amended order is that amended orders are appealable. I don't necessarily see that happening, but, you know, it's appealable. And then you lose more time. And enforcement orders, you have a lot of power under enforcement orders, especially when it comes to timing. You can continue to issue fines as incentives. It gives you, it keeps it closer to the vest, so to speak. So I just recommend continuing all this design work and everything else under the current enforcement order, and that way you can keep things under a little more control, in my opinion.
Well, I'll see a fine imposed until they stabilize those bankers.
Yep.
We'll be sitting here in August looking at bankers.
I know that's not you, Todd, but what's the timing on doing all that work? You don't know.
I was, you know, they were ready to start seeding right away. And, I mean, they were going to seed on top of what's out there today. And that, they can blow seed on that, and they can put some mulch on it, but quite frankly, it's just not going to grow with the material that's out there today. It's got to, yeah, it's got to be reloaned.
Yeah, you can't leave the rills and the gullies in there, you know.
They're just moving the water that much quicker down into the wetlands.
Well, and if it's not done right, and the sequence isn't done right, then, like you said, we're going to be here in August, and we're going to be still talking about an infiltration basin that's full of sediment in the bottom, because this whole pattern is going to repeat itself again. So it has to be done in the right sequence, and it has to be done quickly.
Right, so
that means
yeah,
loam it.
the basin can't be done until the slopes are stabilized. So you got to reloam, you know, spread things out, put erosion control blankets up, and get that done, right? And then once that's done, and you can be fairly certain that there's going to be no more sediment going into the basin, into the stormwater system, then you can start dewatering and mucking out that basin. Do your infiltration testing, you know, in the sequence you talked about.
Don't forget the silt sacks and the catch basins.
Don't forget the silt sack, which probably should have been done to begin with. In fact, the order of conditions specifically called out that these slopes needed to have erosion control blankets before the winter season came by, and they didn't do that, right? So that's, you know, it's one of the many conditions they're violating. So the question is, you talk about $200 a day, right? $200 a day is a drop in the bucket to a company like CRG. And one of the things the bylaw allows you to do is to have multiple points on your fine. So if there were different violations, you could issue a separate ticket for each separate violation. So that's something to think about as well. So you've got, what, unstabilized slopes, you've got infiltration basin that's not operating correctly. What else we got? You know, just go down the list.
Resource area that was wiped out.
Yep. So, let me see here, let me bring up the, oh, and another question, while I'm bringing up the order of conditions, Todd, I want to ask you about this control document, May 26, 2022. All right, so the order of conditions does not say we're operating off a plan of May 26, 2022.
I saw that today when we had a discussion about.
So if the contractor's working off of a site plan that does not have the most recent revision date stated on the order of conditions, the commission needs to know what's different from this May 26 plan compared to the one that was approved in the order of conditions.
So
So that could actually be one of the things that you can issue a ticket for.
Well, so this is where it gets a little odd. So the one that was, the plans, I believe, that were noted in the order of conditions may have been the original submittal set. And as we went through the public hearing, there were a series of peer reviews and other comments made. And there was a letter that we issued, I sent it to you today, I forget the exact date. It was in May. The letter was issued in May that had a series of 8.5 by 11 sketches attached to it. We also did a similar letter to the planning board addressing some comments.
Right.
And
Yeah.
one of the things that we try to do to avoid confusion, like we are about to experience with these plans, is we try not to issue multiple sets of plans throughout the process of review and approvals. With big projects, there's the potential to issue 3, 4, 5 sets of plans throughout that process. So what we try to do is we try to issue the plans that we submit at the beginning to open up all the processes. And then we go through comments, peer reviews, things like that. And to the extent we can, we try to keep all of our responses in the form of letters, 8.5 by 11s, and things of that nature, with the idea that at the end of all of this, we issue what we call a final set of control documents, or control plans. That's what the May 26th set is. There was the one big thing that I can point to on those drawings to differentiate the two is that on the north side road used to go straight, and it actually clipped through the area of the 100-year floodplain. And one of the comments that a commissioner had, it may have actually been Mr. Mungine, was about the excess parking on the site. I think we were originally proposing 650-something parking spaces. And we dropped it down to about 610. And what that allowed us to do is curve that road back out around and get out of that 100-year floodplain associated with with Gilboa Pond. And that was all done. We had a series of sketches that we showed in the letter, in the response letter, and how we did that. And then we said we'll submit the control plans that'll incorporate this. So the control plans actually do incorporate that. The May 26th version incorporates that curved road and the reduced number of parking spaces. I don't know why the order of conditions references back to February. The public hearing, and the only reason I know these dates was because I just looked them up today on some correspondence back and forth with Brandon. The public hearing appears to have been closed June 6th, certainly not February 22nd, and it was beyond that May 26th date. And then the order of conditions was issued after that. So, like I said, I don't know why the February date was written on the plans, but those definitely were not the final ones. The same thing with if you look at the planning board permits, the site plan review and the special permit that was issued, we did the exact same process with them. We had the control documents at the same time, so that one set of control documents that came in that was dated May 26th governs all the permits.
The plan that was approved was dated February 11th, 2022 by Concom. That's what's in the order of conditions right here. I'll bring it up.
Yep.
So the date, this is the enforcement order. Come on, Brandon. It's getting late. Date of issuance, 6/27/2022, and the plans dated February 11th, 2022. Okay, I suppose that's okay, right? But we have this plan set here dated May 26. So here's the February 11 right here. Yep. Then we have this May 26, 2022. So did this set ever come before the Conservation Commission for approval? Is there any written documentation approving this plan?
The letter that I sent you that transmits all those sketches and the discussion in the front of that letter that we will issue a control set. But no, that's
Yeah,
how we...
did the Conservation Commission ever, say, okay, well, we accept it?
I would assume so. I mean, we presented the letter, we presented the changes, and...
Because I don't have any documentation on that, do you?
Just the meeting notes. which I think I sent you a clip of the meeting notes that I found. I mean, I suppose we could go back and watch the video on it.
I
but-
suppose you could. We probably will have to. But this is, I just want to know, because if this is not exactly like the plan that was approved, then there's problems, right?
I can tell you the May 26 drawings are not exactly like the February 11th drawings. They were an iteration that resulted from comments from the Conservation Commission, comments from the Planning Board, comments from peer review.
Yeah.
And all of those were incorporated into the final version.
Mark, you were here at the time. Do you remember any of this?
Nope.
Mike, you were here.
Yeah,
you got Matt?
You've got the letter.
I do remember this, and I remember the control documents being an item we were waiting for before rendering decisions with both boards.
Okay, so how does that rectify with, how does that, you know?
It appears that the order of conditions written by a previous agent only referenced an issuance date of the plans and not the revision dates in the control document.
Right, so despite the best intentions of the commission and the directives that they didn't want things approved until we got this new plan set, that's still what the order of conditions reads though, so we're in trouble. If that's a legal document, you know, we're kind of stuck with it. So I think this is another thing that needs to be rectified. So add it to your punch list, Todd.
I guess I would ask how to rectify that. I mean, we're not going to go back, I mean, we can go back and rebuild the road into the floodplain, I guess.
Well, I think what you can do is, what I think you can do to rectify this, to get it on the record this time, is just create some kind of summary as to what's different for the conservation to consider, okay? What's different in this plan?
Wouldn't that be that letter that I sent you a copy of, though? Because that letter...
That today. So is that it? Is that what you want us to submit?
Yeah, I think so.
Would you be ready to present that? Not tonight.
No, not tonight. Thank you for not tonight. Yeah, it was presented back in May 2022. I'm not sure I understand
Well, the issue. I hate to be a stickler. I know it's getting late, but we got a plan set that's not on the order of conditions. Now, see what I'm saying here? It's
administrative error by our agent to not reference the proper date of the plans.
Okay, so is that how we want to consider it? Is it an administrative clerical error and just sweep it under the rug?
I'm not sure how to address it because it needs to be recorded.
Okay, so...
If I may make a suggestion?
Yeah?
You talked earlier about not wanting to do an amended order of conditions, but keeping it under the enforcement order. What if you did an amended order of conditions that just wraps that in? I know there's the risk of appeals and things like that, but you seem hesitant to want to do it as a clerical error from a prior agent.
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look for solutions, and I don't necessarily want to come up with a solution tonight because it's already 11:15.
I'm open to ideas, and if it means I got to present that May 2022 letter again, I'm fine with that.
Let's add that to our list for the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Okay, so in the first order of conditions, special conditions 6, 9, 10, 17, 23, 24, 26, 27, 32, and 40 were non-compliance. When I wrote the second enforcement order, I read it a little more deeply, in relationship to what's happened between the first enforcement order and the second enforcement order, and I added special conditions 25 and 33 also being in non-compliance. I can go through them if you want, but I've got two new special conditions 25 and 33, which are, one second here, 25. Bare ground in the buffer zone that is not being actively worked and cannot be permanently stabilized within 30 days shall be stabilized by a temporary cover of ryegrass or other grass, etc., to prevent erosion control, sediment transport. If the season is not appropriate for plant growth, exposed surfaces shall be stabilized by straw, jute netting, or other NRSCS-approved best management practices, etc., etc. That never got done. They just left it. They just left it.
It's still left.
Yes. And 33, I added 33. Erosion control devices shall remain in place and functioning properly until all exposed soils have been stabilized with final vegetative cover And the Douglas Conservation Commission or its agent has authorized their removal, so I added that one as well. So, what's your pleasure, Mr. Chairman?
How many you got?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She gets hand crafts. Under the old enforcement order, and if you want to ratify the new enforcement order, which includes 25 and 33, that would be a total of 12 special conditions that are not being adhered to.
I'm okay with that.
So that would be 12 times, that would be $2,400 a day. And I gotta figure out if we can lump all these into one ticket, or if each condition has to be a separate ticket. Because if we do, yeah, they would all have to be separate tickets. So she would have to write out 12 tickets a day, which is fine. It's just keep in mind that we get paid hourly.
They get paid weekly.
I've also at Mr. Benoit's behest, he wanted a work program, 53G work program for this, because this should not be on the town, and I'll let Mr. Benoit take it because he just came up on screen.
Sure. Yes, I mean, for your services, the work program is definitely warranted. I mean, we had Art Allen doing the conservation reviews under a 53G previously before he came on board, so I think a work program is certainly required.
Right, so I think, if I may say so myself, I've become the de facto environmental monitor for the town on this. Am I wrong, Matt?
That's correct.
Right, so I put in a work program amount of $9,900, and that'll be our first round.
Right, so Clayco kind of balked at it and said that they needed an invoice from us first in order to pay it. I was like, well, he hasn't done any of the work yet, so how does that work? But
well, I've been working all along. You can state the numbers, Matt, how much I've invoiced the town already for this project. The numbers are not low.
Right, I understand. So they asked me for an invoice for the $9,900, so we're gonna just put something together, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think there's an issue with that, but, keep in mind that at the moment, my services usually pay through 53G. This is kind of an unusual situation with the enforcement order. So far, has not been paid through by 53G, so the town of Douglas taxpayer has been on the hook for having to pay me for CRG's and Clayco's sins, so to speak.
Right.
Which I don't think is
I'd
right.
like to make a,
Agreed.
So we got a work program in. The fines are not meant to offset, right? So all fines go into the town's general fund. They cannot go into the Wetland Protection Act fund because that would be considered self-dealing, because it gives a perverse incentive for any town board to fine people just so they can get money for themselves, right? That's not right. So this money goes into the general fund on the fines. So if you're thinking, well, the fines will pay for Brandon, not necessarily.
well, I think we've really extended a lot of latitude in this project, and it hasn't been taken serious. The last fine was hopefully to get people to do what they had to do. Again, I've been looking at those bankings for a long time, and they haven't changed, okay? So at this point, my recommendations were that we implement the fines on all the counts and establish a 53G account.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
You got to make that motion.
All right, I make that motion.
I'll second the motion.
The only thing I'm not sure is these would continue until they were satisfied, correct? Till they were-
That's totally your call.
Yes.
Well,
They
that's
have to
what
be
would be my
satisfied.
call.
We're not going to, it's going to be done. I don't, beyond the drawing state, I want it done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Just, if you could, if I may make a request, define what the stabilization is. So if you need 80% catch of vegetation, 80% catch of vegetation it is.
Right.
So I want it to be very, very clear for them.
Right, we'll make it crystal clear what they can
Thank
do.
you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I would say that in your motion tonight, too. And also, I would add special conditions 25 and 33 to the enforcement order, because they were not on it before.
That's what I said in all of them.
Okay.
So that's we got a motion to implement 12 violations at $200 a day in the 53 account. And all the violations will be spelled out, that they be completed before we release the fines.
Okay.
So it's got to be done until we have the bankings are fully stabilized and the other things are taken care of.
Okay. Sam, you're going to have to teach Lisa how to write some of these tickets.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Mark Mangum, aye.
Jim Farr, aye.
Mark Greco, aye.
Josiah Burge abstained, this is old business.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye. Okay.
Sorry.
And may I ask, Brandon, you rattled off a lot of numbers on all those?
I'll give.
Can you just, yeah, I was going to say, just give me the list of numbers.
And those are
so I
just
can
the
report.
special conditions. I didn't go through the state standard conditions.
You probably pick up a few in there if you really want to.
Five more.
We'll see if we get their attention. If not,
I think you know my position on it. So.
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, when do the fines begin? Do they commence tomorrow or today?
They commence today.
Yeah. Today's day one.
Can you just add the other 5 into it?
No.
No.
At this point, no.
No.
I think the 12 is pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not a board member. I should keep my mouth shut.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to abstain for the Oak Street, the next.
I think you just want to go home and go to bed.
Yeah, I'm going home. Okay. That's also older business for me, so I can't comment on that, so.
Right.
All right?
Watch it on the video.
Yeah. Okay, next we have the Oak Street Solar Project.
Hey, Greg.
Good evening.
It is.
Might have been a good evening for you.
Jason Smith, Blue Wave, 116 Huntington Avenue.
Pat Mahan, J. Bates, Civil Contractor, Clinton, Mass.
Greg Morehouse, Mill Creek Renewables.
Ted Hewer, Foley Lake. And Mark Sylvia, Chief of Staff, Blue Wave.
Online, we've got Jeff Murphy, Beals and Thomas. And we have Devin Herrick, also from Weston Sampson.
And the commission has Corey Broder from Haley Ward.
Okay, so, you want to take it?
What you guys have?
Yeah, I think so. So we're here for an update, and I think we can start by just saying we have a construction update, but we also submitted on the 27th responses to Haley Ward's comments, as well as an amended markup on the 28th of what the construction insurance would look like once we received, and we have received, and those will be installed, I believe, tomorrow. But the full details of the construction insurance, Pat will give.
I mean, so the last couple of weeks, we've been just working on stabilization. Trying to think, it's been a month since we've been here, but you were out there a couple weeks ago. Was that a couple weeks ago, Chairman, or?
I was actually out there Sunday, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. Starting to blend together now, but yeah. Mostly working on stabilization. We've added some more erosion control blankets, some more riprap swales, just trying to tie in all the edges to where we have exposed right now. Some items on site, like moving some rocks around, trying to get other areas opened up where we could stabilize them, and then just managing stormwater with these last couple of pretty decent-sized storms that we had the last couple of weeks.
Okay. just because it's a late hour, and I don't want to get into a lot of commentary on it, but I'd like to hit the Haley Awards report dated March 29th. I believe you guys did receive that.
We did receive that today, and we will be responding, but not this evening.
You just got that today?
Yep.
That's
correct.
It came out on Friday, right? So that Matt Benoit sent it over to Blue Wave this morning. So we've only had it since Friday.
Yeah.
We've only had it since today.
Okay. That's what I was hoping we could address tonight, but
Well, I mean, we got Mr. Broder on if he wants to give any kind of, the view from 10,000 feet. It's up to him. What do you think?
I think it'd be prudent if he were to speak, we would also be able to give it, given the opportunity to respond at the same time, and we're not prepared, given that we got it today.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's,
It doesn't sound like the Conservation Commission.
I don't. I'm gonna sign them up.
Practice.
I don't think it'd be fair to them without them having due time to go over this report and answer some of the questions there.
I mean, that's what the Conservation Commission regularly requires, so, on our end, so.
Yeah.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Yep.
So if there's something you guys, like I said, I was kind of hoping you went over this. I received this on Sunday, so. I understand
It's supposed to be Saturday.
Yeah, but I understand it was out as of Friday, and you guys haven't had a chance to even look at it yet.
Okay, I was in the car by the time it hit my inbox.
I think the only thing that we could review is on, I think in summary, there are a few things, one of which we would like to do is talk about the enforcement order. And one of the requests that you guys have given to us was to be able to do some calculations by Haley Ward for the construction entrance, for which we turned in at noon on Friday. And so we have a printed packet to be able to share with you this evening. But presumably that got passed out to you guys for review, since it was in by noon on Friday.
No, this came in at the same time.
What's that?
This came in at the same time as the other one, so.
On Sunday? Okay.
Well, no, I just got this one tonight.
Oh. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I'll be right at that on Friday.
Yeah. Friday at noon.
Oh, this thing right here?
Yes, that's it.
I see it, I see it.
I printed one full one with all the hydrocalc stuff, if anyone wants that one to.
Yeah, oh, this is the basic one.
Yes, it's
Basin, this is the basin.
Okay, but I see a plan set that I don't seem to have here.
So you might have that, I think Pat just printed on a plotter rather than 11 by 8.
Oh, okay, well, I'd like, I could have the 24 by 36.
Yep.
You got an extra one, this one's.
Yeah.
You're good.
Thank you.
So, let me just hit some high spots. So, that became my Sunday drive to go get a coffee, visit.
Okay.
I went out the other day during that rainstorm that we had, that heavy rain, and I noticed that first I was notified that there was some sediment in the ditch by the road, and I took a ride up there to take a look at it myself. And that water that's coming out of Basin 2,
Yeah.
Basin 2 comes down, goes through the field, out the stone wall. I mean, there's some serious water coming over there. Now, where that water's coming from, I have no idea, but I find it very hard to believe that that has been that way for all these years, because I looked at that field, and from the truck, you could see standing puddles of water through it. You were not going to walk through this thing. So something's gone astray where that water is all of a sudden flooding that area out. Then we had the sediment into the roadway, and somebody said that they just got done cleaning it. Well, when I looked at it, it didn't look like anybody had cleaned it, so.
I think the town had just excavated the swale deep, they had just excavated the swale out. That's what I think I meant by cleaning out the swale. The town had just redug that swale maybe a week and a half ago.
Not that part.
It didn't look, when I looked at the bank, it didn't look like anybody's had any equipment there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty dirty.
Okay.
So, the other thing is water going down that hill. I don't think there's been a day I've been up there that there has not been water running down that roadway.
On
Oak Street, running down towards the campground. And
I mean, our water discharges from, you know, some goes north, you know, to the first catch basin, but other than that, we don't really have any tributary area. I mean, I think I showed you that, Brandon, the other day when we were talking about, you know, what comes off our site to north of the first catch basin after 45 Oak Street. Like, we don't really have, that I can see a lot of tributary area going that way.
do you have anything draining into those drainage areas on the road?
On Oak Street, I mean, the discharge of Basin 1 heads towards Oak Street and would get to the first catch basin on Oak Street. And then after the first one, which is, you know, after the next house after ours, then we don't have anything that goes until you get all the way around to the Holt Road culvert.
Because one of the concerns I would have is Basin 1, every time I've been up there, it's been cloudy. So if we're discharging Basin 1 into that road, into the ditch by the road, and that's feeding its way down to the pond, we definitely have a problem there.
So the water coming out of Basin 1 right now is really just coming out of the banking. It's not, the pipe is closed, so there's really, I mean, I'm not saying, I'd say the water coming out, I don't know, Brandon, if you could speak to, I haven't seen turbid water coming on the other side of the infiltration trench on Basin 1.
On Basin 1, I haven't seen any water go over the top, anyway. The pipe is plugged up, right? So I haven't seen that get backed up and go over. Is weeping at the base of that basin, which is problematic.
An issue we have to fix,
right?
yep.
As far as going down to the road, I haven't seen any surface flow from that basin go on to Oak Street, but there's a lot of weeping coming out of the, you know, side of the road near the, starting plus or minus it, that pole, I want to say 17?
Yes. Yes.
Number 17 is where it really starts to bleed out onto the road. And that's, and according to the abutters and the folks in the neighborhood, there's always been water issues, but since this development has gone in, it's been exacerbated. So that's my understanding of the situation and my observations around that issue.
Okay. Well, like I said, where that stone wall is that the water was coming out of, everybody knows where that is. That field directly going towards the site. The other day when I was there, that thing was flooded. And it's, I don't know if it's always been like that, but to me, that renders that land useless because it's just all mud.
I'm just curious, is that the one below Basin 1 or the one?
I think it's what Basin 2 comes
Okay,
out into.
yeah.
And it comes down through that field.
Okay.
I believe that's the one I'm referring to.
Yep.
And like I said, the sediment that was up in that area, it was right there. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to do any further investigation in it or what, but.
I mean, we were pumping water out of Basin 2 that way, you know, so that was, there was a lot of water that was, you know, we pumped for a couple hours and then we stopped. So that was water that had gone down over that banking. But I mean, I just think with, you know, I think we've had a lot of rain this March. I mean, I think it's.
Yeah, I understand that, but I think that's been one of my sticking points since we've been talking is the directing the water, and rather than coming out in a sheet, we're sending it out in a hose, okay? And consequently, that's being concentrated down the hill. Where if you had a sheet across an area, it may absorb it a little better, it may not cause much of a problem, but.
Well, in this circumstance, that wasn't the case. It did come down and it did hit the level spreader, and it did, the water go out as it was intended to do, just probably with a higher volume of water. And when it did go through that area that you said was puddly, we have images that we've shared in a response to that walk where the water was clean and coming out the wall where it was clean. But the volume of the water that was going down the roadside did create turbidity in stirring up everything that was inside of the swale, and presumably, yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do to address the volume of water? I mean, we obviously cannot say to the people that live there, well, geez, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, and you're going to put up with it.
We agree, and I want to point out that we are in an in-construction period that we're discussing. We're not talking about a basin or a situation where it is in operation with a stable site. And so we can't judge this moment as if there's a failure on the site for anything that was, for its intended design and engineering purposes. And so.
I'm not saying you failed, the site failed, or whatever the case may be. I told you before, I don't get into doing design for you. Okay, that's not my fatigue. All right? What I'm saying is, what is the plan for that, to diverse that water over a wider area, so you're not going to end up with this? So at the end of the project, these people feel comfortable that, okay, this thing has been taken care of. Right now, you control the water that's on the site. That's under your jurisdiction. When it leaves the site, that creates a problem. Okay? And that's what I'm trying to figure out, is how we're going to alleviate that problem with it being drained out across all these people's property and try to make this thing so it works.
So Jared, it is, and Jeffrey, tell me if I'm wrong, and what my statement is, but the water can leave the site. It just cannot be any greater than it would have been given the conditions. And so.
Okay, we're talking the same thing. Maybe we're not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And so if that's the case, then the situation we have here is that I think that we have achieved the enforcement order the way that it was stated.
Well, I don't think you have.
Brandon, would you mind bringing the enforcement order up?
I just want to say, so that land is 45 Oak Street, where that water is. You know, so that's.
Yeah, and there's a driveway, you go down the hill a little bit more, there's a driveway, and you can see a pretty good right cut in that driveway from water flowing.
On 45, on the 45, yep.
So I get it out. In order to really cross-reference it, I should bring up the order conditions as well. All right, anything you want me to bring up on the enforcement order?
Yep, can you go to first the three boxes that were checked and then to attachment A? Yep, for the order.
Right here.
Yep.
Property owners, agents, permittees, and all others shall immediately cease and desist from any activity affecting the buffer zone in our resource areas. Checkbox 2.
Can you confirm that we have done so?
Affecting the buffer zone, I'll say that for Basin 5 anyway, at the moment, there is no further deposition of sediment into resource areas. There were issues, at least on the MLK Junior holiday, of concentrated flow leaving the site. Other than that, since then, there really hasn't been anything going into the buffer zone of the resource area. So that's pretty well at the moment.
Okay.
Resource area alterations resulting from said activity shall be corrected and resource areas returned to their original condition, which they are working on right now. They have a signed access agreement from the Mazzitsky Living Trust.
Yep.
We're attempted to start today on that work in the town of Sutton. And
Can we make one clarification, though?
Sure.
Because that's in Sutton. In Douglas, for which this order is, we remediated that property. We used the mechanical means per the remediation plan, and then we stabilized it.
I can concur with that. And restoration plan shall be filed with the issuing authority, which they did.
On the 26th of December.
It was approved on January 15th.
Correct.
So, you know, there was, the only other thing I can say is that whenever they try to pump out Basin 2 on the west side downhill, things don't go well. But as soon as I brought it to Pat Mahan's attention on Friday, he stopped pumping.
And just to clarify, we did actually stop before it was even brought to our attention. That's something we noticed and stopped as soon as we noticed it.
Yeah, but I think the point is that you're making, and I appreciate it, is that in the event that there's an issue that we may not see and correct it before being noticed, and Brandon brings it to our attention, we do. And so we have done that with the remediation plan, we've done that with recommendations, we've done that. It is not an easy site, but we're in it, and we're doing as asked. And I believe that we have achieved, see the order.
So the issues being addressed today really revolve, the executable issues right now revolve around Basin 1, Basin 5. Eels and Thomas has that analysis, which we received recently. And Haley Ward put out their peer review on Friday regarding Basin 5, which Blue Wave hasn't had a chance to review themselves. And that's where the arguments are being made right now as to whether or not, let's focus on Basin 5, whether or not Basin 5 is actually working as designed, and you know, it's in the peer review. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I would, well, what is your thought, Chair?
Well, my thought is that before we decide what we're going to do here as far as lifting any orders, is you guys got to read this, and I got to read this, okay? So I think that's the first thing, and then we go from there, because there's things that are in here that got me concerned as to what's going on. And again, without having to sit here and read the whole thing to you, I'd rather you guys had a chance to look at it and go over it, and maybe you can answer some of the questions that they raised.
So,
And it does has to do with Basin 5 and so forth. There's things in there.
so, well, I appreciate the position of the chair and the committee. I want to say that the best thing for the site is for it to be moved forward so that we can continue to construct. And it's our understanding that it's our understanding that the code enforcement officer has openly stated that he's waiting for the commission to be able to release us for the next.
That's correct, because the commission has full jurisdiction on that, as you know. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I didn't quite finish the order, because in attachment A, continuing of the order under the bylaw, I got them up here, I'll make it bigger so everybody can see. So an as-built/progress plan of infiltration by Basin 5 and the immediately area surrounding it, although not specifically required as part of this order, Blue Wave Solar stated that they would be doing as-built plans of infiltration basins 1 and 2. Forwarding those plans with those of Basin 5 would help the situation. This is part of an increasing general awareness and engineering of roadways and infrastructure on site.
Can you confirm that we've provided that?
They did, and it's the red overlay plan that was done by drone.
And that's the one I asked for, an instrument.
I guess I mean, the drone we use is a centimeter accuracy drone. You know,
Right, but it doesn't depict what it's looking at. It just depicts it's a difference in the elevations. It could be a tree log sitting there, it could be some dirt. It doesn't depict what it's looking at. It just says that there's a different elevation.
Right, and
that's why I asked for the instrument after I got it.
For the intent of this part as not required but provided, I would say that we've satisfied that. In the event that there's additional requests, we're open to it. But for the intent of the exercise we have, I'd like to believe that we have met the intent.
Okay, but I brought this up, last month? Last time we met, I said...
We have supplied it.
We can do, it's not that we can't do an instrument survey, it's just that for the basins, there's no trees and there's nothing in the way of the basins that would hinder a photometric survey for, you know, centimeter accuracy. But if it's needed, we could do it, but I don't know.
I have no skin in that game. Okay, number 2, improve good housekeeping practices associated with construction, including extending the stone construction entrance deeper into the site so dirt does not enter the road.
Can you confirm that we've done that?
No.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily agree. We occasionally still get dirt onto the road.
Okay, have we extended it?
You did extend the construction entrance, you did put in the yellow, scrubber strip, and now you're gonna be putting in a different kind of scrubber, right? Which I saw you have on the side.
Yep.
So that was something that was requested.
Okay.
All right, so now that said, I need to bring up, talking about good housekeeping practices, you know, let's call it good housekeeping practices, and also, you know, as it relates to the stormwater pollution prevention plan and your ability to create temporary measures associated with your construction general permits. When I was on site on Friday, I decided to take a walk around, and I noticed that you have the 3 temporary sediment settling ponds at the top of the hill, because there's so much water coming out of those basins that they have to pump, that it just was not working going downhill from Basin 2, for the reasons we've been talking about, but also into the diversion ditch, which the Crolls were I think, justifiably complaining about. So hence we started getting these temporary basins up top, right? And I want to share the screen. Is it already up there? Yes, it is. Okay, so you know, we got pumps going from Basin 5 and Basin 2 up to the settling ponds, and this is a 6.5 minute, I'm not gonna make you watch through all of it, so I'm just gonna kind of quickly fast forward. Tell me if there's anywhere you'd like me to stop. And the problem I've had before is that there's a lag, but it doesn't look like it's too big of a lag. So, right here, so this is the water coming out of the last sediment pond. And this stone wall right here is the southern property line. Keep in mind, there were no wetlands in this area. Okay, so there were no wetlands impacted. I just want to bring it to the commission's attention, just to get a context for how much water is coming out of these basins and into these settling basins, and the fact that these 3 settling basins can't even hold all of this water.
These are temporary holding basins, as they're intended to be, so I would say they're actually doing exactly what they're intended to do.
So I just want to say also, too, that the Crolls have specifically requested that we send a water to this area. This is what they want. They're out there all the time with us.
Yes.
I mean, they want the water to go to the southern portion of their property because they think the way the silt fence is put in has taken water from their property. So they've specifically asked us to direct any water that we can to the southern end of their property. And I mean...
And Brendan, you've confirmed that at the planning board that is the case.
That's the Crolls, from my understanding, their complaint is that along the southern property boundary, they're getting less water than they did before. And along the northern property, what they call their northern grove, is getting more water than they ever want. So they're actually not, let's say, unhappy about this.
So if that's the case, then can we go back to the order?
After I get done showing this. Yeah. So there's just a lot of water going on in this property. And it goes all the way down to, here's the property boundary stone wall with the Crolls. And you notice right there, there's a couple of little ditches that I'm telling you, these are designed to help funnel water to the Crolls.
Because the way that is, it gets water, it just keeps on flowing along this wall south, so they've requested that that specific area is where they want their water to go.
Okay.
So
How long after a rain event is this?
So is this something that's jurisdictional?
Right here?
Yep.
It is far away from any wetlands.
Okay. May we please go back to the order?
I'm done.
Well, if it's not jurisdictional, I would like to go back to the order, please.
This is to show context. right here, and it ends right here, so it would have to go quite a ways to finish getting to the wells. But it gives you an idea of the infiltration capacity of this site. Okay, Sean, back to the enforcement. Okay. And number 3, prevent additional water and sediment-laden water from exiting the site, including point source discharges like those from infiltration basins and a diversion ditch. So that's kind of related to what I just said. Nothing left the site except maybe that little bit that went on Kroll's land, which they're not complaining about.
Which they've asked for us to actually do.
Nothing went on to the south, nothing went to the McCollum's property. They put up erosion sediment controls along that property boundary, which I think are very effective in controlling that. Okay. So those are the orders associated with the enforcement. Did we have an issue with plans being used on site compared to the plans that were referenced in the order of conditions?
All the plans on site have been approved by one body or another for Town of Douglas. So I think also in the order it indicated the fines would be started on 12/20 and go through 2/12. However, we've received fines past 2/12. 90-day period of time through 12/20 would have been to 3/19. We've not debated that. I'm just pointing it out.
Okay, let's go
Right there.
right here. Okay, let's talk about that. Okay, the enforcement
Which
order
may
discussed
stop.
and ratified on January 8, 2024, public meeting, voting members in attendance, I'll skip that. Motion to approve order with a $200 day fine up to 2/12/24, which may stop if and when a restoration plan is received by the applicant. So, what do you think about that?
Chair, we're not debating it. I'm just pointing it out as a point that we're not debating, as we are looking at the facts across this. What we would like to do is I'd like to say that I believe that we've just reviewed and seen that we have achieved and met all of the orders within the enforcement order.
I mean, we've corrected some of them, but we corrected some more, so. And as far as us not having jurisdiction of the water that's in the other corner that's away from the wetlands, if it contributes to the wetlands, the stormwater, then we do have jurisdiction.
I think the entire site is jurisdictional from a stormwater perspective, which is part of the reason why I want to show that to you. But there was no direct alteration to a resource area or a buffer zone in that. Okay.
I would guess we're probably like 500 feet.
I'm not going to say you're wrong.
About that distance from any wetlands.
Right now, I think that the arguments have transitioned from the direct alteration of the buffer zone and the resource areas in Douglas to the conversation around basins 1 and 5. For what it's worth to you, your discussion. I mean, we kept on doing the tickets because we've been told, we have been told not to. So, and whatever you want to do with them.
Well, in listening to the point-by-point review of the findings and what was in the enforcement order, it's hard for me to say that they haven't met those enforcements.
1 minute, I get to you.
Obviously, there's still issues with the site, there's still things that's going to be ongoing, but as on those points,
There are definitely still issues, and There's peer reviews and peer reviews being done right now that are going to be argued quite voraciously, I'm sure, in upcoming meetings. But unlike CRG and Clayco, I will say that Blue Wave has been very responsive, for what it's worth.
Helps a lot.
What's your feelings, Jim?
I mean, I agree with Mark. I mean,
Well, like I said, my biggest question is, what are we going to do about the water leaving the site? Be honest with you, I just keep getting nothing really. That's the way it's going to be, and that's it. And I just don't think that's,
I guess I just want to add one thing too, Chair, is we were also given additional condition to the orders. You mind bringing that up?
The additional, well, there was an additional condition, yeah, I can bring it up.
That we also satisfied.
yeah, I know, on the PFAS.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I'm well aware of it, I'm the one that asked for it.
Okay.
Right. That was done.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other peer reviews that she's doing that coming out anyways that I'm sure we'll have recommendations, correct? Right.
Yeah, well, Haley Ward did their review of Basin 5, which presents a lot of questions and work on Blue Wave's part to be able to address the questions of Blue Wave that Haley Ward brought up. And so, we still got a ways to go.
What is the status of Basin 5 construction? Is the wick drain in on that yet, or you haven't taken it down to grade and installed that?
We have installed like the gravel subbase in the basin floor. We haven't installed the wick drain. We were ready to do it 2 weeks ago, just with these last couple of rains. We've been trying to catch up with the stormwater, but we are, ready to do it, but it's just waiting for be able to get the window dry.
Are you still periodically pumping that basin?
Yeah, I mean, with all the storm, and that's where we're trying to get the water to the Pearls property itself, so we're kind of filtering it around.
Okay, so that was the video Brandon just showed, where that water is going?
Yep.
Mike, you got anything?
Just concerns me as to when is that ever going to stop?
Pumping or the?
Yeah, the pumping. Are we ever going to reach a point on the site where that pumping can stop, the shuffling of water around to try to protect?
Yeah, so once we get full grass growth and stabilization, we won't have to worry about silty water discharging from the basins into these resource areas. And at that point, we will start actually utilizing the basins as intended.
Correct.
What happened to the temporary ones that were supposed to be in place until the construction's done?
Oh, they're still there.
So they're not doing what they're supposed to do, or
The sediment basins, is that what we're talking about, or the?
sediment?
The sediment basins are in, I mean, they're just I'm not gonna say they're small, they're still pretty decent size, but those are just, meant to catch sediment before it goes into the main basin. And so those are in place in basins 1, 2, and 5.
The 4 bay.
Yeah, sediment 4 bay.
Sediment, and that's a permanent feature.
Yeah.
Okay, questions from the floor?
Lori Hout, 41 Oak Street. I just want to mention that Brandon's video was on Friday, the 29th, which was just shortly, I'm sure you can all hear me, just shortly after we observed silted water on Oak Street coming through the field at 45 Oak Street and into the drainage in the street, which then goes under the street. After it goes under our driveway, it goes under the street over to the cold water fishery. So I guess my question would be, if they're meeting everything in this enforcement order, how can you say that they're meeting everything in the enforcement order if there's still silted water coming off the site? So that's just, I don't want to be here till I have to go to work in the morning, but I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, and we did relay all that information and pictures to Brandon at that time. Thank you.
Which is what precipitated my visit, and I can't disagree with Ms. out there. I mean, they stopped the pumping, which I think stopped the problem, but I think it was still very clear to me that the sediment-laden water on Oak Street came from that basin.
Lisa Mozinski, 60 Oak Street. Number one, I want to say jurisdictionally, there is still cleanup to be done on the southeast corner of our property. It hasn't, and that is in Douglas. So that is below Basin and to the side of Basin 5. Basin 5 is still seeping groundwater or something out of the bottom. And thirdly, the pictures of the water being pumped onto the Kroll property, that's absurd. The Kroll property, if there's excess water there, that drainage goes north onto the property that is supposed to be being cleaned up now in Sutton. Or it crosses their property and goes out to a wetland on Torrey Road. There's no control over the amount of water that's leaving that site. It's absurd, and I'm shocked at those pictures.
Brandon, can you confirm that that is in the southern side? It doesn't go towards Manchog Lake, and it is not leaving that corner of the Kroll property, and it's nowhere near the wetlands?
Over in that corner, you're technically in the Stevens Pond watershed over in that corner, but if the water then follows around back to the north, you're going to eventually come back into the Manchog watershed, and it keeps going.
Can you confirm that it was not anywhere within the realm of heading that way? It was 15, 20 feet onto their property, and it had another 500 feet to go through.
Oh, on that, yeah, that little area that Charlotte calls her vernal pool.
Yes.
Was what was wet.
Right.
And that was like maybe 30 feet onto her property.
And that was it. And that's what she wants. I mean, if she wasn't sleeping right now, I'd call her right now, and she'd tell you that that's what she wants.
But what she wants isn't necessarily what the capacity of the wetlands is. Blue Wave,
So what
whatever
we'd
this
like
project
is to
is,
stay.
you actually have already put wattles and straw bales and everything right next to her wall that abuts us, because you know there's a potential of having more water go into that watershed.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that the arguments, I want to call it the battle, but I'm going to refrain. Let's call it the arguments to be made on either side are really with the engineers right now. Basin 5 and Basin 1. And we might be spinning our wheels at this point.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is probably the lawyer speaking, but as to the enforcement order, I think the members are correct. The enforcement order is what it is. The provisions, if they've been met, have been met. I don't think anyone's disagreeing that there's still work to be done. And as I think everyone's seen, particularly not wanting to compare this case to the one that you saw before it, Blue Wave wants to get it right, and is trying to get it right. I think the issue is if they don't have the enforcement order lifted, they can't keep doing the work to get it right. And that's what they want to happen. As we've discussed, these are temporary measures because essentially the house is half built. And we don't want to be in a situation where we're saying that it's too cold in the bedroom, and the reason it's too cold is because the roof hasn't gone on yet. We need to put the roof on, and then we can figure out whether that was the problem. And I think everyone here, the engineers, think that once we've got it complete, the issues that you're asking about, when do you stop pumping? That will be when you can stop pumping, when the entire thing is built as it was intended to be built, and then we can assess it. But everyone's, I think, on the Blue Wave team pretty confident that what they've proposed to build, once it's finally built, will solve those problems. But unless the enforcement order is lifted and they've done all the work to get to that point, the code enforcement officer won't let them get to the point of continuing to put on that roof, so to speak. And I think that's the important part for this project. They want to be able to complete it, but they need your approval in lifting the enforcement order to be able to move on to the next phase and get the results that I think everyone wants, which is you guys moving on to something else and not having to care about this project ever again, and the same for the neighbors.
Well, the problem I got is that, again, every time it rains, the problems we have that's causing the people that have to bore this property.
Of course.
And that's something I'm concerned with. It's like, they couldn't have this much water before. Okay, regardless of what people tell me, there's no way they had that much water before.
And I think that's the engineering solution. Again, we're in that, the house half-built situation at this point.
Okay, if you're halfway there, we can't solve that. Aren't we gonna make the situation even worse if we open up another section of land?
No, I think that we need to be in a situation of being able to finish all of your infiltration basins so that they can infiltrate, so that they're not holding water.
They don't
You've got
infiltrate.
infiltration, excuse me. You got infiltration 5, right? The basin 5. That I've been hearing about a wick drain since I've been on the board, basically, okay? That's not happened. Basin 2, I think you finally got that one in, am I correct?
The wick drain is in.
Right. The 6-inch pipe that's coming out of it, okay? That's how you're gonna monitor the flow of the water, the elevation?
I mean, that's a clean out in it. There's a 6-inch clean out in the, that sticks out of the wick drain.
But didn't you say that you were gonna open that valve and you would be able to control it so the flow would be?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we're.
So when you read this report, and it tells you that is not what it's meant to do, okay? So that's why I'm pretty upset about it.
In construction, I mean, I'm not trying to make it upset. In construction, that's how we're going to use it. And then the finish is different than, in construction.
And I don't see how you get into the finish where we got the basins are not draining, okay? I don't know what you have for percolation rates up there before you started, but I got a sneaky suspicion they weren't within the specs that it should have been, okay? Because the stuff is not draining. I have not been up there and seen one of them ponds empty, even with all the pumping you're doing, okay? So it's supposed to be 72 hours these things drain, and I'm talking weeks, months.
The outlet control structures are in. So like, there's supposed to be 3 inches of water in some of these basins, and there's 4 feet of them.
They're functioning exactly the way that they're intended during the construction phase.
Okay.
And that is the point that we're trying to
So you're telling me
make.
that the only time they're going to work properly is when we're done with the entire site, and then you're going to put these controls?
No, what I'm saying is the way that we're trying to measure, or it sounds like we're trying to measure an end state during construction. And so that is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to the enforcement order. We've acknowledged that we've satisfied it. We're looking for the acknowledgement from this body, this quorum, so that we can move on to the next part of it, so that we can add the basins and further stabilize the site, so they will perform the way they're intended.
Have you been able to put those wick drains in all along? Okay, we haven't told you couldn't do that. You're still not in, okay? It's at least 7 months that we've been talking about these wick drains. So my question is, when is this going to happen? Or is this, well, I'm going to put them in, I promise you, but let me tear some more open, and it's just making matters worse. Like I said, we get,
Mr. Chairman, all valid questions, but I think we're getting ahead of ourselves. I read Haley Ward's report, and they have a lot of questions about the way that the basin was built, including the elevation of the wick drains in relationship to the groundwater table. So I think that some of those comments are kind of getting ahead of ourselves. Blue Wave has got a lot of responses to do regarding the way that Basin 5 was constructed to begin with. Like I said, we're going to have some good arguments, I'm sure, for the next meeting. And being 12:15, I think maybe that's where we leave it for now.
yes.
Mr. Chair, so since the middle of December, the people on Oak Street, the people at Manchog Pond have been dealing with all this water. And for months, we have heard from Blue Wave that they're stabilizing the site. They're stabilizing the ponds, they're constructing the ponds, the infiltration basins, they're stabilizing the site, they're stabilizing the site. We continue to have water pouring everywhere. So if the commission feels that these enforcement orders have been satisfied, we ask that the commission tonight put on new enforcement orders so that we can have some peace of mind, so that backyards aren't flooded, the gutters aren't full of silt, and some kind of control actually does happen on that site, because to your point, there isn't any.
Yes.
Dawn Wilson, 11 Huff Road. Last meeting, you asked for the infiltration plans for the basins, and they were supposed to be due tonight, and I haven't heard anything about that. And then secondly, also Haley Ward's report. Is that public knowledge? Can we
Yes.
find it somewhere that we can read it?
Yes.
And where would that be?
With me, and let me give you my card, so that you can get in touch with me and I can give it to you.
Thank you.
What do you want to do on the enforcement order? Current enforcement order.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may. Shirley Mazinski, 60 Oak Street. Seeing that you've just received, both parties, the Haley Ward report on Basin 5, and seeing that I believe you've gotten another report either earlier or today on Basin 1, don't you think it would be advisable for both parties to look at that and review it and then make your decisions?
Chair,
Thank you.
none of what she just mentioned is a part of the enforcement order.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
One of the abutters just raised a question about the report, or at least the redesign of Basin 1 that was due for this meeting. I was curious if we can get an update from Jeff Murphy on that.
We already submitted last Friday, as Jason mentioned at the beginning. We submitted the revised the calculations for the Basin 1 remediation
Tonight.
that's proposed, as well as the site entrance area.
And I just want to clarify, we were not requested to redesign, but we did provide the calculations that the construction interest has required.
Which Haley Ward, I presume, will then review, per planning board direction.
So yeah, there's a third-party review coming out will be on that.
So we're in process. The way has a request to lift the enforcement order. You plan on entertaining that?
Well, what does lifting the enforcement order allow them?
At this point, it gives confirmation that they've complied with the orders and stop fines retroactive to February 12th. That's what they're doing. So you either agree with that or you don't.
I already said I agreed with it. I guess I can't change my mind now.
Sure you can.
But I don't want to see any more of the site open up until this.
No, yeah, I don't either. I feel like
I don't want any of that. So if I lift the order, I don't want you going and saying, okay, lift the order, we're going to start clearing the next
Yeah,
section.
because we need
Because
to
this
be
is-
sure that
this
this
is
is
still gonna be
stabilized, that
resolved.
we review these engineering reports, that we come to a decision about changes, because these engineering reports may require there to be some changes, and so then we're going to be redisturbing areas of the site, and I just want to make sure that we're comfortable with what's done and have that be stabilized before we move forward in other areas of the site.
We have an improved sequencing plan in place, and that is what we would follow.
So you're saying you would?
We would have to, in that sequencing plan, we have to get approval from the code enforcement officer to the move to the next phase.
So that would be our next step from here.
Right, so you,
Ask Ken.
you would ask Ken.
Correct.
You would say that you're cleared as far as the
Enforcement order.
enforcement order. So therefore, then Ken would give you okay to go ahead and
Well, he
process.
would do whatever he thought, he would do whatever he thought.
And again, you guys come in and give us a report the night of the meeting, okay? You don't even have a chance to even look what's here.
It was sent on
And
Friday.
you wanted to make a decision on it.
We did provide that at noon on Friday.
But even so, no offense, but even being on Friday and we meet on Monday,
Completely understand. It was due today. We provided at noon on Friday, and then when we're looking at the order, I just want to make sure that we're focusing on the order, right? We're not dispelling anything about the third-party reviews that are necessary or the requests and what we have turned in. We're just talking right now about the enforcement order. And the specific question was, how do we move to the next phase? And we already have an approved sequencing plan, which requires the code enforcement officer to approve of us moving to the next one. One of the conditions he set forth was the enforcement order. The rest would be up to him.
Well, like I said, I'd like time to review it before I'd say it's okay.
Okay. So I guess I'm trying to understand, you're saying that we have not achieved or complied with the enforcement order, or we have?
Well, I asked for an evaluation of the Basin 5 and so forth, and I asked for other things I just got from you guys. Whether you deliver them Friday, we're not open on Friday, okay? So you might as well say you deliver them on Saturday. The town halls ain't open.
I understand, Chair.
You gave them to me tonight, effectively. I just got them. I haven't had a chance to even look at, see what it says. I would like the opportunity to at least be able to look at it.
Brandon, had you forwarded those on Friday? Or, pardon me, Matthew Benoit, Matt, did you forward those on Friday?
I don't remember receiving these either. I'm going through my inbox now.
They came from Elvira.
I don't remember even receiving anything regarding Basin 1.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Date, 29th?
March 29th.
What
To
time?
Jay Fitzpatrick, Jay Schultzberg.
12:57.
12:57. Corey Brador, Doug Bush, Jeff Murphy, Matt Benoit, Brandon Panouf.
So whether...
12:59.
I would like to, however, go back to the enforcement order because I understand that you requested something and we provided it to you. We provided it even before the due date, but that is not a part and or precedent to a completion for the acknowledgement that we've achieved and or met the enforcement order. So they're, while correlated, they're completely separate items.
Yeah, I'd emphasize that the enforcement order, it's a legal order. If it's met, it's met. If it's not, it's not. But it's the specific conditions that are set out in front of it, so everyone's on the same playing field. So you know what you want us to do. If we do it, then we've complied. It's not really discretionary. It's discretionary in terms of what you tell us to do, but once you've told us to do it and we've done it, the expectation is that there's compliance. Again, it's not saying that everything's completed and that there isn't more work to do, but as to the discrete tasks that were set forth in an enforcement order, if they've been met and the conservation agent suggests that they are, there, I would suggest, is not significant discretion to say that it hasn't been.
But it is done, has to be done to our satisfaction, not just done.
Of course.
Is it done to your satisfaction? I think that the
question.
The big freak out here is if you lift the enforcement order, that's going to give the building commissioner the authority to allow them to move on to phase 4. And everybody here is freaked out about more exposed soils and more water running downhill. A very scary thing right now, am I wrong?
Right.
Right? So nobody wants to see phase 4 started until phases 1, 2, and 3 have already been stabilized and have been shown to be working in good working fashion, is what I'm getting at.
No, that's exactly the way I feel.
Right.
That's exactly how the building commissioner feels as well.
Right. So maybe, but is the building commissioner going to be compelled to have to open up phase 4 to you if this enforcement order is lifted?
That's really the job of the building inspector. That's why he is paid. He has his own statutory and regulatory responsibilities. I hope that everyone would trust the building inspector.
Yes,
He's a town
but you're going to
employee.
use that argument when you go to see him. You're going to be like, well, they lifted it, so we're good to go. Let's go.
No, certainly not. And I want to make that point clear. It will be, he has many different things that he needs to determine before he lets them. This is one of them. But it's a block that if it does not occur, even if he had other things to look at, he would not look at them. He'd say, I need to hear from the Concom first before I even look at the other things to determine whether or not I let them open up.
And I want to make one additional point here, and that is, just as you said, what arguments there might be, and I'd like to open that up because you just stated it. It's already been said that when you say how many people are here who don't want it to move forward, there are narratives being crafted, and it's been very open that there are people who don't want the project to move forward at all. And so we would like we would like to ask the body to be able to use your discretion in listening to the individuals who don't want it to move forward, who have publicly stated they don't want it to move forward, and understand what information is coming to you through facts.
Okay, so the things I'm stating to you is, I'm not going on anybody saying to me they don't want it to go forward or whatever, okay? I'm telling you what I personally see up there and what's going on, and I'm saying that's not right, okay? That water coming off that hill is not right.
So through the chair,
But
I'm not so much worried about lifting the enforcement order.
No.
Because I get a feeling that number one, the Ken Frazier, the building officer, building commissioner, isn't going to have to be, he's not going to be compelled to allow them to move forward with phase 4, which everybody's afraid of right now. And number two, the commission has the ability to add conditions to the order. So if you wanted to, you could add a condition to the order saying that they cannot continue on to phase 4 until phases 1, 2, and 3 are completed, stabilized, et cetera, to your satisfaction. And that would lift the enforcement order, at least for them. This may be a compromise. It would lift the enforcement order, it would stop the fines retroactive to February 12th, and you still have the assurance that they're not going to be moving on to phase 4 until phases 1, 2, and 3 are finished to your satisfaction.
So I think, as we've said before, the issue is that puts the project in a state where it is half-built, and the project functions when it is fully built. And that's the role of the building inspector to determine. I think that's absolutely correct. It's his job, and he has other things to look at, and I think I would hope that that would allay the concern coming from the conservation agent.
It's only his determination.
It is at least his determination to do that. Yeah. So I think in that context, again, we're looking at the narrow four corners of the enforcement order. If it has been met, the legal obligation, I would suggest, is to lift it. I don't think there's discretion. That's what enforcement orders are intended to do. They're intended to enforce the things that weren't being done. If they've all been done, there's nothing left to enforce.
And their remedy is also to request a hearing with Oxford District Court regarding the fines, which I really won't want to have to do. And they can also appeal the enforcement order in Superior Court, which I don't think is going to add a lot of value here. I'm personally not too worried about lifting the enforcement order. If you want, you can always add another condition. And as other issues come up, you could issue another enforcement order as they come up. So there's always that. If you see something you don't like. But that is not in accordance with the order of conditions, or other, unauthorized alteration of a resource area of the box.
Yes.
I'd like to, Bill Rossi, 41 Oak Street. I'm looking at the attachment A for the enforcement order that Brandon previously had on the screen. And section C, paragraph 3, says prevent additional water and sediment-laden water from exiting the site, including point discharges like those from infiltration basins and a diversion ditch. I think Brandon has clearly shown in the video that he's shown tonight, and I have clearly seen as recently as this past Friday, discharges of sediment-laden water being discharged from the site. Given that, I think it's quite clear that they have not met the conditions in the enforcement order.
I can't say he's wrong. Not on Friday.
Didn't you say about half an hour ago that we had met that condition?
Well, you stopped it, but it was definitely a non-conformance and an alteration on Friday that happened. It was an incident. So then it comes back to Mr. Mumgen's argument about to the commission's satisfaction.
Wetland and a buffer, resource area buffer. Resource area buffer. Did it stop?
It did stop.
Did it stop before you got there?
Before I got there, yes.
Did it stop before you were even notified, before you notified us?
So Mr. Morehouse just told me.
And we also responded with an email indicating that as well on Friday. Was that accurate?
I've got to say, one of the things that, despite all the arguments going on here, Blue Wave has been very responsive. I will say that. There's pros and cons to everything we're talking about.
Yeah, Laurie.
Lori Howe, 41 Oak Street. Is it our responsibility as the abutters to monitor this site and make sure that they are not pumping and discharging water off the site? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like, we have to let them know, and then, then we'll stop doing the bad thing. That's not right. They're still violating the enforcement order.
Yeah, I mean, we stopped before I had any emails or any conversations, we had already stopped.
You shouldn't have started it.
Can't say she's wrong.
No, you shouldn't have been pumping it to start with, bro.
We have the right to pump. What happened was that the water began to become turbid. We caught that and stopped it. The water was clean when we began pumping to begin with. And so we have been responsive to the things that we have seen and to the order itself.
There's no clean water in those basins.
Well, I can't do this all night.
Yeah, I recommend lifting the enforcement order.
I have to be at work at
and
5:30
adding a new
tomorrow morning.
condition Stating that work on phase 4 cannot begin until phases 1, 2, and 3 are completed to the commission's satisfaction despite the House Hatfield request. I think that's a good compromise. It's 12:30.
And we still got one more case.
Exactly, that's why we need to move on.
I can't do it.
Okay. This has become a
No.
public safety issue.
That's,
You still have 3 members.
That's fine with me.
You still have 3 members.
I mean, your suggestion is fine with me.
Yeah.
Then I can't say make a motion.
Need a motion.
I don't even remember what it was I'm making a motion about. but-
So the proposed motion is lift the enforcement order, but then propose a new condition requiring that phases 1, 2, and 3, including everything revolving around the review and peer review of basins 1 and 5 are resolved and stabilized to the commission's satisfaction before phase 4 can begin. Just say so.
That's what I'm going to do.
There you go.
I'm going to make Jim say, no, so moved.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote.
Mark Mungum, aye.
Jim Farn, aye.
I guess I'm understanding that you would like to have third-party engineers review to your satisfaction. In the event that the debates come out where it
We finish the vote, please?
okay.
I think the question is, what is being voted on? That's the clarification question.
Yep.
What's being voted on is, first, they're lifting the enforcement order.
Okay.
Second, there's a new condition to the order of conditions. And this condition goes as follows. Phase 4 may not begin until phases 1, 2, and 3 are stabilized, in working order, and all issues revolving around the review and peer reviews of basins 1 and 5 are completely resolved.
That sounds unreasonable.
Well, that's the motion.
No, that is your clarification. What I'm asking for right now is stabilizing the site for all of those 3 basins is going to take a long period of time with seed and grass growing, and to be able to prove that they're in 100% working order means that they have to be fully stabilized with the site actually fully built, which is going to take a significant amount of time. So you're looking at delaying the project with your suggestion months.
It's already been months.
Can I continue the vote?
This is an amendment to an order of conditions, right?
It's an additional condition which the commission has the right to do.
So it's not an amended order?
It is not, it's an addition, adding a condition.
You sure about that?
Yeah, Douglas has some. I'm sure you're going to research it.
Okay, Mike, you voted, right?
Yeah.
Mike, did you vote?
Yeah, he voted.
Did we? Did you?
Yep.
Yep.
I voted, Jim
All you have to do is
voted.
say aye or nay.
I got lost in that.
Would you like him to re-say it? I think for clarification, should re-say it.
We're just being mean.
It's getting, let's,
Just a vote, just a vote, just a vote. Wait, you know, Mark Mungum,
Oh, Mark Mungum, aye.
Jim Farn, aye.
Mike Rocco, aye.
Not sure what we did.
you vote, Joe?
yeah. Nay. I don't agree with it.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. No, because you still have 3 members. All right. Mike, you leaving?
No.
Oh, thank you.
Just vote on me and then you'll be done, whether you stay.
Okay, these guys start getting short, or I'm all set.
I agree.
I'm not staying here till 1 in the morning.
Somebody got very mad here.
Need a,
Oh, do we have to say,
Make a motion.
to close the
Yeah.
public hearing for that last one?
no, it wasn't, that was a continuation.
This is all under.
Need a motion to vote Jim in as a full member rather than an alternate?
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Second, we got a motion second. Vote, please.
Mark Mungum, aye.
This is Mike Rocco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
All right, you can go home. I'm sorry, you guys, I have.
No, I understand.
I'm sorry.
No, trust me. I'm about ready to be there with you.
So we have one more thing?
Okay, you're up.
How are you still hanging out here?
Lake Shore Drive enforcement order?
Yeah.
We got one more, Mike. Don't leave yet.
I thought we were done.
Well, me too.
Oh, no, after this, we still have the minutes.
Yeah, anyways.
Yeah,
We
so,
have the stormwater bylaw review.
no, I just, I'm in touch with Brandon during the week. Jarvis's CAD engineer's very sick, so they're a little behind. So he couldn't, I couldn't get a stamp plan tonight. I didn't want to come with sketchy information, so he called me right before I came here and just said he couldn't get it ready, but
Okay.
I'm just letting you know, honestly.
That's fine.
I didn't want to come in here with a plan that's not
I
stamped.
wish you had told us that earlier, you could save you sitting here all night, but,
I know, but I'm just saying, it's,
all right.
but,
And, you know, I hate to be the stickler to keep us here later, but Blue Wave is asking for, they've got a FOIA request on this site, this Whole Lake Shore map, because they want to know, is Town of Douglas holding these folks' feet to the fire, just like they're holding their feet to the fire, because this project had sediment go down into Manchester. And they were asking, okay, were divers required for this job? Have they cleaned up the sediment out of the lake yet? Has water sampling been required? You know, all of these things. So I guess at this point, we know there's going to be no divers. We know there's going to be no water quality sampling. But the question I have, has the sediment been taken out of the pond? Because there was a pile of dirt right next to the bank at the bottom of the hill. Has that ever been cleaned up?
yes, he went in with an excavator and spread it around.
So you didn't
They
clean
took
it
some rocks out.
Spreading it around is not cleaning it up, that's just spreading it around, that's just spreading the problem around.
I just-
Was that sediment ever taken out of the water?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Then that's not fixing the problem.
Correct.
Who did that work?
Mr. Chairman, Bob Moran is on the Zoom. He was the one conducting the restoration. I'm sure he has something he'd like to say about it.
Sure, thank you, Matt. For the record, Robert Moran, Lake Shore Drive. Quick update, we did secure a contractor, and we did get we got the material that was remaining removed from the lake. That was consistent with the order, and right on the restoration plan, it does say that the material coming out of the lake will be reused in the final grading. So, you know, we have got a contractor that's begun the work, and you know, the straw wattles are still in place, and they're trapping smaller amounts of sediment. But you know, the loam and the seed, which is also on the restoration plan, will stabilize the site further. But as for sediment, you know, I guess I was under the understanding that maybe had dissipated and there was very little left. What was really brought up out of the lake was, you know, almost washed stone. It was maybe a smaller amount than we had estimated. Our consultant did estimate 5 to 10 yards, but the contractor did not think it was anywhere near that. So, what was taken out of the lake was mixed in and graded. We have not put any loam or seed on it, and look forward to doing that. I did submit to the commission a slight update on the plan, and I think you have that document. Is someone able to share that?
Yeah, give me a second here. Get it lined up. Okay, here we go. And
Okay, thank you. So this is an excerpt from the larger D-size restoration plan. And it's sort of an overlay right over where the 6x40 turf stone slope was. The only change of note really is the addition of approximately 20 granite stairs, just so that we don't have to do this again and so that we can maintain, a reasonable means of pedestrian access. There'll be 6-foot turf stone and 3-foot stairs, and, we've really got a pretty narrow piece of land to work with, but this is really the extent of the modifications, and you'll notice that, actually on page 2 of this document, you can see the original submittal with the turf stone pavers, yeah.
So what you propose to do, Bob, is just add some granite stairs on next to it?
Correct, yep. And you'll notice also that the 100-foot buffer is at the bottom of the turf stone and the stairs here. So really, the only change inside the 100-foot buffer is two granite steps.
True, but you've got 18 more granite steps. They're going to be waterfalling down to those 2 granite steps and then beyond. Do you think that you need any further infiltration practices because of the cumulative impact of the waterfall effect on these stones are going to have downhill?
I'm probably not qualified to answer that, but if the commission is satisfied that that the water is coming off of the Lakeshore Drive, and I'm actually not fully satisfied on that. The thinking is that there certainly is not anywhere near the amount of water that came to this point, in the July or the December storms. And I congratulate and thank Mr. Goodison for installing the culverts that clearly have taken the majority of the water.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so we get this restoration. Oh, how did I do that? I didn't touch anything. Hold on. Did I do anything? All right, I'm good. So we got this restoration plan right here, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was okayed by the commission already, as being accepted, right? Am I wrong?
That's correct. No, I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay, so all he wants to do is put in these 20 granite stairs right next to it. That's the change. So it's an amendment to the restoration plan. Yes, it's true, only 2 of these steps are going to be in the buffer zone, but you got 18 steps that are going to have a waterfall effect going down to it. Are you comfortable with that? Or should OHI take a second look? Because they're the guys who created the original plan. Do you think they need to take a look at it for erosive purposes or stormwater and infiltration? Because it has potential. What I'm seeing is these steps are going to waterfall down, and if they go straight down, then it's going to create a channel. Tell me if I'm wrong. That's my only concern. Otherwise, I got no. And if that's a concern, I'm sure it can be remedied with some kind of something. But that's not my job to do.
Yeah, well, we did have discussions, Mr. Goodison and I, about putting, building the top of that up a little bit, and then maybe pitching the water past this and back towards my property, which is on the other side of Lakeshore Drive as well. So, that's something that could be worked in if the water. I don't get the sense that it's going to be that waterfall, Brandon, but maybe I'm not qualified to give that.
I'm not qualified either. I'm just seeing what I see, and it's a concern.
Yeah.
I think it's a valid concern. It's worth looking into. I'd feel better if you had OHI do the original plan. It looks like this is something you might have done on your own. Am I wrong?
It is, yep.
Yeah, I feel better if OHI looked at it. And I see the chairman nodding his head.
It's generally to scale, and, you know, this was not an RDA, this was not a notice of intent or anything. It was a reasonable response to an open enforcement order for a condition that did not cause.
I agree, but the temperature I'm getting in the room here is that the commission would feel more comfortable if OHI looked at it, and if any kind of infiltration practice is required for these steps, that they put something in.
Okay.
All right?
So a crushed stone or something that'll help infiltrate right at the base of those stairs.
Yeah, something. It doesn't have to be too complicated, but seeing this was done on an OHI plan, I think that OHI, I know you're gonna have to pay for it, and I apologize, but that's what's, I'm seeing the commission is, would be most comfortable with.
Okay, so that's one element of the enforcement order and the concern.
Before you go on, Mr. Moran, so when you said that the material from the
Good stuff.
oh, we gotta stop. Night, Mike. Hey, back. All right, we gotta stop. We gotta stop, Bob. We just lost the quorums because we have.
He's just going to the bathroom.
We got a bathroom break.
Oh.
So just hold. So take a quick power nap. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, my drink.
Anybody remember that? Remember that SNL skit?
Brandon, didn't we vote to make the commission, if I remember void?
We did. So we have 3 active members right now. And because Mark went home.
Yeah.
Katie Grace went home.
Right.
And Hosea went home.
Oh, I didn't see Josiah went home, okay.
Yeah, is it Josiah or?
Yeah, but it was old business, so we couldn't do it.
It's old business, right. So we only have two out of everybody tonight.
I see, okay, I can't see the room that well, my fault.
I can't either.
Everybody's vision's getting blurry. By the way, I've been doing this for 26 years.
And you've never been here this late?
I've never been here. This is my latest meeting of all time.
Great.
When I was...
Because I'll have to get up in like less than 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, you know, we had tried to do enforcement on a completely different night, but we couldn't get enough commission members to agree on what day and what time, and nobody could agree so that we would have a quorum just for enforcement. So we're still forced to do enforcement on the same night as we're doing our regular business with applications and all that good stuff.
I'm surprised you don't usually gavel. I would.
Tonight would have been a
Wouldn't
good
be fair to these guys, they'd have been sitting all night listening to this nonsense.
Okay, we got a quorum, go ahead, Bob. So my question was, so when you say you took that material out and you spread it around, where did you spread it?
It was generally worked back into the slope and worked back up.
All right, so in the upland area, not in the pond?
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
so
out of the
that's,
pond.
that's the answer I needed, thank you, please continue.
Yeah, so the 2 elements of the enforcement order, one is the restoration of my property, which was damaged due to the rains that came on July 10th. The other item is upland stormwater management. And I guess I would ask, Matt, I'm aware of the letter, the email that went to the town administrator and yourself. Has that been read into the record, or is the commission aware of that letter from State Rep McKenna and Senator Fatman?
Oh, no, that's a really good question.
I remember that. I don't know, maybe it was in an email, maybe it was a letter, but I believe it came from McKenna.
Yeah, it was an email. I'm sorry, it was an email.
Yeah, it was an email, sorry, so emails and, let's see, 3, 4, it might have been this one. I saved an email from Mark Rickstrom dated 3/4/24. Well, that was.
I actually have it on screen. If you want me to share, I can do that, but are you able to locate it?
No, can we make Mr. Moran a host so we can share?
Yeah, already is.
All right, go for it. I'll read it in. I think we're really good reading tonight. We're gonna have a good reading night.
That's good.
Okay, from Joseph McKenna, dated March 22, 2024, to Matt Wojcik, CC Ryan Fatman, Matt Benoit. Subject, Lakeshore Drive stormwater issue. Good afternoon, Matt. Given the impending rain this weekend, Senator Fatman and I wanted to send this email as a follow-up to the conversation we had with you on Friday, March 8th. That was not the direct subject of that meeting. I did make mention that the stormwater drainage issues taking place on Lakeshore Drive had been brought to our attention. This issue can be attributed to the clearing of a sizable parcel of land to be subdivided into homes. It was asserted that the developer failed to properly account for stormwater management on the site. Despite the scope of the project and the number of parcels making up the project, triggering mandatory stormwater management planning and construction. The predictable result, which was demonstrated to us through photo and video evidence, was a deluge of heavily sedimented stormwater that inundated and damaged neighboring properties before flowing into the southwest cove of Manchog Pond. Senator Fatman and I did tour the site on March 13th to survey the current state of the project and ongoing stormwater management efforts. We're happy to see the construction of a series of drainage pipes and small covers to alleviate the runoff situation. We remain somewhat concerned as to the ongoing retention of water on site, potential for the direction of significant water onto neighboring properties. It is our hopeful expectation that town will continue to hold the developer of this site accountable to meeting stormwater management regulation in accordance with state and local regulations and bylaws. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Regards, Joseph McKenna, State Rep. All right, I read it. What do you want to do with it?
No, I just want to make note that, it's the considered and written opinion of our wetlands consultant, our professional engineer, our attorney, and now our state rep and state senator that this A&R project did in fact trigger stormwater calculations and stormwater management, none of which was submitted or accomplished, and we continue to remain downhill from, 5 lots that have been cleared and experience a little more water than we did before the 5 lots were cleared. So
I really don't want to get into this again, but I still, just because Representative McKenna wrote it, and I respect him and glad for his help on all of his projects, but I disagree with that statement. I don't think he's interpreting the law right there. There's definitely, for 1 acre of soil disturbance, a construction general permit is required. But as far as the stormwater standards go, unless and until wetland jurisdiction is triggered, which I don't think it has from those lots, at least not yet.
Absolutely not.
Concom can't go after them. Now, after the stormwater bylaw, knock on wood, is passed, that's a different story. But right now, as it stands, there has to be wetland jurisdiction triggered, which would include channelized flow going down into a buffer zone or resource area, or sediment going with that down the hill. I haven't seen it.
You won't either.
that's the first statement in the enforcement order. Uncontrolled, unfiltered stormwater is flowing, channelizing right down the Lakeshore Drive. And I recognize it's 1 in the morning, folks are tired of this, and I just wanted my comments submitted onto the record. And it remains my hope that some legitimate stormwater management will be implemented, upgrading of us.
It is. And if we could add more, we'll add more. But right now, nothing's getting down there. It happened once in the lifetime of the property, and that's it. On the other
How
note,
many events were there over the summertime? We had big storms with all the sediment in the water went down to the lake. How many times?
it hasn't happened in the last 100 years. I mean,
Yeah, but this summer when it happened, how many times did it happen?
July 10th, July 18th, December 11th, and December 18th.
So it's
That's
his-
4 in 6 months.
Well, since he disturbed the slope, that's what's in the lake. And not only that, he's in the lake with an excavator pulling rocks out. cleaning this beach out.
I didn't hear it, I didn't see it.
Well, we're going to see it on video, but anyway,
Anyway,
those are facts.
I agree that the improvements that Mr. Cahill and Goodison has been assisting with has been crucial to keeping any further sediment from going down the hill. I'm happy to see it, and I don't know what else you want to talk about.
Good night.
When will we get a plan?
When are we going to get a plan? When do you think the stamp is going to be on it and to us? Week, 2 weeks? Before the next-
Probably within 2 or 3 days.
Okay, so
It's-
by the April 22 meeting.
Yeah, you would have had it tonight, you know.
Okay.
You get a very sick.
So once it's in my hands, it's public record, so if Mr. Moran, you want to request it, you can get it.
Yeah, it's just an as-built.
All right? Are you requesting it, Mr. Moran?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I'll send it to you when I get it. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Entertain a motion, public hearing,
To adjourn
adjourn.
without doing the minutes, without doing the stormwater bylaw.
They could go the next time.
I tell you what, have you all read the minutes?
Yes,
Yes,
Can you agree to just pass the minutes right now?
minutes are fine.
yeah. Minutes are good.
Then somebody make a motion
Make a motion,
to
accept.
approve the minutes for April.
I will approve the minutes.
So moved.
Make them
September 18 and October 2.
September 18th, October 2, to approve them, the minutes, right? You second that?
Roll call vote.
Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
All right.
Do you want me to make the motion to close, to adjourn?
Closing is just adjourning.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Oh, make a motion to adjourn.
Someone's gonna have to wait.
Did we approve both
Yes.
meeting minutes in one swoop there?
Yep.
Okay.
You second?
Do you second? I mean,
Yes,
yes, to
second.
adjourn. Jim Farr and I.
Mike Greco, aye.
Joe Fitzpatrick, aye.
All right, be careful